or tartan as well.
No, this is good. There's a certain something to that. The other one, I don't know. It's not you.
Thank you. Oh, we're off.
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara,
I can't
Sankara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they try to sanitize us and clean up our act. But people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal,
I can't hear that.
Mahatma Gandhi,
Yeah.
Grant and Andy, Brendan Dean, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Well, a week may be a long time in politics, but in international one-day cricket, it's almost as if we've barely moved on. There's a strong sense of deja vu as we find ourselves in the company of India and New Zealand in Dubai, as we did this time last Sunday. On that occasion, India prevailed. So will they repeat that achievement, or will the Kiwis turn the tables and make up for so many near misses in the past? Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome along to the final of the Champions Trophy, brought to you by the many and varied characters on Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Gorilla Hendo, and I can see we've already got a super chat. That's the way to go, people. Super chat us on YouTube. You can see us in all our glory. You may prefer to just listen to us on the website or any number of radio apps that you can get on your phone and various other things. The news, the big news, is that of course New Zealand were chasing last week, but they have won the toss this morning and will bat, which Jason, who is alongside me, gives an enormous thumbs up to. Now, but what about our resident India man, Anindo? Does he give a unequivocal thumbs up to that? Does it really matter to India, do you think? He's giving it a thumbs up. What's he saying?
I give a thumbs up to India chasing.
Okay.
They're the best chaser in the world. You want to chase?
They are. Now, did I see correctly this morning that Matt Henry is out of the 11,
Yes.
which is a massive blow to New Zealand. I have to say, he's such a good bowler. Nathan Smith, not bad, but I don't think he's in Matt Henry's class yet.
No.
Matt Henry is out there. He's singing the national anthem, but I'm guessing he's not going to get a game. He must be massively disappointed. Of course, I think he injured himself when he went over on his shoulder this time last week, or around this time last week, taking a catch. So that's incredibly bad news for New Zealand. But into looking at the Indian team, it's unchanged, and why wouldn't it be an Indo?
Yeah, I mean, there's been no reason to change that team for the last 3 games. And before we start, an excellent shout out to you, Hendo, for calling this match last Sunday when you.
Thank you.
After the match, you said, I suspect we'll see these same 2 teams again in the finals, and here they are.
I am Nostrahendo, it has to be said. Yes, I think we've got the 2 best teams in the tournament. That may not be saying a lot, because I don't think in one way it's been that strong a tournament. But there you go. India have not moved out of Dubai. People have talked a lot about the advantages of that. Yeah, obviously there is an advantage, and slower pitches help them a little bit. But it is what it is.
Still need to play to win, right?
Absolutely. Now I can tell that Jason is itching to come in with some comments. Is it to do with those that have joined us on YouTube, or have you something extraordinary you need to say?
Just one thing.
Yes.
About winning the toss. I think New Zealand's best chance of winning the match is actually to win the toss, score a lot, and defend as best they can. I know India are the best chasing team, but I still think
Scoreboard pressure.
Yeah. New Zealand's best chance to win is to win the toss and bat first.
Well, they've done that. They've managed to do that. Now, am I right?
It doesn't, sorry, but it doesn't take much. This is the 15th consecutive toss that Rohit Sharma's lost.
Yeah, he doesn't care, does he?
He's lost every toss in this tournament.
At least he can't be blamed for making the wrong decision.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that's pretty good news for him. Well, I will jingle up the batsmen for New Zealand. We'll get them out of the way, and then we'll come to your tweets and to your various messages. Let me jingle them up. And he will be joined by a left-hander, highly promising player. I mean, he's gone beyond promising because he's fulfilled some of that promise. It's this man.
He is gonna be a star. He is Rachin Ravindra, and he knows his major role. There to keep control.
I wanted to just double check with you, Anindo. It was, when was it that I completely lose track? When India won the T20 World Cup, was that just Christmas, before the Christmas? Not last one.
2024.
Yeah, that's the one. And that was their first trophy for how long? 11 years, 12 years, something like that.
Yeah, since the last Champions Trophy, probably, which was 2013.
Right. Okay.
No,
So
it was 2017.
well, they got to the final in 2017,
Yeah.
but they didn't win it.
Yeah, but the last time they won was 2013, I think. The
Well,
Championship final.
they've now got the chance to take the double, as it were. They're out there, and let's see who's joined us. Jason.
Well, first of all, we've had a super chat from Disentrance to Handjob. Sent us $10 Aussie dollars.
Yay!
She says, "Who is going to win? How much is India going to win by?"
We'll do one of these. We've got two of these, in
Super chat
fact.
cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Thank you, Moo Mog.
And also, Brian in Brisbane says, morning, go New Zealand. And also, Hendo mumbling already. Off to a good start.
Well, I was mumbling. I was mumbling because we were getting weird sound coming out of one of the computers, and I was trying to point out that I wasn't hearing it through my headphones, which was good news. Anyway, moving on.
Tony and the Bear were on it anyway.
Yeah.
Jonathan Shortland says, good morning. Jay Grover, birthday boy Jay Grover says, hey up.
Happy birthday, Jay.
Happy birthday, Jay.
And
That's wonderful news.
Adam Newman says the scoreboard is wrong on the bottom of the screen. Yes, I've noticed that, but it will refresh as soon as they start actually playing a game, I think.
Righto. Well, looks like we're going to open the bowling with this man. His run-up is right on the edge of the circle. I mean, it's almost as if he's even measured it out for him. This is the bowler.
Muhammad Shaman, Muhammad Shaman.
You can tell that people are very excited as they're flying in the super chats. Shami in bowls, and he's beaten Young outside the off stump as he pushed forward. Seemed to be a little bit of expectation from behind the stumps. I wondered whether he'd got a little edge, and it dropped short. Did he get anything on that? He certainly looked back. It was taken on the half volley. No hint of a review, so I'm guessing that it was okay. Where was it?
It was just yeah. It did drop in front of Bubbles, but it was moving.
I think if he had edged it, he should have moved forward a little bit and caught that. Again, outside the off stump, a little bit wider this time. Young decides to leave on this occasion.
I should get some more in between. Leah's with us. Ruby New Zealand says, let's go Kiwi boys. Jimmy Henderson message says there's a breakfast delivery imminent.
Ooh.
And he gives us the code, so Tony, be aware.
Breakfast delivery. Now, I do hope people weren't thinking we were being a bit cheeky, because I saw message talking about with it being the final, we should get through all the old alcohol that was left by Bear's mum a few years ago. This is driven by Young, but straight to mid-off. There is no run. I said I don't really think I fancy seriously old liqueurs, and although possibly those things are better
You
when
ate
they're
well,
old.
I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. But I don't know, things that have been in the cupboard here, who knows what's gone on with them. We're just seeing. I think we're seeing. Matt Henry was going through his fitness test this morning, so it must have been a late decision. I saw a piece yesterday saying that he was going to be fit. That's hit Young on the pad. He's looking towards Ravindra to say, can we get a quick single there? On the side they can't, because Shubman is in rapidly, and you can actually see poor old Matt Henry wincing a little bit as he was rolling his arm over.
I mean, I had a very similar injury middle of last year, and it took weeks and weeks to heal. It's very difficult, the shoulder.
How did you do that?
I actually slipped and fell during the monsoons here.
Oh, God. Oh, that sounds...
Yeah, if you fall on the point of your shoulder, it's excruciatingly
Yeah, that's
painful.
exactly.
Good length and line from Mohammed Shami. They're not giving anything to Young, who defends into the offside. That's all he can do. 5 dot balls. Good start from India. Although we know that New Zealand play in a completely different way from other teams that we could mention. They look to build an innings, and it's served them well, hasn't it? Twice they've had 200s in the batting order in matches in this tournament, and they probably need that again today.
Do you mean twin hundreds rather than 200s?
Twin hundreds, yes. Shami in, and he does give him width on this occasion, and he lets the arms flow. The ball runs beautifully off the bat, slightly backward at point, and that will make Will Young feel a lot better.
And now my innings going, great guns. I hit
Lovely
the
shot.
ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Yeah, beautifully put away. We've got some more super chats.
More super chats. Oh my goodness
They're
me.
flooding in.
Here we go.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Nestle Boy says £5 for Take That You Sods. And Message Air says, Happy birthday, Jake Rover, Sheffield legend, $10 Aussie dollars.
Sheffield is he a bigger Sheffield legend than Joe Root? I think he might be.
Should have been.
Anyway, breaking news.
And in breaking news, Hardik Pandya.
He will also open the bowling, which has been pretty much the way that India have gone. Of course, India tend to get their spinners, of which they have a multitude, on, I reckon, from about the 6th over onwards, especially if the pace bowlers haven't been going that well.
Yeah, 3 or 4 over spells to open up, and then you get Axar in immediately, and occasionally Chakravarti comes in.
I think from the 7th or the 8th over, typically, that's what they've been doing.
Here is Pandya bowling to Ravindra down the leg side. That will be a wide. Absolutely. That's signalled by one of the standing umpires today, who is Paul Rifle from Australian Quickie. And I think the other umpire is Richard Illingworth of
I think the only
England.
The only match where they brought in Kuldeep in the power play was probably against Australia in the semi-finals.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yep, yep. So Young and Ravindra looking to give New Zealand a decent start. This is angled across the left-hander, and Ravindra leaves it alone. 5 for no wicket. Now, I should bring you up to date with the... I mean, I did mention that India are unchanged, and there's just one alteration to the lineup enforced by injury for New Zealand. But I should read you the complete teams in case you are wondering. New Zealand going with these two: Williamson, Darryl Mitchell, Tom Latham, Glenn Phillips. In comes Hardik, bowls, turns him around a little bit with a straight one, looking to maybe turn it into the onside, but out it goes into the off. Glenn Phillips, fielder of the year, and any year probably. Michael Bracewell, Mitchell Santa, the captain, Nathan Smith in for Matt Henry, Kyle Jameson and Will O'Rourke. The India team is Rohit Sharma, captain, Shubman Gill, Virat Kohli, Shreyas Iyer, Akshar Patel, who's been a real all-round thorn in many a side in this tournament, KL Rahul, Hardik Pandya, Ravindra Jadeja, Mohammad Shami, Kuldeep Yadav and Varun Chakravarti. In comes Hardik again, probing back of a length outside the off stump, defended on the back foot into the offside, and there is no run. We'll do the GPL in a minute, but a couple more tweets of or YouTube contributions that we can squeeze in.
Yep, lots of congratulations to Jake Grover from Adam Newman, Leia, disinterested hand job. Also confirmation that 2013 you were right, in India, that's the last time they had a tournament win. And also they host the next Champions Trophy in 2029, according to Adam Newman.
In comes Hardik, a good probing delivery, fuller this time, and nicely pushed up to mid-off by Ravindra, but not so that he can get a run. So just pressure building a little bit. Just the wide so far from this over.
So are we in 2029? Are we going to see half the tournament played in Dubai? You reckon?
No, they host it.
I think they'll play half of it in Pakistan, won't they? Has to be.
No, they'll really annoy Pakistan by playing half of it in Sri Lanka.
Oh, yeah.
The ICC is never going to play anything in Pakistan again for a while.
No, it's probably too much trouble, isn't it? I mean, all that stuff about refurbishing the stadiums and everything.
And then you get 2 rain outs.
Yeah. Hardik in bowls, and it's nicely crafted out into the offside. Half fielded by Virat Kohli going to his left, but Ravindra is off the mark with a single. 6 for no wicket. And of course the power play lasts, the first batting power play, 1 to 10 overs. You're only allowed 2 men outside the circle. This is when the top order has to cash in. They have to find the gaps. They have to put it over the top of the field if possible.
Ravindra has been fantastic this tournament. It's just, he's been batting so beautifully.
Well, he is a beautiful batsman, isn't he? He's a class act. really. And well, we need that class if we're going to have a competitive game. I would argue we need at least two of these New Zealand batsmen to take it to India. Here is Pandya to finish off the over, bowling to Young for the first time, and he signals that one just jumped on him a little bit as he plays it defensively into the offside. It's the end of the over. It's 6 for none, 2 gone.
Frong also jumps in with congratulations to Jay Grover. Harriman says, Mohammad Shami is the only one from Dhoni's batch who does not yet have an ICC winners medal. This might be his last chance.
Oh, that's good. That's good knowledge, I have to say.
And Mog says, I have a permanently effed up right soldier. There's no more bowling for me.
Well, you know what it is disinterested. It's probably wielding all those swords and axes, isn't it?
Yeah, they're heavy things.
Heavy things, absolutely.
Frong says, with abundance of spin for Team Tata, would our resident purple cap holder get a show in this team? I don't know who that was.
Who is the purple cap holder? Someone.
It's not Ben Duckett, surely.
Not sure. I don't think it's a. Oh, maybe you are referring to because it is Farong. I mean, practically everything Farong tweets about is in some way connected with Ben Duckett. I thought this ground was filled up when I saw it this morning, but it's not. It's again a problem getting in for the start here in Dubai. Shami in bowls to Ravindra for the first time. He plays a nice shot. Again, it's only half fielded by Kohli, and he needs backup from Shubman Gill coming round from mid-off. There is no run.
He didn't need backup for the first one. He just jumped in front of the mid-on.
He did. He wants to be involved. He's worried that Kohli Cam has been switched off for a little while. I should say the GPL is open now. Do get involved in the GPL because this is the final and it's your last chance for a while. The GPL is the Guerrilla Prediction League and you can win money. Shami in, he's got a slip and that comes off a thick outside edge down to third man. Pandya fields and they get through for a single 7 for no wicket. The GPL is showing £88 at the moment, and the way that you get involved in that is from the start of the game, which is 9 o'clock. Is it? No, it's still GMT here in Blighty.
March.
Yeah, you have an hour and a quarter in which to guess or predict, if you prefer, how many runs in total will be scored in the game. Here is Shami into Young, and there is another run. He might get 2 there, probably will, as Pandya is forced into action again, this time to the right-hander, running around to a sort of position around deep square leg. New Zealand moved to 9 for no wicket. 88 quid. Now what you do is you go to guerillacricket.com, which is a website which runs alongside our commentary. There is a live blog of the game if you can't listen for some reason, and
no one's won the GPL this time, right?
No one has won the GPL in this competition. Shami in. Ooh, is that an inside edge? Almost. He played outside that Young. I'm not sure that it did a great deal. Maybe it nibbled a little bit back, but I just think it was I don't know, just lost control of his bat a little bit there, the opener, or maybe it kept a little bit low. So £88. You go to guerillacricket.com, competitions, follow the prompts, and have a guess. You pay £1 or just over, I think, on today's conversion rate. And then if you get it on the nose, if you get the right figure, at the end of the game, you get all the money that's in the pot. In comes Shami to bowl to Young, and Young pushes, and he wants a quick single, and he runs it well, I think. Yeah, the throw comes in. Might have been interesting had it been a direct hit, but I think he was safe. New Zealand into double figures, 10 for no wicket. And well, I did see Mitchell Sutton said it looks a good pitch early on. I mean, but it's Dubai. Can you really say it's a good pitch in Dubai? Good in what sense? The ball doesn't always come onto the bat.
Cricket's been played on it, that's good enough.
Cricket's been played on it, yeah. That's very true. So Ravindra has 2, Young has 7. Final ball coming up of the third over. It's gone for 4 so far. And he's in and bowls to Ravindra. It's all he can do is defend up to mid-off. So a pretty good over from Shami, just the 4 from it. After 3, New Zealand are 10 for none.
Fluffy 3-0 India, Fluffy 3-1 India says, New Zealand are slowly sailing up the Dardanelles, I fear. Give them time.
Yeah, it's just 3 overs.
Mog says, I doubt there'll even be a 2029. Steve Bruce says, good morning. The wife is away and Steve Bruce is coming out to play.
Yay, Steve Bruce. And we have breakfast. What have we got for breakfast, Tony? Do tell us. He's swinging the bag around. Now, New Zealand won the toss, elected to bat. If you're just joining us, welcome along to Guerrilla Cricket. Wherever you may be in the world, we're delighted to have you along. And I can see from our YouTube settings that those joining us is going up, well, literally by the second, which is great news. Hardik Pandya to the right-handed Young, wide outside the off stump, but Young opts to leave. There is a first slip, so there is a little bit of jeopardy. Just prodding at one of those, but Young declines the offer.
I think Mog has given us the answer. Ravindra has now claimed the purple cap, I think, for this tournament.
Oh, I see. Of course. Sorry. Yeah, there is that. Who scored the most runs, isn't it? Yes, I have seen that. Duckett was. It was incredible that Duckett was up there for so long, considering how poor England were. But then I guess 165 will do that for you. Hardik in. Oh, big in swing there. He went a little wider on the crease, and Young might have been surprised by that. He plays it well enough up to mid on. There is no run, so a very cautious opening. It's a little bit of quiet sparring going on here for initial dominance.
Yeah, because Young, I think every ball he's faced so far from both bowlers has been leaving him.
Yes.
I'm pretty surprised with that one.
Yeah, the variation from Pandya, who's racing in again. Bowls to Young, and Young clips that away, and he's going to look for 2. I don't think he's going to get it down to long leg. It's gone more or less straight to Kuldeep, I think it is down there. So just a single. New Zealand moved to 11. A couple of boundaries would be nice just to get them going. And often what you see in the power play, isn't it, that it only takes a couple of shots and suddenly the momentum can turn a little bit.
Totally. It's really empty today, the stadium. I mean, I'm surprised. I know it's difficult to get into the stadium, but you would imagine people would come in a bit earlier.
You would. I mean, if I was going to a final, I would get up early, and I don't like getting up early. What? I mean, you pay enough for these tickets.
In Dubai.
Oh yeah, good point. Now, Ravindra has said enough of this nonsense. He's gone on to the back foot. He's pulled that beautifully in front of square. It's gone well over the boundary. It is the first 6 of the morning, the first 6 of the final. It just shows you, doesn't it? Have a look, see what the pace of the pitch is. You don't have to go from the very start. That was a lovely shot.
Short, and it was imperious. I mean, over.
It was almost
mid on and corner somewhere.
It was almost played with a straight bat. Now he drives the next ball. And he's found the gap again. That was slightly on the up, and that has raced backward a point for 4 more runs. 10 off 2 balls. You might have to.
That's a very Shubman Gill-like shot. Short arm jab through the cover and extra cover.
It's a lovely shot, really, because it's not a bad ball, is it? I don't think it's a bad ball, Lindo.
No, he's played that on the up.
I mean, he's played that. Yeah, absolutely.
Beautifully guided.
Beautiful.
Now, what have we got? We got a man very fine on the. Not on the 45, I reckon he's on the 60 or something, 60 degrees. Bouncer from Hardik, who's not happy with what's just gone before that. Surely is a wide, indeed so. And suddenly New Zealand are 22 for no wicket. That's such a good shot, seeing it again. And, 2 top-class shots in a row from Ravindra. It's what New Zealand want, and it's what they need him to go on and do. He's moved to 12. Young has 8. I have to say that the crowd, such as it is very, very blue. He's gone for another pull shot. I think he's probably... I thought he'd top edge that, but it's actually one bounce to square leg. And this is proving, and has proved, a very profitable over for New Zealand. After 4, they are 26 for no wicket. And I didn't...
Very, very poor bowling. The last 2 deliveries was very poor bowling.
Yeah, he got that quite high up on the bat. Fortunately, of course, there's no one out there at this stage. I thought it had gone much further up in the air, and he could be in danger, but it was pretty good in the end.
Steve Bruce asked who's in Gorilla Towers. Well, 2 of us you can see on screen if you're watching on YouTube, and Tech Tony is in the green room.
Tech Tony, who are we expecting anyone else in? I think we're expecting our favourite politician.
Yes,
the Count is back today. Count Binface, if you're not familiar, who has stood...
Tectonic plate.
Indeed. The man with a bin on his face. Although he comes in and uncovers himself. Shami bowls at the start of a new over to Young, who, having spotted that Ravindra now fancies it, just drops this into the offside backward square and hurries through with a single, gives his young compatriot the strike.
Nick Figure says, morning Gorillas, morning everyone. Nice Richie reference. Hopefully we're in for a cracking final at GC. Don't forget to smash the like and subscribe buttons.
Absolutely right. Smash the subscribe button. The more subscribers, the more our pitiful take of advertising from YouTube goes up to about 0.00001%.
It's still more than your royalties for your books.
That's true. Yeah, that's full and whipped. Oh, lovely shot. We've been treated to 4 varying or various shots, all of them beautiful, and all of them finding the boundary from Ravindra, and that is another one of these through mid-wicket.
Probably the best of the lot.
Loss of wrist. I mean, it was really on off stump. There was a certain flamboyance in that shot, wasn't there? And a little bit of a pose.
Just licking it, flick drive if you like. I mean, that's probably the only way to describe that one.
Beautifully played. 31 for no wicket. Rather pensive looking Kane Williamson sitting there with helmet on. Interesting, isn't it, that he's got his helmet on already?
He put it on before the first ball, so maybe I don't know what that means. Maybe
he just likes to feel it there rather than...
I think he just likes to feel it.
Oh, now Shami coming round the wicket has found the outside edge of a defensive shot from Ravindra, but things are going well at the moment. He finds that there is no slip, and it runs away to the third man boundary for another one of these.
Hardik Pandya really let the floodgates open with a bowling shot in that second half of that over, and
Shami in again, driven out. Is there a man there now? Yes, patrolling the cover boundary. Don't want him to force 4s through that area. 10 from the first 4 balls of this over, and well, if Ravindra can keep this going, it's going to be fun.
Yep.
Let's have a little look. Reminder: the GPL is open. Please play the GPL. It's a brilliant competition, really. It's so simple. It's so fun. You can make an incredible amount of money for very little input, and it helps out guerrilla cricket. Full driven by Young as Shami switches back to over the wicket for the right-hander, up to mid-on. There is no run.
Steve Bruce says, is Tony asking about Mrs. Bruce? Now watch it, Tony. As he came in, no, he's asking about the code for the delivery, which has now been delivered.
But we don't know what it was. He didn't tell us. He went away. He's probably
truffling
away in the green room on his own, Tony, and leaving the rest of us to it. I was hoping there might be a bit of beer. I know it's a bit early for beer, but It's the final, isn't it?
Never too early for me.
Clipped away by Young down to long leg. They'll take the single. The end of the over comes 5 bowled, 37 for none.
Well, you know what they say, it's always past the odd arm somewhere in the world.
Very true. Good point.
Farong takes us to the task. He says the purple cap is for bowler's wicket, orange cap is for batting runs.
Oh, sorry, Farong.
In which case it's probably Chakravarti.
Oh, you were making out that our man Ben, the ducket, might be top of the bowling. Wickets taken, as it were.
And Jay Gray was hoping for a Messi Jez rant later on.
A Messi Jez rant?
Yeah.
He doesn't rant that much, does he? I suppose occasionally. Head to head in ICC men's ODI tournaments. 6-all. Look at that. You can't do.
Only when it's weather permitting.
Can't do that. You're a little bit quiet, Anindo. I don't know if you can get a bit closer to your mic.
Sorry, I was saying Messenger only gets into action when the weather prediction gets wrong.
Ah, of course, yes.
I speak for the man, and he turns up to bowl it.
Well, there you go. I did say the 6th over, and it has proved to be correct because Chakravarti is in. It's not a particularly good first ball. It's down the leg side. Young can't get anything on it. The keeper can't get anything on it, and it runs away for 5 glorious wides. Thing is, we haven't got a 5 jingle, so I'll have to have this.
Well, we used to have one, but it kept on getting pinged.
What, the 5 jingle?
Yeah.
Oh, did it? What was it?
Oh, it's the song by 5.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe it would be the Jackson 5. Anyway, flicked away, second ball out to deep square for a single. And this is what India can do. That when the pace is taking a bit of punishment, they can bring in this quartet of excellent spinners. This time it's Varun Chakrabarti, who's considered the mystery spinner of the 4. We've got 2 orthodox left arm and a left arm wrist spinner as well. Real challenge for any batsman to take on that variety of spin.
Well, nobody's really worked him out yet. I mean, it's almost like when Jantha Mendis came in and he had the skiddy off-break bowler and with occasional carrom balls and such like.
Yep.
They took about a year to work him out, and he's still in his first year of international cricket.
He's round the wicket to Ravindra, who has a little prod at that outside the off-stump and is beaten by it, and then perhaps in admonishment, that was out the back of the hand. It did just move away from him, and he was trying to guide it. Probably not the wisest shot anyway, because there is a slip. There wasn't a lot to commend that shot. There's more to commend than that shot. It's swept beautifully. Oh, and well fielded out there by, who is that?
Oh, yeah?
It's, yes, and they get through for 2. 45 for no wicket. So a really nice sweep in front of square, dropping well short of the man there. I mean, he managed to avoid treading on the boundary. I'm not sure about his hat. I think his hat dropped onto the boundary sponge, but he wasn't in contact with it at the time, so that's fair enough. Around the wicket comes Chakrabarti, giving himself room for the cut shot, but picks out the man at backward point. Very backward in a sense. He's almost round at the 45 angle.
Just a bit late on that, wasn't he, on India? So otherwise, it would have pierced between point and that man quite nicely.
Yeah, but it's not that easy because the ball comes pretty fast at you from Varun Chakravarti.
Now that's nicely whipped up to the left of mid-on, who has to move round to it. They take a single. And, well, no one has really been able to put Chakravarti off his line and length and his variations, and signs that that's what Ravindra wants to do without taking undue risks. Swept, but again finding the man on the 45, just chipped short of the fielder. That is the end of Varun's first over, and that, with the 5 wides included, it's gone for 9. 6 overs bowled. New Zealand, having won the toss, 46 for none.
Various people chatting about test matches in the summer, particularly the 2 that are close together, the World Test Championship final and one of the tests between England and India are only 4 days apart. But then again, there's not many they don't have both teams playing in them.
This is true.
Exactly. Shouldn't matter.
More likes equals more likely Kohli gets 100 today, says Sutu.
Could happen.
Seabrew says, no bear doesn't do Sundays.
Yeah, because he's very religious as the bear. He's obviously at the temple.
He's sticking off. I think.
No, he's actually watching his son play football, and why not?
Message Jess says Ravindra is currently on 244 runs for the tournament. I don't know when that was. Kohli on 217 and Iyer on 195. They could still catch him.
Shami continues, bowls, chipped in the air by Ravindra, and timed it well enough up to mid-on.
And we have a super chat.
Super chat. I suppose I should play a different super chat jingle, this one.
Super chat, a super chat from a huge YouTube hero. They're awesome and smart and they're paying their part. Super chat, super chat, super chat.
£2, 2 English pounds from Jacob. A bit early for beer. Bother.
See, it is your birthday. He's hit him on the pad. There's big appeal for LBW. I don't think that was a bad shout. He's trying to pull it. Illingworth has shown no interest whatsoever. Height maybe. Ooh, now this is going to take some pondering. He hit him lower than I thought it might, and I think that's what encouraged him.
Moving down the leg.
Well, it has been decided not to.
I thought
review.
it hit me in front of the middle and was going on to me.
Oh, it could well have been height. Yes, I think. I think height, maybe going over top of leg stump. I mean, that said, Rowett from Extra was loosening his vocal cords in appealing for that one.
They were always going to get, lose that on umpire's call at best.
Yeah. In again. Oh, God, now there is a chance for Shami. He's done that a couple of times in this tournament, hasn't he? He's got a return catch, and he's spilled it. And, he may have done quite a bit of damage to his left hand here.
Dropping that one. Straight into his hand. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
Well, to be fair, I mean, it's on his follow through. I mean, he's an old man. Maybe maybe he doesn't sight it that well. It looked like more to me as if he was trying to get his hands up to avoid getting hit in the face, rather than actually catch it. But Ravindra has put down. They've got a single. He's gone to 29, and he's the physio is on. He's been bought a drink because obviously a drink is going to help you when you've busted a finger.
Speaking of drink, Stephen Kemp says it's never too early for a beer, and Sophie Kuala Lumpur says it's definitely beer o'clock here in Kuala Lumpur if Hedo needs a justification.
I think the problem is Shami's split the webbing on his left hand with that.
Which is already taped up.
It is already taped up. Could be from drops earlier in the tournament. He's getting more tape. I mean, his hand is going to be more tape than hand, to be honest.
And talking about 5 jingles, go on, man, India.
Go on, India.
Sorry?
Go on.
I said it's his left, so fortunately.
Oh, yeah, it's not his bowling hand, but,
Maybe it'll help him catch the next one.
Maybe they put some stickiness on the outside of the tape,
Yeah.
Double-sided tape.
Magnet or something.
We used to call it sticky back plastic, wasn't it? Sticky on Blue Peter. If that may be a reference that some of you don't get. It was an old program on the BBC back in. Well, is it still going? I think it's still going. It's had lots of changes of presenter.
Well, they change them every 5 years. They only get 5-year contracts.
Oh, do they? So it's like the presidency or the or Prime Minister. 47 for none. Halfway through the 7th over, Ravindra dropped on 28 by Shami, and I suppose we should say that something about that delivery, that he was got a bit of a leading edge on that.
I think he held the ball back. Ravindra, it came way after Ravindra thought it would.
That's his third caught and bowled chance that's gone down from
very
Shami.
Good work from the
archive
team. They've got that together.
They got that very quickly, didn't they? Absolutely. Young to face. He's on 11. Back over the wicket. Shami, newly bandaged, and bowls a good ball on the line of off stump, which Young comes forward to and defends to short extra 89 miles an hour. That's kind of that's chamois. That's an angry chamois, isn't it? At 89 miles an hour, an Indo.
That used to be his normal pace. I mean, he slowed down a bit after his injury, but that's what he used to bowl everything at.
Well, on the basis that he hasn't been bowling that sort of speed of late, I think there's a bit of adrenaline and anger in that one, isn't there?
Three catches. But he's a very proud man. 3 catches won't have gone down well.
They didn't go down well at all. They weren't swallowed up. Defended on the front foot again by Young, who remains 11 of 20 deliveries. Ravindra has got New Zealand going. He's got 29 of 21. That said, a chance has gone.
Yep.
We're just looking at that LBW shout earlier in the over, which was going over the top of middle and leg.
Yep.
So a good decision not to review. Much to the disappointment of the India captain. Just the 1 run from this over, so it's a really good response from Shami, even if he didn't take the wicket. He bowled short and it's pulled, and that spoiled it. It's away between mid-wicket and mid-on, and it's 4 for Young, which he hasn't done too often today.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Yeah, very good shot off the back foot there to find the gap from Will Young. More tweets, Jason.
Mog says, do you want a 5 jingle? And then there are several suggestions from various people about 5 jingles. Fluffy says 5 go mad in Dubai. DIY Guru says Take 5 should be copyright free by now, which is a good
Take 5. Oh, as in the jazz piece by Brubeck. Is that
Dave
right?
Brubeck, yeah.
7 overs gone, 51 for no wicket. Current run rate 7.29.
Tony Bishop thanks the food delivery. He says, thank you for the fabulous breakfast and beer delivery. So there is beer. I've woofed one of the bacon butties, but we'll leave everything else for Hendo and Jason.
Varun in down the leg side. They think they've got to catch down the leg side, and he is out. And Ravindra has gone. It hasn't cost India much.
Finally.
That said, Ravindra is immediately reviewing, which is something that batsmen will do if they're confident. Maybe it was a bit of pad. That would be what would save Ravindra, but it's been given out. The batter has reviewed along these lines.
Illingworth usually doesn't.
I was definitely in. Were you definitely in? I don't know.
Sorry, Ninda.
He doesn't give a decision that quickly unless he's fairly.
It looks to me as if it's passed under the bat, unless it's just caught the bottom of the glove. It might be pad. It might be pad. New Zealand to be praying that it is. We haven't seen Ultra Edge yet. That's going to be the crucial thing. Oh, I'm not sure I can see what else it could be apart from bat.
Ultra Edge.
Nothing on Ultra Edge on the bat. What about the glove? It looks like there's clear daylight. That looks to me as if it's going to be overturned.
Ravindra looks very happy. For good reason.
He does look happy, and well, there was excitement. I mean, obviously there was. It did flick something, and in fact, to add insult to injury, not only is it not a wicket, it's a wide. Oh, he's gone for a big shot this time. Is it going to make it? Oh, it's been put down. Oh, my goodness me. At deep mid-wicket. Well, I never. He went for the big slog sweep. It went up very high. Didn't quite go long enough. I think it was Kuldeep. He had to make a fair bit of ground round to that one.
I think it was Shreyas.
Oh, Shreyas, was it? Sorry, Shreyas. It's Kuldeep that's just showing disappointment. Ravindra was worried. He did have to make up quite a bit of ground.
Full dive.
He did quite well, and then found it was just getting away.
Life.
I beg your pardon?
That's for sure. He's dropped twice now.
Yep, charmed life so far. He maybe just needs to settle down a little bit now.
Or get out.
Well, I mean, I can understand that an Indian
From an Indian standpoint.
supporter would certainly go for that. Ravindra moves to 31. He's living on the edge at the moment. I'm sure that was a Was that Heaven 17? Did a song called that?
Yes. I think so.
Varun in, and he drives all the way along the ground. That's much better. It's going to bring him 2 runs as fielder comes around from long off. He moves to 33.56 for no wickets.
Famously also from Sheffield, I do believe.
Oh yes, yes indeed.
Along with Human League and a few other early 80s.
Goodness
bands.
me, the thing. I mean, Sheffield. It's a cultural melting pot, isn't it? Varun in, back he goes, sees it well, flicks it nicely through the onside. Hardik was chasing from inside the circle. It was Shreyas who came from outside the circle to do the fielding. Ultimately, just a single.
We have another super chat, so if you can get it ready for the end of the over.
Another super chat. I can barely control my excitement. What are we on the super chat? Chat revenue £25.96 so far. Keep the super chats coming. Keep us in money. Varun into the right hander, Young, and Young tries to sweep. That's a ridiculous appeal. I think that, I mean, not just outside the line, but it's hit him in the grill. Just popped up as he was trying to execute the shot. 6 runs so far from the over. 6 runs that have come off Varun Chakrabarti have actually been wide. He's in again. Oh, that's a lovely ball, and that is out. That's LBW, no doubt about that. Rifle has lifted the finger. That is beautiful bowling. It really is. And I think Ravindra is going to say to Will Young,
saying if you didn't get an edge on that, you're done.
You're done for, and he accepts that it's all over for him as a batsman in this final. First wicket for India, and it is the mystery spinner. It was a really full ball. There were revs on it. He was looking to turn it. I think maybe his bat was couldn't get round his front foot, and that is as out as you will
completely missed
see.
the line. Actually, he was about 2 inches away from the ball.
It was it's very difficult against Varun. 2 fours on his way to that 15 for Will Young, but the crowd, such as it is saying this.
The crowd says you.
Right, let's get that super chat.
Yep. Richard Milgate sends us 5 euros. It says, if you sing this, I'll super chat again. We are gorillas. We are cool.
La 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 la. We are.
If you're not
cool.
a patron, you're a fool.
You're a patron, not a fool. Actually, if Messi Jez was here, he would very happily sing. We couldn't stop him the other day. It was quite worrying, really. So Kane Williamson has come to the wicket, and this is the wicket that India will prize above all. This is his jingle.
The Kiwi told me long ago, there's no one better than Marty Crow. I know it's really great, but tell me, I want to know, have you ever seen Kane laying strokes every which way?
Well, he gets a run with his off his first ball, but it wasn't totally convincing. He prodded forward and got a thick inside edge. There was a little bit of excitement from the India bowler and wicketkeeper, but Williamson is away, and I've been instructed. Tony has hauled himself away from his bacon butty to come in and say, it's not just Kane Williamson, it's Middlesex's Kane Williamson. Of course, they had a big role in his development in Mount Manganui.
Whoever's on the back today, there seems to be a problem with the GPL because it's still showing the New Zealand South Africa Lahore match or something like that, and it says competition is now closed.
That's not good news.
Yeah.
We'll try and get that sorted. Messi seems to know about these things, and he's on
He's messaged
soon.
the bear.
We should message the bear, although where the bear is, we don't know. For the time being, we know he's going to football, but when is the question. 58 for 1, 8 overs bowled in the power play. the opening power play of 10 overs.
Moggs.
Shami is in, bowls, and that's a Kane Williamson trademark because he just lays it down to third man for a single. Yes, Jason, sorry.
Moggs says it's a shambles out there in exclamation marks. And the wheels are falling off, says James Grover, talking about presumably the drops when it was all happening.
Yep.
The copyright for Take 5 is currently held by Columbia Records, says Messages. ICC haven't got the minimum about India losing, says Sutahu. And apparently Super Chat bells are not ringing loud enough at Gula House, and we have another one.
We'll do that in a minute. Messi, can you get into the GPL? Can you do anything from your cave? Around the wicket to the left-handed Ravindra, who just drops us into the offside. There's a gap there, very square, and they take the easiest of singles, 60 for 1.
And Messenger says, it seems that with a bit of help from Hendo, my singing, in quotes, could rival the Dame Pete jingle for notoriety.
Oh, we don't want that, do we? No. Although people like the Dame. Bizarrely, some people did. I don't count myself as among them.
Yeah, good song, not great
execution. Right shot, poor execution. I prefer the other Dame Pete jingle. In he comes and played off the back foot by Williamson. That is glorious. Through extra cover for 4. I can happily watch that
And if you kids
all
can't
day.
listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Isn't it nice to see people playing proper cricket shots?
Yeah.
It's so nice.
Hendo, I can tell you Bear has responded instantaneously.
Has he?
Has managed to open the GPL, which will stay open till 20 past 10.
So you actually get an extra 5 minutes. Shami into Williamson, defended on the front foot. Good foolish delivery. Just outside off stump. Williamson on to 6 off 4. Ravindra 35 off 25. 64 for 1. Oh, well, I mean, the bacon butter. I don't know which to have first. Bacon butty or croissant. It's the decisions we have to make.
Did you stop at a certain croissant vendor on the way here then?
Well, yes, we did. It's Tesco, basically. Tesco's bakery. In comes Shami over the wicket to Williamson, who again, he's looking to play that shot down to third man, but they put a man in there. Rohit has stationed himself for that. He doesn't want him getting those easy singles, and he fields that one.
We've got loads and loads of Sheffield bands coming in now, or Sheffield artists, sorry. Which I'll get to at the end of the over.
Good stuff. Final ball of Shami's 5th, gone for 30. Had a chance to get Ravindra out, caught and bowled. Ravindra's been dropped twice. He's been given out, caught down the leg side. It wasn't out. On review, in comes Shami to Williamson. Oh, he aims a drive at that outside the stump, and then with maybe a little bit of nibble or aerial movement there from Shami's delivery, and he misses it, goes through the keeper. End of the over. Let's talk about Sheffield bands.
Well, we've got Eric J gives us Joe Cocker.
Oh.
Jay Grover gives us Def Leppard. I'll give you Pulp as well.
Really? I didn't know all of those, I have to say.
And Sutu says India are currently behind in the Super Chat final, and Fluffy corrects us on the pronunciation. He says it's Monganui.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, Monganui.
And Kane will last all of 5 overs, says Peter Smith.
Well, that is a prediction.
We've got 7 GPL entries so far.
Good stuff.
They've got plenty of time to get him in.
In comes Varan around the wicket to Ravindra, who prods forward. He's beaten by that. He's got batsmen on a piece of string. He really has. Even the best of them. And comes out of the back of the hand, and then it moves away from the left-hander. I suppose it's a googly, but it's unlike any other googly I've seen. Driven up to mid-on, who's on the edge of the circle. Panda it is, doing the fielding. They take a single. 65 for 1. The last over of the power play in which only 2 men are allowed outside the circle, and so they would like to get a couple of big shots in here, but longer term you would say that it's important that these 2 guys don't give up a wicket.
Because if Ravindra actually uses the opportunities he has been given, he and Williamson can take this well past 300, in which India's Bruce is cooked.
300, I think that's asking a lot, even for this New Zealand team who overachieved. They say they overachieved. There's a single for Williamson as he just turns it around the corner.
I'll do that whilst you continue the commentary.
We're just going to admit a couple of our remote commentators for the next session. You will be joined by Tony on ball by ball, Billy socialising, and David Brooke will be summarising. In comes Varun around the wicket. He's got to slip in. Driven nicely, but there is a man at long off. He's quite wide as well. So it's just a single, 67 for 1. The run rate has just slipped beneath 7 and over now. But it's fascinatingly poised. I think New Zealand would be relatively pleased with where they've got to, but there's still an awful lot of work to do. A lot of work to do still.
That would be an understatement.
Varun bowls him a full toss. Williamson can't put it away, finds mid-on. There is no run. 1 ball remaining of Varun's 3rd over. He has figures of 1 for 19. The last delivery was at 60 miles an hour. It did turn into a full toss, but he certainly is quick through the air. This time it's a little bit short, and Williamson goes back, and his placement is superb. Other batsmen may have got a single out into the deep. He's positioned it that he can get 2. At the end of the over, it's 69 for 1. Williamson 9, Ravindra 37. The first power play is over. That's it for me for a little while. Tony will be popping in, and from Anindo. You're back later, though, aren't you, Anindo? You're back for the final 10 overs of the innings.
And whilst Tony gets into place, I will just read a super chat from Richard Milgate for another €5 saying, Jay, the sun is always over the yard-arm summer in the world. You never need any other reason. And what else? Some people very much like Dame Pete jingle, says Stephen Kelk. And what else have we got here? No croissants here today. The storm nuked the bakery, says Stephen Kelk. And with that, I will leave you to your new team.
Thank you, Jason. There may not be croissants. There is pain au chocolat. In with the bacon butties, big bacon sandwiches, like full breakfast sub, I suppose you could call it. Kuldeep wheels in, and he's bowled him. First ball, he has broken the partnership that really put South Africa to bed, but they're not going to be doing that today because Ravindra has been bowled off Kuldeep's very first ball. He's gone for a smart 37 and he looked in tidy order, but today, no. And I'm afraid if you're a Kiwi fan listening, as soon as I put my arse on the chair, Kuldeep wheeled in. And he just went through the gate, didn't he, Billy?
Yeah, he did. He didn't really commit to going forward, to be honest. He needed to press forward properly, Ravindra. Really nice delivery from Kuldeep, really beautiful googly, and as you say, just flicked the pad on the way through to crashing into the stumps.
It was one of these. That's a huge wicket, isn't it, David? David, who's
sorry about that.
Full on Trappist mode. Oh no, he's not.
Yeah.
He's
yeah, he given a couple of chances. There was that caught bowled, a very difficult one to Shami. But yeah, it's a bit of a blow. I mean, he in between he played some lovely shots. And the thing is, each of these Indian spinners poses a different threat, don't you? You have to sort of mentally adjust, I suppose. And that one from Kuldeep just turning back into him, and seemed very surprised by that.
Well, India's spinners have taken, 21 wickets, their 4 spinners, this Champions Trophy. Varun took 5 against New Zealand, of course. He's already taken 1 today. He's got rid of Will Young.
Indeed. Production note, Tony, can you hear me loud and clear? I've got the old
We can
headset
can hear you, and
Excellent.
I probably just need to change the screen. No, it's been done for me by Jason. That's down leg. And Mitchell is the new man. So it's both a wide and a welcome to the new batsman. I think we should probably welcome the estimable Daryl Mitchell. Here he is. In wheels the left arm of Kuldeep. Mitchell hops, plays him very warily onto the offside, and there is no run. Yeah, they're using there's 10 wickets apparently here in Dubai. They're using pretty much the one slap bang in the middle. That's wheeled away around the corner by Mitchell down to fine leg. He will be off and running, I think, with a single, wasn't he? Surely he took a single there.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he must have done. Yeah, they're using the middle wicket.
This
has been used.
It's the colour of New Zealand's old one-day shirts, isn't it? It's not a touch of grass. Once reminded of the Terry Venables novel, Tony, which I'm sure you've read. They used to play on grass.
That's right. They did. Probably written around about the time when Luton and QPR were doing those bouncy plastic pitches. That one's defended by Middlesex's Kane Williamson easily, languidly, out to long on, and he jogs a single. Yeah, well, 4 of those 10 have been used. This one's the one slap bang in the middle. It was the track that was used for the India-Pakistan game, we believe, where, of course, Kuldeep Jadeja shared 5 wickets and limited Pakistan to 241. So it does turn. Kuldeep in. Mitchell defends very carefully. Again, there is no run. New Zealand spinners have taken 17 wickets too, so they've done pretty well. Only 2 of those, of course, were in Dubai in the 44 run defeat to India. That's defended again by Mitchell, but they'll get a single because he's really just pushed it down to a very deep set long off. He'll get a single. So it's 73 for 2. Matt Henry, of course, did the damage that day from New Zealand's perspective. He took 5 for 42, I think, and Varun took 5 for 42 for India. Anyway, it's 11 overs completed. 73 for 2. Billy with, I think, what's a brand new haircut, or looks like one.
Good spot.
Well, yeah, you are our newly tonsured social media reader, I believe. We never trust David with that job.
Eric J says that I think we should cover Cheltenham next week. I, for one, would absolutely love to cover Cheltenham. I love a bit of racing. Stephen, I think, is in reference once more to his niece. Any gossip I want to share? The answer to that is obviously no. I'm trying to find some. Steve Bruce, ball turning so much, we might as well have played this game in India. Rigged. Operation Stop India. And I think lots of people will be keen for New Zealand to get over the line in this game.
Well, here is one of those other spinners. It's Axar Patel around the wicket. That's clipped round the corner, a little bit uppish, but the man at fine leg is Valan Chakravarti. Already got a wicket for him today, and it will be a single. Yes, now I saw that this chap was very defensive indeed about suggestions that India have an advantage. That one's pushed into the offside, no run. His defence was that they've been playing on the university or the academy pitches to practice, and therefore that counts as being somewhere different. He didn't really mention the fact they didn't have to travel anywhere, and the pitches turn like goodness knows what. That's defended again by no run. Yeah, it was on Crick Info, and his quote was, I mean, talk about defensive. Right, we've got 2 players very deep, sort of a deep backward point and a deep square leg. So they're clearly looking for that smashed cut and that smashed pull that Mitchell can favour. On this occasion, though, he's just pushed a single into the offside. He's onto 3. It will bring Middlesex's Kane Williamson on 10 back onto strike. Fantastic partnership between him and Jadeja in Lahore that saw off South Africa. But, sorry, between him, not Jadeja, what am I talking about? Ravindra. Axar defended back to the bowler. Just a single so far off this over. Careful and watchful. 37 dot balls, David, so far. It's not a pitch to take risks on, is it?
That's too many dot balls, isn't it? You've still got to be able to work it around. Yeah, that pronouncement from Gambier. I mean, if an India was here now, he'd have something to say about Gambier's
I'm sure he
statements.
Would. That's pushed down to long off. They'll take a single. That over has been wheeled through in rapid order. It's 75 for 2, and if I'm correct,
yes,
I see a super chat. You up. Right, you'll need one of these.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Over
and
to you.
It's from Morgan. I think everyone in the Gridder studio will be quite excited for this. He says, stand by for a beer delivery. Code is 84.
Fantastic.
Now, there are some beers sitting just to the right of me, and I've been on the piss for about the whole week, and I've just checked my bank account, and I think I might have to settle down a bit next week, because I tell you what, it's struggling.
David will remember. Who was the comedian who used to go, come on, settle down, settle down?
I can't.
There's no way Billy will remember, but I was rather hoping you might. Okay, Kuldeep. Left arm over, wheels in. And it's defended right in front of his off stump by Williamson, pushed into the offside. There is no run. India, I think, will be happy enough. They will be thrilled to little pieces that they've managed to break the Ravindra-Williamson partnership. That one's defended. And straight back, not defended, just lobbed off a leading edge. Back by Williamson. They haven't just broken the partnership, they have got rid of Williamson as well now too. Just seemed to pop up a little bit on Williamson. He got a leading edge. He just spooned it back to Kuldeep Yadav, who will rarely take an easier catch. And if they were happy with the way things were going when I started that particular thought, they will be absolutely cock-a-hoop now. Crikey. He'll have to go. That's a lot of the guts ripped out of this New Zealand innings already, David.
That's the tamest of dismissals, isn't it, really? Okay, it might have stopped a bit, but it was a poor shot from Williamson. He really did need to dig in and play a big innings. And he hasn't, I mean, I know he scored a few runs, got that century, but he hasn't been in top form, has he? But that was tame, and on a big occasion like this, New Zealand would have wanted much better from him.
Well, he was in the Group A game, which India won by 44 runs. He was really the only New Zealand batsman that stood up, and he never really got going. But he still made 81. But it was a fairly slow and considered and measured 81, wasn't it?
I know he got a bit of criticism because he was off 94 balls, wasn't it? It wasn't a runner ball, and that, and people said that put too much pressure on the, lower middle order. But yeah, that's disappointing for New Zealand. I mean,
well, it brings the wicketkeeper and occasional captain, although it's Mitchell Santner, of course, in the ODI team. But it's this fella.
He opens up a thing or sometimes keeps wicket. He doesn't.
The left-hander, there's a slip in, and he's off and running straight away by pushing to mid-on and taking a single. It's 76 for 3.
It almost looked to me, Tony, I don't know how you saw it, it almost looked like Williamson's bat got ever so slightly stuck in the ground, which forced it to just pop up. I mean, as you say, such a tame dismissal.
Yeah.
And New Zealand in proper trouble. You could see this middle order even being ripped out, and Kuldeep's bowling beautifully.
He is. He's that's what he's got this time. He's thrown it up. Slightly squares Mitchell up, but he defends back towards the bowler. He flights it so beautifully. In fact, he just dropped it just a little bit shorter than was comfortable for Williamson. He hadn't got to the pitch, and that really was the reason he just lobbed the catch back to Kuldeep. Mitchell does get to the pitch and defends, and thus keeps the ball down. 1 ball left of the 13th over. The run rate The run rate's not too bad, actually. It's under 6. It's nothing races along. Although what is interesting is that the scores in this Champions Trophy at Dubai have steadily gone upwards with every game thus far in the tournament. That's squirted away into the offside. Sharp single, well taken. Takes the score into 77 for 3 after 13. Billy.
Well, you need to ready the super chat jingle.
Again?
Again, Tony.
Our cup is runnething over. Fantastic. Right, here it is.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
And it is from the efferable J. Grover,
who
sends £2, saying that all he wants for his birthday is a good final. Now, at first when I looked at that message, I was wondering if I needed to ask you if I was able to read that out, Tony, because I was looking for some hidden meaning from Jay.
No.
But I think, he just wants this to be a good game.
Well, it's his birthday. It's his birthday. I would imagine he's quite chilled at the moment. He's got his feet up, I would hope, listening to us.
Nearly a couple of hours till beer o'clock.
Contemplating what it's like to be 25. I mean, it must be great. As this one's pushed into the onside. No run on this occasion. Axar Patel back into the attack. This is a formidable quartet of spin that India can deploy, of course. That's been swept uppishly. One bounce over the mid-wicket boundary by Mitchell. You've got to take a few risks if you want to get a score on the door. He took one there, he got away with it, he placed it perfectly, and it's 4 runs. Good field.
Mitchell Santner said that just before the game that New Zealand might have to get the broom out. You know, they have to be enterprising when they score runs. He had a good old sweep at that one.
He defends this one though, Mitchell, in a curious way actually. Defends it with a very straight bat, but the ball did turn and he ended up with one hand off the bat. Net result, dot ball, 81 for 3. Run rate exactly 6. Right now onto the back foot goes Mitchell. Works it to short mid-wicket. Rohit fields. And there is no run. So 3 dot balls and 1 lofted sweep. But the lofted sweep was perfectly placed out to mid-wicket. That one's defended. Axar dives. He's going to be backed up though. And there will be no run, although it's gone through KL Rahul as well.
Well, as you say, Tony, the run rate's not bad, but since the spinners came on, it's dried up a bit. And this is where you have to take risks to score the run. So that's the problem. And it's if one doesn't get you, another one of the 4 will.
Well, exactly. They are. It is quite a quartet. As this one is pushed into the onside. There's no run. India. I'm sure an Indo. I'm not quite sure. Yes, when an Indo's back on, I'm sure he'll be interesting to hear his views on this quartet in terms of white ball cricket against the famed 1970 quartet. Who was that? Bedi, Chandrasekhar,
Prasanna and Venkat.
Yeah.
Just to get through a few messages, Tony.
Oh, you better had. Yes, sorry.
Lots of brilliant. Steve Bruce says I look like a young Pat Cummins. That's quite the compliment. Some people say some people say that I bowl like him as well. And he also says that he's got respect for my beer adventures. A lot of people are saying that this is game over. And
I don't think it's game over yet. There is a slip for Kuldeep. It's pushed by the left-handed Latham down to long on again. Balan Chakravarti fields, or actually it might be Virat. No, it's not Virat. Just happens to be in frame as we're watching again. That beautifully flighted ball that was just held back enough to stretch Williamson. And he can go off and think about shots not to play when he's batting for Middlesex. And that would be one of them.
Where do you think he's trying to work that ball, Tony? Was he trying? Do you think he was slightly trying to fix it the leg side?
I don't think, to be honest, he was trying to work it away into the leg side, but it wasn't just flighted. That's defended into the offside, no run. It wasn't just the flight. It was just the fact he held it up and made it that little bit shorter that left Williamson stretching, and it was the having to stretch that did for him, because he just wasn't to the pitch, was he? 3 on the offside as ever. Quite short. were looking for that cut or that dab, but this one won't trouble them because it's pushed into the onside. Again, there's no run there. 48 dot balls now, David. That's a lot. That's
Still not getting any better.
It's not getting, well, it won't get, it's not going to get better, is it? I suppose the ratio of them will. That could go down. The actual number won't change. 82 for 3. Halfway through the 15th over. Things going India's way so far. Kuldeep wheels in. Work to short mid-wicket again. No run.
Talking of Cheltenham, I'm particularly disappointed that Williamson got out there, Billy, because that has some of my Cheltenham money on him scoring over 50 today. So that's reduced my Cheltenham pot, which I need for the week.
Oh, do you save up like as if it was for a holiday or something? Do you have a savings pot for
Absolutely
sporting events? That one's defended into the offside, no run.
Well, for Cheltenham, you need it, Tony, because it's 4 days of top quality racing in a row. You usually only get 1 a week, and now we've got 4 in this week coming up.
Well, David, I've just seen that one of my big anti-post picks for the Mares Hurdle, Golden Ace, has just gone to the Champion Hurdle, but luckily I put 250 each way on her in the Champion.
Kuldeep wheels in
at 50 to 1.
Very shrewd.
Push to long off by Mitchell. He takes a single. He keeps the strike. It's 83 for 3, and we shall now go to Billy the punter. I didn't know you were a horseman.
Michael Bedford, yes, I absolutely love the racing. Michael Bedford says, settle down. Frankie Howard, is that?
Oh, yes, it was. Yes.
And how about open the cage, Barney? These references all very much over my head. But the older generation grillers might be able to.
Oh no, Mrs. Settle down.
Baby Shaker says only 3 wickets gone. Calm down. Lots of people making that settle down joke.
That's changed now though because it's 3. But or did he say 3 or did he say 2?
He said 3. He said
3. Okay.
Mess in the chat saying that the GPL is nearing a ton. It's on 99. So
come on!
Push that over.
Get in there. You've got
some super chats would be amazing.
You've got 7 minutes.
3 generations too young for the references, Billy.
You've got 7 minutes, and there it is. Straight away, we've hit the ton on the GPL. Tickled to leg by, I think, none other than Richard Millgate. Here we go.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
And more importantly, his message says that can you send the address to send you beer and stuff?
Yes, we can.
I heard Hendo was calling for Domino's in the chat earlier.
Are we 29? Can somebody confirm? Were we 29 Oxford Avenue?
Yes.
Yes, we are. I'll give you the postcode in a minute. That is wonderfully kind of you. We are ever so grateful.
It's a drinks break, by the way. For
okay. 29.
While we're wittering on, so you've got time, Tony.
Oxford.
You've got time to place your order.
I'll get through. Exactly.
Do a few messages while I work out what our postcode is.
Eric is saying that Jay should try getting into darts. Love it. You like the darts, David?
No, very much 2 sports dominate: cricket and jump racing.
Right. Okay.
You're not a. Oh God.
No,
let me just do this
because it clashes with the cricket season.
I'm not allowed to give the postcode of the flat. Well, for beer, I'll make an exception. 29 Oxford Avenue. It's SE26 6AR. 29 Oxford Avenue, SE26 6AR. Ring the doorbell. Wait while I think most of the day at least one of us will be in the green room because there's a few of us in and out during the day, and thank you so much for that. We'll look forward to it, and that's really kind. 15 overs, 83 for 3. Billy, carry on.
That is we're pretty much up to date, Tony.
Fantastic. Yeah, what's interesting, David, is that the scores here have gone steadily upwards. I'm just trying to look. Let me see. Right. Yes, Bangladesh 228, Pakistan 241, India 249 for 9 against New Zealand, and Australia 264. So although it's not a run scoring, it's quite hard work to score runs, particularly against a quality spin attack, which everyone will have been playing against. It is interesting that they have worked their way steadily upwards. So it means that the average is 246 for this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Santa, the skipper, was saying that, you know, there's an advantage coming back now they've played in these conditions, and they, you know, was hoping for a much better performance from the batters now, second time around. So I guess, yeah.
Axar Patel is going to be bowling to Daryl Mitchell, son of former rugby league coach, was he? His dad. Defended into the offside, no run.
But that's a rhetorical question, Tony.
Oh, well, I wasn't sure if it was. I think it was rugby league, but I wasn't sure. Defended again by Mitchell. Once again, no run. These two, I think, very conscious that you have the explosiveness, Billy, of Phillips, for example, but he needs to be coming on with a platform to start from, doesn't he? Nicely worked to leg, down to long on, in fact. They'll take one, first run of the over, 84 for 3.
You are absolutely right, Tony. There's no use having, as you say, these paths. I mean, it's almost like a Livingston. Phillips plays his best stuff when he doesn't really have the time, and it's almost just a see ball hit ball scenario.
Yeah.
So that these two need to take it deep. They need to get to at least the 30th over.
And I think he did that against South Africa. I'd have to check, but I got a feeling that's exactly the scenario against South Africa. He came in and added some quick runs when they were needed. That one's rather squares up. Tom Latham, he angles his bat, slides it to Barron at short third. There is no run.
Absolutely right, Tony, because they went 11 and over for the last 8 overs or 10 overs. I think they were going 10-11 with Phillips was in.
In comes XR, throws this up. Latham defends. There's a definite sense of watchfulness, carefulness, mistrust of what not only the pitch but more importantly this fantastic quartet of spinners we do. That's pushed through quicker by Axar, and it will cost him a run. Nudged down to long on by Latham. It's 2 balls left.
Well, we could see 8 spinners in action today, couldn't we? Because New Zealand have got their own quartet if you include Phillips and Ravindra.
Well, yeah, you've got Phillips, Ravindra, you've got Santner and begins with the Bracewell. So it is very much a spin-off, not in the
particularly
not in the TV series sense.
Yeah, particularly with Matt Henry being injured. Apparently, he was close to tears when he came off earlier today, having failed his fitness test immediately before.
Well, he took 5, didn't he, against New Zealand here? He was the one who gave them some hope, which they never really ultimately realised. That one's worked down again to long on.
I was surprised when he failed that test, because of course he was throwing the ball after coming back on the field in the game again in the semi-final. Didn't he? Came back onto bowl, which I think we were surprised about at the time. So he was well enough to resume bowling in the semi, but not fit enough to play today.
Well, so watching him do that little fitness test, they showed some footage a bit earlier. Hang on, after this ball, and it took like he did cry. I did the same cry, but every ball he bowled, he was grimacing.
In comes Kuldeep. Beats the outside edge of Mitchell. Crikey, what a ball that was. KL Rahul was very quick to whip the bails off, but the back foot of Mitchell had stayed very much flight and a little bit of turn, David, there. It's the perfect
smart bit of
slow left arm delivery.
Well, it was a lovely delivery and nice bit of keeping from Rahul. The reminder that you got Panto isn't even in this India team.
Reverse swept, or an attempted reverse sweep. He doesn't get anything on it, and not quite such an elegant piece of fielding from KL Rahul this time, who just made sure he got anything in the way of it and ended up on his knees. Actually, it was into the ground, up onto the chest. KL Rahul falls over and crawls after it like a toddler, and it was fairly ugly all round. Onto the back foot, whipped by Mitchell. He's beaten the short fielders on the leg side down to deep mid wicket, and he probably will get a single. Yes, he will. What are we looking at? We'll have a little comparison of the height of the jump. It's 32 in the World Cup. What was it? Did you happen to see what it was in this championship?
39. He's jumping higher.
So he's jumping higher. Maybe we'll see him at Cheltenham, as that one's worked out to long off.
Better jump more than 39 centimetres.
It would just be falling into the hedges. Yeah, I think the net result is higher arm. Arguably, the result therefore is a bit more bounce and a bit more flight as a result of it. Well, it seems to be doing the trick. He's got 2 for 11, 3 off this over. Over the wicket. Worked, shovelled around the corner really, down to deep, fine leg. Yes, it's going to be fielded by fellow spinner Axar Patel. It's the end of the over. 2 runs were off the last ball, 91 for 3. And Billy.
Yes.
Queuing you up, lad. Here it comes.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
It is from Richard Milgate. It sends £2, saying that there are 191 people watching, but only 39 likes, and instructing people to
smash the like button and subscribe,
like
people.
button,
Come
on,
on,
as they say.
Come on.
Jay Grover at Mog saying, and yes, I got them all. Birthday Maudlin already kicking in. Axar's coming in.
Axar to continue, 90 for 3. Clip to leg by Daryl Mitchell. Deep backward square. I think that's Jadeja does the fielding. No, it's Shreyas Iyer. And they take a single.
Just quickly, Tony, to get through another message. French Rose says early days yet. New Zealand still have the talent to get close to 300, even with Kano and Ravindra going cheap.
Well, these two.
Well, Ravindra batted nice.
Yeah, he did, and these two at the crease certainly can get them some of the way. That's again driven to long off by the right-handed Mitchell. Get a single. So these 1s and 2s are pick-upable, aren't they? Because they've got both long on and long off and mid off set deep. So there's always a single there, and sometimes if you're sharp, David, there's a couple, isn't there?
Well, exactly. Yeah, they're beginning to work it around now.
Axar in, and there is another example of that. Just dabbed. Not in that sense of dabbing, but dabbed to backward point.
Latham has got that ability, hasn't he, to keep the score ticking over. A little bit of the Graham Thorpe, the late great Graham Thorpe about him.
So a single off every ball from Axar in this over. He hasn't taken a wicket yet, but he's been relentlessly accurate. There's going to be one more. 2 mid-wicket, they're going to have to hurry. The throw comes in. They did hurry. I think
Direct
Paul
hit.
Rifles, it was a direct hit. Paul Rifle is going to be phoning in the TV umpire, who is none other than our old friend Blind Joel. So someone's going to be pointing him towards the TV screen and describing the action.
Yeah, Sharma looked quite excited about that, or was it Kohli who was overreacting?
Well,
So
Kohli Cam's gone into full-on reverence mode. Let's have a look. The throw comes in. I think he might be short. He's home. He was home in the end. Axar did a huge leap. The stumps could very nearly have split his difference there, but he managed to survive. As indeed did Tom Latham, but he had to be quick about his work. So a single off every ball. Is this going to be another one? No, it's flighted and bounced past the left-hander's outside edge and into the gloves of KL Rahul. And it's spoilt that rather neat pattern of 1-1-1-1, then dot. In fact, David only missed that outside edge by as Grubby calls it, a boarding house scraper butter.
I can't improve on that. That's a great description. But you went during the next over. You must, before you go on this stint, you must give us your couple of tips for this week, Chel.
Oh, you see, there you go.
I will.
I've got a better idea. If people super chat Billy's tips, hashtag Billy's tips,
okay,
then I'm sure Billy will reveal where is a good place to put your hard-earned money at Cheltenham. That's worked into the offside. There is no run. Oh, they took a single. Did they take a single? Yes, 95 for 3 off 18 overs. So you got 2 overs. If you want to hear Punter Billy's Cheltenham tips, then super chat us, and David will write them all down and try and make money for himself on the back of it. Billy, over to you.
A few people just talking amongst themselves. Eric J says watched Stalingrad last night. The dialogue was in German, but the Russian subtitles were a big help. says, where's the famous green grass of Dubai?
The green grass of Dubai.
Farong says Millwall. What do we know about Millwall? Asking for a friend.
Oh, I don't want to know anything about Millwall.
Watford. How did Watford get on yesterday?
They lost 2-1. They were 1-0 up at half-time. Played best half of football we played all season. Were all over Millwall, and then the second half we ran out of steam. And I think that, who knows, one or two fasting players didn't help, didn't substitute quickly enough. Millwall fans are horrible. What else do you need to know? That one was guided down to backward point. I'm sorry if you're a Millwall fan, because I'm sure you're not all horrible. Collectively, you're reasonably unpleasant, though, it's got to be said.
Meanwhile, Brighton and Hove Albion, 6 wins in a row.
Ex-Watford lad, João Pedro, got your penalty towards the end, didn't he? That one squirted away off the outside edge. There's a man in hot pursuit. It's Jadeja, and they will come back for 2. Sharp running. Indeed, takes the score on to 97-4-3. But that run rate, which was trotting along very nicely, a shade over 6, is now dropped to just a shade over 5. That's the combination of wickets and relentlessly accurate spin bowling, David.
Well, yeah, as soon as the spinners come on, you're then into taking risks in order to score runs, and it does drive the run rate up.
And we have a couple of young kids playing for us at Watford, and every time one of them, one lad was actually quite seriously injured, and a couple of thousand people in unison singing "Let Him Die" is just unpleasant. I'm sorry, although I may have been guilty of it years ago myself, but nonetheless, it just isn't very nice. 97-4-3, 2 off this over.
Were you a casual in your youth, Tony?
A what? A casual?
Isn't that the name of that they used to give to violence-loving supporters?
No, I wasn't a violence-loving supporter ever. I may have occasionally partaken in that chant when I was younger. Don't feel very good about it now. That's pushed into the onside, no run. But no, I was never into any kind of football violence. I never have been and never will be.
No, the casuals were more about the chants. The sort of.
I thought you meant Corinthian casuals. I said, how old do I look, David? That's how I was defended into the offside. No, right. I'll tell you who I did used to support during my 3 years in Paris. Billy's not going to be very happy. I was a PSG fan. I worked out I've been to the Parc des Princes watching PSG roughly 30 times while I lived there, which is probably approximately 30 times more than the Bears been to watch Liverpool at Anfield. On to the back foot goes Latham, carved away down to deep point, and they take a single. 98-4-3.
PSG joyfully torn apart by an Arnie Slot masterclass, and Bear and I were having a little WhatsApp back and forth.
I've had 2 conversations that are literally identical about that game. One with my mate yesterday and one with Hendo in the car, and it was football fans going, we've all seen that type of game before. One side totally dominates, goalkeeper plays a blinder, Varun Chakravarti comes in, defended to the offside, they take a sharp single. 19 overs complete, it's 99-3. Yes, goalkeeper makes great saves, defenders throw in last minute tackles, the attack misses. You've dominated the game for 99.9% of it, and a late winner to the opposition is almost guaranteed, and it happened. Billy, over to you. 99-3.
Well, I'm still not seeing any super chats asking for my tips, so maybe people don't want to hear them.
Well, maybe David could super
chat. Get them in.
David does dive into his savings pot.
I'll do a super chat. I'm going to announce it now. I haven't got the technology to.
All right, there you go. All right, so Billy, fire away.
Well, I would have said Golden Ace and the Mares, who I got at 22 on Antipost, now into 8. But now that she's been declared for the champion, she won't win that, which is a shame. But I think you've got to go for a little treble of. I think first race Kopek Boards wins it, and then I think. Oh, hang on.
Jadeja's into the attack, even though the captioning says Varun Chakravarti. It doesn't anymore. The junior captioner, who is, I have to say, fairly useless throughout most of this tournament, finally works out who's bowling. It's a dot ball off the first ball. Jadeja gets through him. Rapid order indeed. He's going to concede a single there down to long off. Latham jogs it.
But I think, David, you really have to go for a little Kopek de board, Constitution Hill, and a Galopin de Champs kind of treble. I think that's what you've got. What I worked out last year is you've just got it's the trebles are the way to go.
Right.
I used to go to Longchamp every year.
Nice.
during my time living in Paris. And friends always come over and have a good time at that. That one's defended, straightens on Latham, pushes it into the back to the bowler really.
L'Arc de Triomphe.
Yes, the Prix de l'Arc, the big event there. Jadeja, fourth ball of his over, defended by Tom Latham. Was it his uncle, Rod? Was Rod his uncle? I think he was. Uncle Rod. Or is he? No, he's the son of Rod Latham, isn't he? There's more! There's more! Jason's got both arms full of, I think, beers. Are they beers, Jace? Yeah, thank you. One ball left of this over. It's 100 up for New Zealand. They're going to add one to that score. Kazak's worked nicely down to Shubman Gill, who's on the deep offside boundary.
Tony, I don't know if you can.
It's the end of the over. It's 101 for 3. Our little session's finished, but I'm staying here.
Well, I've just seen a little name in the chat. I don't know. Is Nick Vickers any relation to our own Hector Vickers? I wonder. He's saying the shocking challenge by Millwall's keeper hasn't been given an extended ban.
Quite right. He has been given an extended ban.
I think he has.
And yes, it was against Crystal Palace.
Nick, can you tell us if you're?
Are you related to
Hector's
Hector,
dad or
the
any
inspector?
relation?
Anyway, we're going to be. Thank you, Billy, for now. You're going to see us in a while. David,
take a look at Stencil in the 440.
Yeah, I think Stencil in that. Well.
You're steering the ship.
5-6 to 1 anti-press.
Good day, Messrs.
David, over to you. And hello.
Oh, thanks very much, Tony. I think we've swapped places, but and Chakrabarti. Oh, that's a nice one. It turns into Latham. He's the. I mean, if you look at this, one thing you wouldn't have predicted a year ago would be that Chakrabarti would be in this ODI team and being very much the star bowler of the four spinners of India. I mean, he just came out of nowhere, really, didn't he? I mean, IPL fans will know about him, but he hadn't done much for India at that stage.
He pushes it through.
He does push it through at a rate. That one is also deep delivered at a fair clip, and Latham just pushes it out onto the offside. As you say, he's immediately posed problems as soon as he came on today, following his fifer against New Zealand last time. But it was only that performance in the T20 against England, wasn't it, that got him into the ODI squad at the last minute, really.
Yeah, it did.
Here he comes. That's driven by Latham up to a long off for single. Welcome for the first time today, Messrs.
Thank you. And in Joe Grover's honour, I'm wearing a hat that is neither grey nor brown. Although Linda did say it didn't suit me, I thought, bugger it, I'm going to put a bit of colour in here today.
It does make you look like it looks like a racing cap. You know, like a.
There you go.
Such as you might wear to go racing.
Well, there's been lots of talk at Cheltenham, so fair enough.
Absolutely. And this one is delivered to Mitchell, who plays that back. Daryl Mitchell owes the New Zealand team a few runs. He's not been in his top form in this tournament. He's on 17 at the moment, and New Zealand on 102 for 3. Happy birthday to Jay.
I think he's only.
Kabati, a sweep from Mitchell, who's taken out from outside off stump. He doesn't get it past Aksar Patel just behind square there.
Am I right?
Tony?
He's only played 2 games though, Chakrabarti. Against New Zealand, he took that 5 for 42. Got Young, Phillips, Bracewell, Henry, and Santner.
That's right. He didn't get in. That's right. He wasn't in the team for the first game. That's squares up Mitchell. All we can do is pad that back to the bowler. So decent over from Varane. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 26. New Zealand are 102 for 3 of 21 overs, and Messrs has taken over to receive your social messages.
Thank you, Dave. There's a lot here, so we won't necessarily get everything read out. The Mog says those must be my beers, Tony. That he said.
Thank you, Mog.
To follow on from the breakfast. Following on with the breakfast that I sent, so I hope you enjoyed that.
Oh yeah, they'll be tucking into it as we speak. I loved my bacon butty. It was fabulous.
As Steve Bruce says, Messi looks like he's been fox hunting with that hat. I would never do such a mean thing.
Danger, new over. Actually, that one's right up there, so enables Latham to drive, but it doesn't pierce the field. No right.
I noticed.
Have you got K9 company there? Have you, David?
Yes, it's young Parker.
Oh, Parker this time.
Making his presence known. The younger of my two wire-haired fox terriers. That one's driven out for a single. He's a 3-year-old, bless us, and Basil. He's seen a few ICC tournaments. He's now in his 12th year.
Oh, wow.
Well, maybe you should follow Kat's example and offer, in the event of a suitable super chat, to let him appear on screen.
Yeah, it's true. Yes, I will. Consider that done. That's played out by Mitchell for a single up to long on. Another one of these really quick overs from Jadeja. My God, he gets through them.
He does.
Quickly. He's still going in this one. Halfway through. He's only just started.
I notice I've written, when I've looked at my notes on Chakravarti, I've put these Austral, hold the thought for a second.
Ooh. And that one beats Latham. Hill for LBW from Raoul very excitedly, but not really.
Quite high to
go
me.
Up for that. I didn't think Jadeja went up initially. They're having to think about it. Sharma's come up to speak to both Raoul and Jadeja. A lot of hand gestures, shaking of the head from...
they've reviewed.
No, they've gone for the review, so it's an appeal for review against Latham, given not out on the field by Rod Tucker. LBW
just looked a bit too high to me, the first impression when I saw it. Oh, Joel looks completely different. He hasn't got his hat on. He's not wearing his dark glasses, or he is wearing a pair of not quite jam jar Fred Scuttle specs.
Yes, a sight to inspire every batsman under review. Joel Wilson as third umpire.
So it's hit him reasonably high, but it doesn't seem to be lifting in much further. So I'm wondering if height will be an issue for that.
It's quite a long one. He's taken a decent stride down. It'd be unlucky to get out to this one, I'd say. But who knows? I say no bat involved, so we're just waiting for the ball tracker to come through. Latham chewing his gum vigorously, waiting for this decision. And here comes the ball tracker now. It's
pitched outside,
just outside, impact in
line.
line.
Missing on height.
Missing. Oh. Yeah, just on height.
Thank you.
Tony, a genius.
Well, not always, but I felt I was reasonably confident about that one.
Correctly
it must be said.
Called by Tony Bishop.
It's all too rare. Yes, I notice I've written Varun Chakravarti's wickets down as against Australia as head and dwarf's ears. I think it's probably because we were I recall finding different ways to say it, because Hendo, for some reason, as brilliant as he is, could never quite get his tongue around how to say dwarf. No, I can't do it. Dwarfius.
Dwarfius, yeah, that's driven back to Jadeja. There's no one. Who was it on commentary who compared Dwarfius to, said, a combination of Lord Lucan and Freddie Mercury?
Oh, that's brilliant.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
That's driven to mid-wicket, and there's no run. That's the end of the 22nd over, so another great over from Jadeja, who's only gone for 4 and 2 overs.
There's been a lot of talk about football teams and who supports what, but I'm going to leave that going, seeing as we've got plenty of other stuff going on. Steve Bruce says, I thought that was one of Messi's dogs who'd spotted a fox. Just joking. Jay says, I fear wire-haired terriers are not as amenable to media manipulation as toy poodles. So you're saying if you do a super chat, there's no guarantee David will be able to lift it up onto a screen. Is Parker a bit elusive, is he, David?
No, I'm pretty confident if I block off the kitchen door that I can get him here. I think Parker likes the cameras. He likes the cameras. Basil would be more problematic. Parker would be happy to be part of the coverage.
Oh, well,
Basil and Parker, what great names.
They are great names, aren't they? Are they named after anything?
Well, Parker was an optimistic shout, named after the chauffeur in
Thunderbirds. It is that Parker. Yes,
on the basis of his obedience, which is ironic given that he's the most disobedient probably dog. This one from a new over from Chakravarti Varun. It sort of squirted away off his pad, did it? Not quite sure what happened there, because it was full. And we're not going to see a replay initially because we're still looking at the, in the end, unsuccessful shout against Latham in the last over. But
do you know what his occupation was before he became Lady Penelope's chauffeur?
I don't.
A log of wood, I'd say.
No, he was a safe breaker.
This one, Mitchell gets the reverse sweep out, and he managed to get it fine enough to beat Kuldeep at third, and they go through for 2. So Mitchell moves on to 20, and the score is 106 for 3. We're in the 23rd over.
It's been, I tell you
How
what,
do you know
it's been
that,
a long.
Tony? How do you know
David, I'm 65. There's so much I know, and I have no clue whatsoever why I know it. It's just a piece of complete utter nonsense trivia.
The backstories of puppets is not one of my subjects.
Defensive from Mitchell. Parker, take off my coat.
Yes, yes, my lady.
Parker, take off my shoes.
Yes,
Don't let
lady.
me ever find you
wearing them again. Yeah.
106 for 3, 22.3. Mitchell on 20, Latham 14. How are we going to see a partnership for New Zealand?
How
They
many
desperately
balls
need
do
one.
we think since the last boundary? Because I genuinely can't remember it.
This one's a full bunger, but it's well fielded by Varane off his own bowling. Has he caught that?
No, he dived to his left, but he sort
just dived. He's getting congratulations from the rest of the team. No, straight into the ground, but it was a really great stop. Committed stop of the type that we didn't see from Shami today when he missed that caught and bowled. He reacted in the manner of someone who didn't want the ball hit back to him. Chakrabarti is full, and this time it's beaten the fielder at extra cover, and but there's cover for him at long off, so still no boundary, and they just go through for a single. We're seeing some all the variations from Varane. Someone more skilled in spin bowling will have to talk me through this, Tony or Messrs. I don't know whether you can spot these different variations.
No, I always get completely
one's
bemused by them.
cross seam and almost delivered more as the one on the right, almost more as a seam bowler would deliver a wobble seam delivery, interestingly.
This one is defensive from Latham. Googlies, 41% of his deliveries are Googlies, according to the helpful graphic. 23 overs, 107 for 3.
Michael Bedford says, how about Test cricket on ice? That would be a great leveller. Well, they do play cricket in Switzerland every year. St. That's it. Yeah, it'd be interesting. Fluffy says, volley, I don't know why. Mog says, I did the Dwarcius Freddie Mercury comparison, but I didn't add Lord Lucan in there.
Oh.
Right, we're now in the 23rd over. The previous 4 was in the 14th.
Wow.
So we've gone through a white ball game where we've had 10 overs where a boundary hasn't been scored. That is remarkable.
Score predictor says 243. Well, here's the 108th run down to long on from Mitchell. Just a bit of frustration on Mitchell's face there, as if to say he's aware of that statistic, Tony.
But it's something very New Zealand about just keeping going for 10 overs without worrying about it. Because they've had a pretty explosive last 10 overs in at least 2 of their games.
Well, that's what we were saying. You need to keep Phillips. Oh, hello.
It's a shout for LBW. It looks very straight. It's been given straight away by Rod Tuck. He didn't have to think about it. Latham is out, and it's Jadeja who's made the breakthrough, as he so often does.
They're going to
Latham's
review.
gone upstairs, but this is a pretty optimistic review, Tony.
That looked plumb to me. I'm trying to think what, if anything, could save him. Possibly a hint of inside edge.
Better out than in, better in than out. Better out than in, better in than out.
It was a variation in pace from Jadeja as much as anything that got him, because it was a full ball. And, well, Tony's given you out, Latham, and his track record today is unblemished.
There's something about Joel Wilson when you see him like that. He looks like he should be reading Thought for the Day on Radio 4.
Does that still happen, does it?
Yeah, absolutely. There's something that's almost like kind of vicar-like about him. He looks like the friendly local vicar, doesn't he? With his non-sunny glasses, his hat off, his bald head, and sat at his desk talking.
It still happens on BBC Radio 4. That's out. It's been confirmed that, as Tony said, 2 out of 2 for Tony this morning. Dead straight. On your bike, Latham.
Yeah, he's got to go.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Colicam, marvellous. Colicam's doing what looks like an impression of the Parker after a long walk.
Yes, the tongue was out. Yes, that's right. not as shaggy as Parker, as we may see if we get a super chat and chance to see him on the coverage, but nothing received as yet. Jay.
DIY Guru says, pull up the bumper, Parker. And Jay says, David's dog's names are Mint.
They are great,
guessing
aren't they?
Charlie, not puppetry.
So Basil, so is Basil as in 40?
He just looked like a Basil. No, it wasn't particularly 40 Towers inspired, although you do feel like Sybil when you're shouting at him across the field.
I had an uncle Basil.
I can see you as Basil, as Sybil in that circumstance.
Basil!
Right, well, here's the man we've been talking about, folks. Possibly he'd have liked a few more on the board before he came into the piece, but here he is. Oh, I've queued him up brilliantly and now I can't find him. That's really not very good. Here he is.
Feared by the bad, loved by the good. Glenn Phillips, Glenn Phillips, Glenn Phillips.
Yeah, he's in rather too early for New Zealand's comfort. It's only the 24th over. Glenn Phillips, so often destructive in the last 10 or 15, but he's got 27 overs to deal with this time as he plays the first ball out to mid-on and there's no run. Is he as effective when he has this number of overs? Are we going to see a big score from Phillips, I wonder? Didn't do much in the last game against New Zealand, did he? Against India, rather. That's played up. He's off the mark. They're driven up to long off and they take a single. He's off the mark. We're seeing the dismissal again of Latham. Tony was straight in with the you're out, mate.
Yeah, that's both the although both were reviewed, they both look pretty salmon trout to me. Very quickly.
That's driven by Dowell Mitchell. That's past extra cover again, just a single for Mitchell. So well, the onus is on Mitchell to provide some acceleration. Obviously Phillips will probably give you that as well, but what a lovely spell we're seeing from Jadeja. Hasn't needed much with the bat. We haven't seen him much with the bat in this tournament, coming in at number 8 in this team, but he's just about to complete his third over. He's only gone for 7 runs. That was his first wicket, but just relentlessly accurate. That one giveth nothing for Phillips to hit there. End of another great over from Jadeja, and 4 wickets down now for 110 off 24 overs.
2 for 27.
I'm pleased to say you've been...
Oh, sorry, go on. He made 49 not out against South Africa, Glenn Phillips. Yeah. So, and 2 for 27. So he had a very good game in Lahore. So he comes in on a bit of decent form. Sorry, missus.
And how many times has he got in, Tony? This tournament.
Well,
is that the only time?
See, got 21 not out against Bangladesh.
Oh.
So we have a super chat. You have wheedled £2 out of Jay to see Parker. He says, "Oh, go on then. More animal only fans." For fuck's sake.
Actually, I got that wrong.
So,
I'm so sorry. I'll tell you. He got Pakistan. He didn't bat. He got 21 against Bangladesh not out, 12 against India, 49 not out against South Africa.
Oh, I'm wrong. Thank you very much, Tony. I've got that wrong. He has been used more times than I thought. First ball from Varun of his new over is driven straight back to him by Mitchell. There's no run. Current run rate just slipping down to 4.5. And that's straight from Varun driven down to long on. Of course, so it seems a long time ago since we saw that over from Hardik Pandya that went for 16 when Ravindra looked in top form, but he was dismissed as soon as the spinners came on. And since then they've got a hold of New Zealand and they can't seem to really break out.
10 overs since the last boundary. I mean, that's shackles with extra shackles on top.
The Dubai shackles.
Dubai shackles, yes. In fact, it's exactly because I think it was the second ball of the 14th over was the last boundary.
Right. Is this going to go to the boundary? No, there's a man back long off. It's just easy stop for him. That's 1 run to Phillips, who hit that fairly cleanly. But is he got the technique to deal with these spinners? I wonder, Glenn Phillips.
He's proven in the IPL. I mean, he's proven in the IPL. He has the capability, I think. And that might be the right mentality here, to be honest, because New Zealand are just mired.
That's 1 run to Mitchell. I know Billy compared him to Liam Livingston before Glenn Phillips.
When he's good, he's very good. When he's bad, he's terrible.
If that's the case, and they are both more happier in the 20 over format, then well, New Zealand need more from him than a bright breezy 40 or 50 now, don't they? Because they need to get up to 260, 270. We think, to pose a threat to India if the scores have been going up gradually in Dubai, as Tony said earlier. That's driven out to extra cover for a single. Tony, what would you say that New Zealand need to post today?
Ideally, you've got to be looking upwards of 250, and that seems quite a long way off the way they're going. Reminder, those scores: 228, 241, 249, 264 by Australia. All, of course, against India.
So to get up, to get up to that. Yeah,
batting first has been also the preferred way to go as well, hasn't it?
Yes, that's to mid-wicket. Kohli, the fielder, rather theatrical fashion, that gets the ball back in from mid-wicket. 25 overs, we're at the halfway stage, and New Zealand just 114 for 4.
I don't know how you're going to find the time between these spinners overs to actually get Parker on screen to satisfy Jay's super chat.
Production note, Tony, can I just go and get Parker? And if you take over in the interim, thank you very much.
Fill in your little time while you find Parker.
Jay also says, the only present I got for my birthday was a drain weasel, which is jolly appreciated, and I've already spent most of that in super chats. What's a drain weasel?
A weasel that goes down drains. This is Jadeja back into the attack round the wicket, pushed into the onside by Phillips. Can he somehow steer New Zealand out the doldrums and into more productive waters, because it's been slow and painful, and there's just a dot ball there. It'll be the best part of an over gone, I reckon, by the time Parker and David get back, because Jadeja, I mean, they all whip through their overs quickly, but Jadeja, I think, is the quickest of the 4. That's defended again to short cover. Someone's moving behind the bowler's arm. Phillips is angrily waving his muscled arms.
Oh, look. Oh, it's gorgeous.
Oh, there he is. So I'm going to hand you back to Parker, who's going to take over ball by ball. He's going to tell you that he thinks it's pretty rough for New Zealand at the moment.
I'm going to have to super chat that.
This is Parker, age 3, Wirehead Fox Terrier.
He's handsome.
And he wants to wish you, Jay, a very happy birthday, don't you?
Pushed into the onside. I'll pick up. I'll sub in for Parker for the time being. 4 dot balls, 114 for 4. David is going to return, and we'll pick up the story from here.
Driven back up to mid long off for a single. Yes, Parker, this disturbed from his little, like some mid-morning nap. So he's a little bit drowsy there. We didn't see the best of him, so he hasn't been following the game as close as he normally does.
He did look a bit put out when I suggested he take over ball by ball. It was like he wasn't quite sure what to do, which is surprising for a dog with his pedigree.
Aja fires that one in. It's driven up to long off for a single. So very much Parker's over that. Jadeja 4 overs, 1 for 9. 116 for 4, 26 overs.
Oh, you've had a couple of.
Well, he's very successful. In addition to Jay's original super chat, he saw him and sent another £2 saying Parker is mint quiet. And I gave you a £5 as well, because I love dogs. There you go.
Super chat. It's a retrospective jingle, that one, because I couldn't get it in while you were talking.
Yes. Well, I mean, there's so much going on. Sorry. DIY Guru says Latham getting out might be a blessing in disguise. A bit early for that, I would have thought. That won't go anywhere. Peter Coffey says Struth just had a bad Mark Latham flashback. Oh, Australians will know what that's like. Everybody else doesn't. And Jay says Parker has given me the greatest birthday wishes.
Oh,
that's beautiful.
Delightful.
I'm really happy about that, Jay. Parker, just a little bit of barking in appreciation of his name being mentioned. That's gone for a single, I think, to Mitchell, down to long off. So he's on 27 of 51. Has he hit a boundary yet? Yeah, he's hit 1-4. Can't remember that 4, but he's hit 1. And Phillips is on 4 from 10 balls, so he's managed to be pretty subdued so far. Let's see what Phillips does now. He goes back, still no sign of aggressive intent from Phillips. That's played out to back to Kuldeep, who's one of the better fielders off his own bowling. Graphic says they're already asking people to pick their man of the match. Seems a bit early for that. It's like football sometimes when they name the man of the match when there's still 20 minutes to go. Here's Kuldeep to Phillips. That's driven to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Well, you know that even before the match has started, there will be at least 20,000 Indian fans who will vote for Kohli.
Yeah. That's thinking about a single there. Phillips sent back wisely because Shubman Gill's one of the quicker fielders here, so no run, and it's really racing through the overs, not giving Tony much of a chance to say very much.
That's all right,
Tony. What would you have said if there had been more time? I'm sorry, we haven't got time.
I'd have said,
Here's Kuldeep. That's another thinking about a single again. They decided against it, so more dot balls.
I would say there's two advantages to this. One is the speed at which the spinners working together get through their overs. It means that there's no risk of fielding penalties or anything like that for India.
And it swallows up the middle overs. They've gone in a flash. This time,
hooray.
Phillips does play the shot we've been waiting for. It's a straight 6. Glenn Phillips breaks the shackles.
One talk over the line, sweet Jesus, one talk over the line.
And the other thing I would have said, that was a beautiful shot, by the way. I mean, he absolutely launched that, and finally, after over 10 overs, it breaks the shackles in a grand manner. But the other thing is, it just makes the pressure on the batting that much more relentless. If you literally don't give batsmen any time to collect their thoughts and think about how to play it, it just builds the pressure more and more intensely, just based on the speed at which they do work together.
It does. It's most unreasonable. It places the gorilla summariser in an almost impossible situation.
The pressure on the summariser is even worse than the batsman. At least the batsman's got a bat to attempt to hit it with.
Pressure on Messers as well. Apologies, we didn't have time to
that's all right, mate.
come over to you because Jadeja's already got the ball in his hand. They turn back again. Mitchell sent back by Phillips there. There wasn't a single, but it was certainly a decent shot from Phillips off the last ball of that over from Kuldeep. But we've now got that over went for 7. There's only one run off the preceding 5
riches,
balls.
Absolute riches.
Yeah, and that's just pushed out by Mitchell for a single. So what's Phillips going to do to Jadeja now? Is he going to attempt similar aggression, you wonder? Jadeja's proved to be very difficult to get away. He hasn't taken as many wickets as Varane, but
well, I was just thinking that 6 was off Kuldeep, wasn't it? And wasn't it Kuldeep who got Kane Williamson? It was. I'll just hold the thought for a second.
On the back foot, dropping that a little bit shorter. So Phillips not having a chance to free his arms. He hasn't
just illustrates the fine margins in top level sport. In this case, cricket.
This one, he's got time to get that one away. He's got it behind square, but the sweeper is going to collect. They're going to get 2 runs. So Phillips accelerating here.
But I think the one that got Williamson was given more air and dropped shorter. I think this one, the ball that got that Phillips just whacked for 6, was similar length, but pushed through more, so it came onto the bat for him.
Yes. Phillips is waving his arms to the dressing room. I wonder what he wants. He's got the helmet on. That one is hits him on the pad, squares him up a little bit. No appeal, it's just going down, I think, but not able to get the bat on that. So this over must have only taken about 30 seconds, it feels like. Jadeja's already on his last
They just put a thing on screen saying the last over he bowled 2 minutes and 5 seconds.
Good lord. And that is the end of another over from Jadeja. So quick, 5 overs, dot ball to finish, 1 for 12. Messers 126 for 4.
Some love from Prack too, who appreciates my joke that Parker's previous occupation was a log of wood.
Not this
Muttley,
Parker,
in response
that's
to Parker, just says doggo. Yeah, the Batman Parker, Thunderbirds Parker. Tahir Mohammed says, for New Zealand to win this, they have to score 300 plus runs. I rather suspect you're right, and I don't think it's going to happen. DIY Guru says, for New Zealand to win this, they have to score one more run than India, which is correct. Of course.
Kuldeep to start a new over. This one, Mitchell's got enough room to smash it off the back foot. Goes down to the boundary, straight to the fielder. So frustratingly for Mitchell, who's still only 1-4 off his 54 balls. He's on 29, only gets a single. So it's pressure's on Mitchell a bit to find the boundary now. Been there a while. Glenn Phillips, the back on strike. Will he attempt something big off Kuldeep again? Kuldeep bowls. Is he going to float one up there? No, he doesn't. Drops it a little bit shorter. And Phillips is on the back foot and there's no run. Got two men back for the catch straight. And we're saving you from Ravi Shastri at the moment. He's going through a long one of his long anecdotes. Kuldeep. And Phillips waits for this. It's full of bristling intent, but that again is punched out to extra cover, no run. So Phillips will want to go big in this. You feel like it's a big shot is coming. He's got 3 balls to find the boundary.
Yeah, it was like one moment of aggression and power, and then it's all gone back to as you were before, although that might be...
This one finds the gap, goes on the back foot, and he does get another boundary. So well played, Glenn Phillips. No sweeper at that time, and it's 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, that was just a gorgeous shot.
Shorter. Yeah, it was a lovely shot, wasn't it? Just a little bit shorter.
So Phillips is never going to not want to attack a fair bit, isn't he? And Mitchell's aggressive by intent as well.
Indeed, and that's on the legs, just on his leg stump. Just going to play that one back. So 5 off this over, 1 for the last ball from Kuldeep, and see what Glenn Phillips is going to do this time. There's always something happening when he's at the crease. He's pivoting now. He's just on the back foot, and there is no run. So score predictor says 240, 29 overs have gone. New Zealand 131 for 4.
Farong says Jadeja bowling an over in 125 seconds is still slower than the travel time from the hotel to the ground for Team Tata. Oh dear.
Don't forget they were saying that having to practice on the academy pitch was a disadvantage. So because it's so different to, I mean, honestly, they need to have a look at themselves sometimes.
I mean, the irony of it all is that they're still the best team in the world, and they could have won anywhere. It just doesn't look so good this way.
Well, for these conditions, this attack is phenomenal. Although don't write off New Zealand, because they've got 4 spinners themselves, and they've taken 17 wickets collectively in this tournament.
Yes.
Sorry, David, you're back on.
Well, no, I was just pausing to allow you to speak. But Jadeja is going to resume with another 125 seconds of an over, and it will be last over before the break, when I think who do I hand over?
Should be Billy coming in. It'll be Hendo, and Count Binface will join us once more.
That's should take to extra cover. Count Binface.
Yes, indeed. Yes. That one, David.
He was with us previously, and he knows his cricket inside out.
Ah, yes, of course.
From inside the bin. View from the bin.
View from the bin. That's driven up to long on, and there's no run. Tell us more.
Sorry, there was a run there, David. Just
let's say no run. I beg your pardon. Just one run up to long on. You'll hear Count Binface in a moment.
Well, it's John. His real name is John, and he's a huge cricket fan. I first met him at a book launch and a night watchman quiz. So his message says he does know and love his cricket.
Phillips plays this one away from Jadeja down to mid-wicket. It's fielder there rushes in to prevent the second run. The score 133 for 4. The current run rate is almost exactly 4.5 and over. They'll need to get that rate up to trouble India. The fans looking pretty confident in the crowd. They're in full voice now. Unlike when Ravindra hit those 4-4s earlier, when there was almost complete silence in the crowd. That was played out with back foot by Mitchell. There's no run. But Clive went very quiet for a while when Ravindra got off to a fine start. As soon as the spinners have come on, they've really tightened up the run rate again. Down the leg side gives Mitchell a chance to free his arms. Is he going to get a boundary here?
No,
he's not. It's still no boundary for him. It just gets 2 for Mitchell. He's gone up to he's faced 58 balls. He's only hit 1-4 in his 32. So
it's a very similar innings, really, to the Williamson innings against India in the previous match.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, and when Williamson couldn't find the boundary, could he? He was having to make do with 1s and 2s.
Hendo's already well into his. I don't know. Is that the first beer, Hendo?
And that's defensive from Mitchell, who's been using the sweep shot prodigiously today. 30 overs have gone, 135 for 4. Thanks to Tony, and Messrs will take you through some socials, and Hendo will be back with Count Binface.
It's going to be Billy. Yep, I'm just letting Billy in. I need to change the screen for a second.
Mir Afzal says the Black Caps will win the trophy final if they score 250. Anthony Pemberton says too many dot balls. Tahir Mohammed says we are backing New Zealand from the West Indies. And I'll hand over to you, Hendos. Hello, John.
Hello, I'm here.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much. It's fantastic to be here. I wish I was here watching Ravindra smack it about, but sadly over 30, and it's potentially over for New Zealand. Hendo, we were just talking off mic about whether this is the end of days.
Cricketing wise and
of course. Well, we know that.
Billy. Billy.
The first ball of Axel Patel's spell was a dot, and he comes in. Yeah, that's down the leg side and will be wide. Sorry, I was trying to connect my earphones. Can you hear me properly?
Yeah, you're a little bit what is it, echoey or sort of a bit.
It should work better now.
As if you're. It sounds like you could be in a tube somewhere.
Actually, this is correct to push into legs and the offside. They'll think about a single, but will not. Well, New Zealand, they just, as can be the way when you lose early wickets, you just dig yourself into a hole slightly, don't you, Hendo? And Latham getting out, I think, was a
big. That was a big loss. Yeah, I mean, you could argue that all 4 wickets have been big losses, to be honest.
This one from Axel follows Glenn Phillips into the leg side. He pushes it up to mid-on for no run. So yeah, just going up 4.5, just under 4.5, and over 136 for 4. In the 30th over, as Axel will come in once more. This is again. He likes to bowl back of a leg, that Axel, and it's pushed up off the back foot by Phillips up to long off.
Yeah, I mean, so far Phillips has batted pretty sensibly, hasn't he? And shown quite good technique, I would say. When he has played the big shot, he's hit it dead straight, and that's important, really. Really important.
Well, it's Mitchell who's on strike now. The left arm actor comes in, and this is defended with respect by Mitchell. Back to him. Yeah, I mean, these two, you'd think probably need to take it to kind of another 15 overs. Do you think they need to go quite deep, wouldn't you?
Oh, absolutely.
Action once more comes down the pitch, and there will be a single off the last ball of the over to complete it. So that takes New Zealand to 138 for 4 off 31.
They've got
I don't know which of you is on socials.
I think I'm on socials, but I'll let John come in.
I think they've got to get a rhythm, haven't they? These two. Mitchell's been there the longer. He's there 61 balls, so you could see him being the anchor. I think Phillips has already clearly seen that he's got to take the initiative with that massive 6, and he's going to have to do more of that. If they can get that kind of rhythm, then maybe there might still be something in this for New Zealand. But the absolute key, if they cannot last the 50 overs, I think this match is over before India even start. If they've got some level of scoreboard pressure, we've got a game, wouldn't you say?
I think they've got to get minimum of 240 really for it to be a game, and even then, I'm not sure it will be.
Jadeja comes in. This is defended by Mitchell. I think they need minimum 270, to be honest. I mean, I'm usually pretty optimistic about this kind of thing as Jadeja comes in once more, and this is pressing Mitchell onto the front foot.
I think what I mean is the key is that, I mean, if you're going to place a bet, no one's betting on New Zealand at this point. It's just that scoreboard pressure of itself can matter.
Jadeja in once more. This is pushed down the ground. They will get a single, and I think that this is something they need to do. They just need to keep rotating the strike. They've had too many dots in the first 31 and a bit overs.
That's
so
right.
I think that's really important. My problem is India are the best chasing side in world cricket, and they have the best chaser in world cricket in Virat Kohli. And so, to be honest, I think whenever New Zealand set, India will be confident. This is off the back foot, wonderful pull by Glenn Phillips, and it will bring in New Zealand a much needed boundary as they move on to 143.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Yep, just a little offline, wasn't he? And he picked it up really quickly.
I mean, the fielder was there. If you were being a very harsh critic, you could say he could have done something with that.
Well, Jadeja, this one's fuller and pushed hard back to him. Yeah, it was just short, and I think a really nice shot. But you can as Jadeja comes in once more. This is short again, and Phillips missed out on a cut there. You can, when you're getting yourself into a bit of a rut, those are the kind of deliveries that you miss out on, really, and it got what it deserved to the boundary. End of the over, Hendo.
Too many dot balls. We're backing NZ from the West Indies, says Tahir Mohammed. All this talk of the wicket being a 300 plus belter seems premature. I agree. That's from DIY Guru. Sorry if these have already been read because I didn't hear where we got to. Hooray! Count Binface, says Jay Grover, who's celebrating his birthday. Sadly, not as cute as small, confused looking dogs. I don't know what that's all about.
Is that Jay referring to themselves or to Count Binface?
I don't know. Jay. Sometimes Jay's tweets are almost inexplicable, incomprehensible, but fun.
Outside in once more. This is driven, no run.
I should point out, Count Binface himself has better things to do than a damp squib of an ICC Champions Trophy final. But as John, his human counterpart, I'm loving it.
Actually comes to this rather awkwardly attempted sweep, and it dribbles into the leg side where Rohit one-handed pick up. That was well village, you'd have to say. And Rohit did pick it up like someone who frankly didn't necessarily want to be there, one-handed, and tracks it back to Axar Patel. It's amazing, India's spin attack, isn't it, John? I mean, there's so many different options to call on, different variations, and all top quality. This is no real turn from Axar. It slides on nicely to the bat of Glenn Phillips, who carves it out into the offside where they'll get a single.
Yes, you sort of think the charity of India would be there could become some draft system, and they could give one of their top spinners to each of the other nations, and it might make it a little bit fairer.
A learning experience.
Yeah, you know, like a sort of exchange program.
Yeah, a good idea.
Actually, in once more, Mitchell presses on the front off the back foot and into the side. And cover picks up for a single.
I want to make a big word here for Varun, because when I was just saying to Hendo, I did the bilateral England-India series recently, and of course he was this sort of late and old newcomer, and yet now look at him in the final.
Yep.
Axar bowling. This is on middle stump and defended by Mitchell. What do you think? I know these spinners all bowl different lengths. Axar likes to be a bit shorter, but what do you think, John, is the ideal length to be bowling on this pitch for Axar?
Well, slightly fuller than that last ball.
It comes in. This is full and pushed into the offside by Phillips.
Speaking,
they will take a single.
As a left-arm spinner myself, of some repute. Yeah, absolutely. That's what I bowl. In which on pitches which are so bad that you don't have to do anything to the ball because the pitch does everything for you. I think this pitch, it's actually quite forgiving for these spinners because it seems to be taking various lengths, and New Zealand aren't actually able to get it away. But I always think that's slightly fuller than you might think. If you go back to the first ball or the one that Ravindra got, which just gave it a little bit more flight than he might have done, and it did for the batsman, didn't it?
Yeah, I think it's very difficult there. It sticks in the pitch sometimes. It holds up. It very occasionally it turns significantly.
Jadeja bowls. This is on the pads of Phillips. He knocks it back to him. I mean, and not to go on too much because I assume it's already been mentioned in the broadcast, but about India being able to play all their matches here as Jadeja comes once more. This is wider and no timing again for Phillips. He hacks it into the ground and looks irritated at the striker's end. It is that, they know the pitch, they know the conditions like the back of their hand. This is the, 5th match they've played here. Jadeja comes in once more, and this is on the back foot once again, 3 dots. So far to start this over, they can't have that, can they, John?
But that's it. These Jadeja dot balls that we've just seen, 3 of them there, none of those are threatening the wicket.
Jadeja balls, and this one is pushed into the offside for 1. They might try and look to get 2. Phillips was certainly trying to run it harder than Mitchell, it looks like, so they will just stick to a single.
You always think that Phillips could get 2 for almost everything. I'm not sure that his partners necessarily can. I mean, he's just superhuman between the wickets, isn't he? As he is in the field.
He is. Mitchell on strike now. They really need a boundary in this over, and this is off the back foot and hacked into the leg side where they'll trot through for another single. We just saw some images of Axel Patel looking like he was getting some treatment off the field. I don't know if you
saw did see that.
John, or have you seen? Did he fall or?
I didn't see that. I was noticing there was a bit more flight in that one though from Jadeja. I mean, it's interesting. He got hit for 2, but I wonder if there's a strategy going on here. So is the last ball just a dot ball, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's just a dot ball. Turned into the leg side. No run, 149 for New Zealand. Hendo, some
let me get some tweets in. Disinterested Handjob was saying, do the beers meet with your approval or something along those lines, which I imagine means that it is Mog who has sent these wonderful Hawkstone Session Lager. I've never heard of this before, but it is top quality, and I do like a bottle lager rather than a canned lager. If I'm being picky and you are sending us beer, can I have it in a bottle, please?
Hendo, that's Jeremy Clarkson's beer, if you didn't know.
Oh, I didn't know that.
What?
Pour it away.
Yeah.
Oh, no! Oh, now you've spoilt the day for me.
I thought, isn't that a euphemism for just urine? Jeremy Clarkson's lager.
No, I have had some and watched the show, which is very entertaining. It's off bowls. This is the back foot, and Mitchell defends it back to him. No, the Clarkson's Farm, the show that he's kind of made out of. His farm is very, very good, and it's been going for three something seasons. And he set up that beer about a year and a bit ago, or a couple of years. Axel in once more. This is Fuller and Driven to cover stopped it for no run, and he's now got a pub and got. It's a whole.
Oh, I remember. Yeah, I knew he had a pub. I didn't realise he was brewing his own beer.
He's looking absolutely.
I don't know what to do with this now.
Aghast.
Axel wide on the crease as always. This is slower, trying to allow it to turn, but it doesn't really. And Phillips with ease plays it into the offside for a single.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry, I was just to say that Mr. Handjob has also said that this notion that India are the best chasing side is going to bite someone on the arse. Well, at some point, maybe that's
not today. It won't.
Well, you never know. Cricket's a funny old
That's
game.
it.
Mitchell got the single off the last ball, and Phillips will get the single off this one as he knocks it down the ground rather sedately. I mean, John, how do you think these two go about this? Do you think they just need to be taking it deep with singles? Do you think one of them needs to be the aggressor?
I think they've got to be there at 40 overs, otherwise it is a procession. So they've just got to balance power and circumspectness. On which note?
It's dropped. It was short of a length, and he got one off the toe. They're going to run through for a couple. It was hacked into the leg side, a bit of a real ungainly hoik, and Rohit Sharma leapt one-handed above his head. I think it was towed really by Daryl Mitchell. I mean, it's a good attempt, just tips it over the crossbar almost. It goes down as a chance by name, really.
It literally goes down.
Got 2 hands to it.
Yes, if it was another player with another couple of inches of height, they'd have taken that. But I think you could say New Zealand's chances are hanging by that much of a thread. If they lose one now, it's end times, I think.
Agreed. Jadeja comes in again. This is pushed back to him to end the 35th over. I'd absolutely agree with that. 15 overs left. It's a long time to bat. Hendo.
Best chaser, says Eric J, is probably a single malt.
Yeah.
Racing a rant says, given India's effective home ground status in a away competition has overshadowed the entire tournament, any ICC event hosted by India or Pakistan must be fielded at a neutral venue until the issue is resolved. Well, I think the world will have exploded before the issues between India and Pakistan have been resolved.
It'll be in Greenland.
But I think most people. The thing is, I think most people's feelings, mine are. It's such a shame that, of course, it's being paid in Dubai in general. But it's the lack of. I understand that there are obvious reasons why they can't go into Pakistan, but it's the fact that they're in Dubai in the same place. They're not travelling because there are different stadiums they could go to, and they're not. Jadeja in again. This is cut nicely, but can't pierce the infield. And you listen. I know there's no crowd noise, but the PA in the stadium is chanting for India like it's a home game. Genuinely, you won't have heard this.
No, absolutely.
So the one down, that's a single turn into this. But literally, in the IPL or any Indian game, you've got the PA chanting the players' names, getting the crowd, revving the crowd up. That is what the PA is doing in that stadium. Well, that's an absolute joke.
Yeah, that's not good. I have to say.
Jadeja once more. This has turned into the leg side for no run and thrown back to Jadeja, who will try again. 2 dots of singles so far as he comes in. This is another dot as it's pushed back to him. As I sense that Mitchell might be starting to get a little bit frustrated. We saw that hack in the last over. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for a shot as he backs away and is bowled by Jadeja, but that will be a dead ball.
Which gives us a chance to speak, because they are getting through each ball so fast.
Yeah.
They are rattling through it. I have to point out that there was a lovely little graphic over Rohit Sharma saying his catch efficiency is 76%, like he's a top trump. I was enjoying that.
Jadeja, and again, this is pressed forward by Daryl Mitchell, who gets himself off strike for the last ball of the over with a single. But yeah, I feel like one of these two, Phillips or Mitchell, is just going to start to get a bit frustrated in the next couple of overs. As we see that Axar still appears to be off. I think he's about to come back on the field.
I think he's had his fingers taped up, it looked like. I don't know if anything else was wrong with him.
Disinterested hand job is...
Hang on, one ball left.
Yep.
And this is on the leg side and hit really nicely by Glenn Phillips. Oh, it's dropped.
Is that a catch? I'm not sure.
No, it's just a stop, I think.
Just to stop. It went into the shade, and my screen is rather dark, so I couldn't quite see. And maybe just if it was a stop, in that case, it's really good. A couple of hands on heads from the crowd.
Yeah, it makes you think it could have been a catch. Yeah.
Yeah, my first instinct was it could have been a catch. It was hit really nicely.
It was a chance.
It was.
It was a drop. That was my initial instinct.
Very low to the ground.
A difficult one at that, so goes more down as a saving four. Though Jadeja wasn't happy. Bowlers never are happy. Bowlers never are. I myself am included.
Yeah, Mitchell was. I think actually Glenn Phillips was giving Mitchell a bit of a hard time there, saying he should have got back for 2 there, and Mitchell was trying to calm him down. I think he's right. You've got to be looking for, okay, you say that's a bit of good fortune. He's been dropped, but it's spilled away from him, and I think they could have got back for 2. And you've got to be alive to those things. Mog is apologising for buying beer that is made by Jeremy Clarkson. I don't want to say it's good, but it is good. Brandesu says Mitchell is so stuck, possibly a match-losing innings. Could argue he did the same in the first match versus India. Messi just says, talk about making a beer taste sour mid-swallow. Absolutely. If New Zealand get through the 40th over and these two are still there, game on. We have another one of these.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Jay Grover again, celebrating his birthday. We don't know how old he is. How old are you, Jay? Are you gonna fess up? To celebrate Mog shithousery, Anthony Pemberton says, you guys are much more entertaining than the game.
That's not hard.
There used to be crowd background noise. What happened to that? Well, it's there. I can hear it in my headphones. Maybe you're not close enough to your whatever device you're listening through. Any more? This seems like a very timid effort for a team choosing to bat first, says Baby Shaker. Perhaps the wicket will spice up after lunch. Well, if it spices, I don't think it's going to spice up. It might get quicker if it gets a little bit dewy.
I
can't see
I
it.
don't think he gets as due in Dubai necessarily either. But on the toss quickly, as mentioned, I can't for the life of me understand why New Zealand won the toss and chose to bat. Surely you've got to stick. You've got to be sticking India in, considering, as we've already mentioned, they're the best chasing team in the world.
Well, they've lost their best bowler, haven't they? I wonder if they're, the loss of Matt Henry could have scrambled their thinking a little bit. And
well, also, I think because they played this game, on this same ground last week, and they were in with a chance, certainly halfway, and even, and probably until Williamson got out, they were in with a chance of winning that game, and then they sort of rather fell away at the end. So maybe, the memory of that, they thought, we'll try something a bit different. I don't know. A lot of things go into these decisions.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, India are so strong, batting first or not, that they've got to go with what they thought was most comfortable for them. And I just wonder whether they, rather than asking another bowler to step up at the start of the final and potentially get smacked,
yeah, that's a good point.
Try and get a score on the board, and they can still do that. You've got to remember, as one of you said on the socials, if whatever score they've got, there is still that thing of scoreboard pressure. Until India start actually batting, we don't know. They could have a shocker, and then suddenly we've got a game on our hands. So,
I mean, look at the 2017 final where Pakistan have got 330, and suddenly India lose very quick wickets early on, and it's almost game over. Apart from Hardik coming in and smashing it around for 40 balls. That was that, really.
They might have that in their mind.
Could do.
Well, Phillips on strike for the new Axar over, who's back on the field and now bowling. This is pushed down the ground. They'll wander through for a single. 29. Phillips is on, 41 for Mitchell. They've taken a couple of risks recently in the last couple of overs, and that catch, he did take it. I can't quite see who
it was. Kohli,
Shubman Gill.
No,
Shubman Gill. And it just popped out as his elbows hit the ground, as they so often can do. This is pushed to cover.
You've got to remember as well is an issue around choking. You can't choke so much if you're batting first, and New Zealand can put pressure on India simply by saying, "Go on, then off you go."
Yep.
Axar comes in. This is swept, not timed by Mitchell, and there's a diving stop. He didn't stop it. They'll come back for a second.
Yeah, Mitchell,
much needed. Go on.
Yeah, Mitchell. I mean, Mitchell is a good striker of the ball down the ground, but he doesn't seem confident enough to take it on today. At this stage, I mean, if he's in for a few more overs, he probably will give it a go. But I think.
Well, I think they're just in two minds as to how to play this situation. To be honest, because he's not timing at all, which would usually suggest that he goes for a harder sweep here, and they will get a single. So I think that's what you so often see, Hendo. If a player's mind is slightly scrambled, as you say, he's usually a very clean striker, and 44 of 79 balls tells you everything you need to know, really, that he's just scratched around a little bit, and I think that is probably why. I don't know if there are some gloves about to be taken out to the field, which usually means they want to get a message out. Well, 2 balls left, so that can be done. This is driven. Oh, he's gone.
No, he hasn't.
No, it's got
a short
crowd catch.
Oh, short.
No, it just dropped short. I mean, I understand why you. I understand why you said that, Billy, because it certainly went off the bat in a way that suggested it was aerial.
This is the perils of not having a big TV in Sydenham to see through. This is pushed out to deep cover for a single to round out the over. 161 for 4.
I've got a theory I want to put to you guys, which is relies on 2 things. Firstly, did Mitchell Satner play in the 2019 final against England in the World Cup?
I don't think he did.
Did he not? I felt like he did. But
I was about to say he did. But
my other question is, did New Zealand chase in that final? Can we remember?
No, it was England chasing.
England were chasing, so New Zealand did bat first.
They did bat first.
I was just wondering whether the scars run deep, you see.
Yeah, I mean, for New Zealand, okay, they've won the World Test Championship, but they've come close so often. I think I heard, was it Mike Atherton this morning saying they'd been in, was either 9 or 11 semi-finals in world tournaments.
He said pound for pound they're the best team in the world, didn't he?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think that's true.
Ravati comes in with that action that just pushes it through to the crease, and this is cut nicely. They may get a couple, they will, to start the over.
It's The thing is, you think, oh, I've seen off one bowler, and then someone like Varun comes back on, and it's just so hard. You've got to readjust as a batsman. You've got to think, what does he do that's different from the other spinners? It's no pace on the ball is so hard on slow pitches.
He comes in over the wicket again. This is defended back to by Glenn Phillips. So 12 and a bit overs to go. I mean, look, if they can get to kind of the 250 mark, well, if they can get to 260, that would be great. But I think if they lose another wicket, or definitely another 2 wickets, everything will really start to dry up.
Oh, yeah.
Chakravarti, and again, this is off the back foot and carved into the offside, where they will look to get a couple and will.
Talk about all these spinners. Does it go to bring this back to England?
Yes.
Because, I like to do that. And I want to know, do any of you guys think this shows how sort of tunnel visioned England have been? Because you look at India's barrage of spinners, and England brought all their 90-mile-an-hour shock bowlers who did nothing to the tournament. And are they simply thinking all we need are bowlers for the Ashes and everything else is falling by the wayside? What's going on there?
I don't think that's right. I don't believe that is what they're trying to do. I'll come back to that actually and reply after this.
Chakravarti, and again, there's no runs. It's pushed to cover.
Risky going back to Varun, like he did there. To be honest, played it well in the end, but I don't think that's right. I think England felt that they actually have a dearth of good spinners, which they do.
Chakravarti.
Oh my
quite nice bowler through the gate.
He's my man, Varun.
It was a real in-between length, wonderful delivery from Chakravarti, and Phillips is out for 34 as it beats him through the gate. India in a lot of trouble. New Zealand, 165 for 5.
Yeah.
You silly little boy, what on earth will you pay now?
That's a great ball, isn't it?
On your bike, mate. Bye-bye.
Just in the air, wasn't it? Just floated nicely.
Floated nicely, and then just came in off the pitch. I mean, he does get the ball to move in off the pitch, and he gets it to sort of speed through as it does so. Glenn Phillips goes for 34, 50 from 52. I was going to say, what has helped New Zealand in this tournament is having Glenn Phillips come in around about the 40th over and really go after it. And I was going to say, if he's still there in the 40th over and he's already got a start, then New Zealand have got a chance of pushing on.
Yes.
But that is an absolutely massive blow. Sorry, we've had another super chat from Jay. Thanks. It's gone through, so I can't read it out. Something about Mog, I think it was.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
And on the subject of hearing the crowd noise, Muttley has said, "But I can hear the man who goes way." And every now and again, if you do listen intently, there's a man who will just open the window at Lord's or wherever we are, Dubai, and go way. Possibly in the cauldron of a one-day international, you don't notice it, but certainly in Test matches, it comes around quite regularly. Michael Bracewell.
Chakravarti is going to bowl to the new batsman, Michael Bracewell, who's certainly more than good enough with the bat. Well, he was nearly gone first ball as he pressed forward, and Chakravarti beat him. He's very lucky there. Bracewell nearly didn't get to see his jingle because he would have already been out. It was really nice bowled. One again, and he just pushed forward. It beat him on the outside edge as it turned away.
Again, let me just make this point. Chakravarti was not in the squad to start with, and look at him tearing up the final. This is that strength and depth.
Yeah, exactly. Because he's not only not in the squad because in the side because they've just got such an extraordinary number of great spinners. As you say, just send them round to the other team, send them on loan.
But I want to push
international loan.
I've got to push this point now, Hendo. I was talking about England again, and we were saying in the last match I was on. It's just not about pace. It doesn't have to be spinners necessarily. Like, I'm a big fan of Sam Curran.
Yep.
Who he's not about pace, he's about guile, and it doesn't necessarily mean you have to be bowling, flippers and doozeries to take, but you just have to be giving the batsman something different. And I just think we are so one-dimensional.
We definitely have been, but I think that's been forced by the fact that we don't think we have good enough spinners to compete with someone like India. And
Kuldeep comes into bowl, who for me has been the pick of the bowlers so far. This has turned into the leg side for a single.
I mean, what you would say about Kuldeep is he's got the crucial wickets, hasn't he? The big men, really, in Ravindra and Williamson. That was a massive blow. I went off air at 69 for 1, and before I sat down, it was 75 for 3. But yeah, I mean, England didn't adapt. They showed no flexibility. You're absolutely right.
But the squad didn't have that flexibility to enable them to try different things. That's my issue.
I think selection was
hold it into the left-handed Bracewell, and once again, looks like it was another googly. It looks like it's kind of bounced over middle stump. Really, we'll see a replay now. Yes, comes out of his hand. It was a googly. Wonderful delivery. Just beats the off stump and taken nicely behind the stump. So that's 2 lives in 3 balls Michael Bracewell has had so far.
Bracewell can bat, but he at the moment he's not going to be long enough to actually score anything. Can't lay a bat on it at the moment.
Kuldeep, and again, this is the first time Bracewell's got bat and ball as he defends it back to him.
I'm going to be a bit looking at Rohit's physicality there. The camera just sort of really closed in on the fact that he's got a bit of a tummy.
He is getting a tummy. It's true.
He's had that for a while. Happens with age, as some people might know.
Says them. How old are you, Billy?
21.
21. So I just turned 45. So and I'm trying to diet and failing, and so I think a lot of listeners will appreciate a professional cricketer with a tummy. I think it's good to see. It makes us feel like they're one of us.
Got it balls, and this is turned to the leg side by Bracewell for a single. So he finally gets off the mark in this Champions Trophy final. 167 for 5. New Zealand with 1 delivery left to go. We are looking at the tipped up finger. That might be the one of Axar Patel that you were mentioning earlier. And yes, it is. So he's looking like he might be coming back on top. I wonder how he did that. I don't know if he maybe when he's fielding, the seam can sometimes rip your fingers. Kuldeep comes into the right-handed Mitchell. This is turned easily enough into the leg side where they'll get a single. So Mitchell will keep the strike for the next over.
Right, let me catch up. David Downey says, if I was wearing a hat, I would be taking it off to acknowledge the performance of the Indian bowlers. The figures would be even more impressive, but for some indifferent fielding. Indeed, they dropped 4 out of 5 catches today. DIY Guru says, so close New Zealand can score the same number of runs as their opponent in a World Cup final and still lose. Oh, yes, that was true. Messenger says, Santner did play in the 2019 final. He made 5 not out and bowled 3 overs for 11. And then David Downey says, awesome delivery that. Hendo asks for super chat and doesn't read them out. Then bags for more money. Flawed business model. Knob. Oh, thank you. There it is. There's another one. It's from Jay. I'll read it out in a minute.
Jadeja in around the wicket and bowls, and Mitchell pushes us into the offside for a single. Go on, Hendo.
Super chat is to mark professional cricketers in this day and age having a tummy. £2 from the birthday boy himself.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
There are some good questions coming about England's approach. I mean, I know it's not an England game, but yeah, they don't. The trouble with their quick bowlers is that they don't have changes of pace, really.
Jadeja bowls. This is back of a length and shovelled off the back foot by Bracewell into the leg side for a single. Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, I know you said you like Sam Kandron, but I personally don't think he's the answer. He just, unfortunately, his height means that he just can't bowl. Quite get the right length. I think bowls too many half volleys. Jadeja bowls. This is pushed back to him for no run. I mean, I kind of think England certainly didn't have the variety that they wanted, but that's only because the quality is not at their disposal. It wasn't by choice.
Well, of course,
down the ground for a single.
My thinking is this: I think Curran's been doing quite well in limited overs games. When he's a gun for hire going around the world. His figures have been pretty decent. He's left arm. He's a little bit he's that point of variation. He's what Jeff Boycott used to call a golden arm, in that yes, you think he might not be that dangerous, and yet he has that habit of picking up wickets. And by the same token, you've got people like Mark Wood, who I'm a huge Mark Wood fan, but there are times when Mark Wood seems like the least menacing 90-mile-hour bowler I've seen since, I don't know, Devon Malcolm. He just doesn't seem to do it.
Gets balls. Brisbane gets his foot to pitch the ball nicely and flips it down to long on. Well, I think actually Archer looks less menacing than Mark Wood. I think Wood, at least, you can. Yeah, he's always fiery. He seems like he's got a lot of. I mean, he does have a lot of pace. Everyone always thinks Archer's quicker, but Wood is quicker. This is turned into the leg side.
Although
ball.
Archer doesn't fall over after every other ball. This is, you know. There just are issues around Mark Wood, which is you always think he could be a different bowler, but I think they've both been absolutely hobbled by injuries, literally.
Coming up on the screen in front of me is the wonderful Forthy and his collection of books behind him, and an India as well, which means that we must be due a change.
We are. Forthy's coming in.
See you later.
Jason's going to come into this chair hopefully, but I'll stay here until he gets here. We'll keep the seat warm. Just to finish.
Hello there, Ninja. Hello, how are you?
Let's just finish that England chat. Mark Wood falls over. He hasn't got a slower ball of any sort, and that is a big problem if you're going for pace.
So much for Mark Wood, and so much for New Zealand's chances right now. It's not looking good for them. New Zealand 172 for 5 after 40, and it's slow death by spin for them at the moment. Slow death by slow spin. We start the new over from Kuldeep.
Mitchell.
They've still got Mitchell, yes. Anything's possible in the next 10 overs, but it's options are narrowing, put it that way. Dot ball from Kuldeep.
And Santner.
Yeah, it's not impossible, but the chances are just getting less and less as these, they are nearly compounded by a mid-wicket collision there as they go for a quick single. I don't know, Ninja. It's right. It's correct that you're pointing out. It's not quite all over, but it's beginning to feel at this early stage as if it's India's still.
I'm just trying to be hopeful because I've put 4 GPL scores well above where the current total suggests.
Right. Well, I think most people would be quite happy to be sitting where you are if it wasn't for your GPL scores, because as far as India are concerned, I'm a bit Kuldeep in again for the third ball of the over. Reverse sweep straight to the man at the 45. No run. I am a little confused as to why New Zealand have been so perplexed by this spin attack of India, mostly because I don't think it's actually spun a great deal.
No, I think the problem has been more length than anything else. I'll continue.
Yeah, and that's a little chip over the shoulder around the corner. It's gone down to the man at long leg as Jadeja, who hairs round, still an excellent fielder at the age of 36, 37. They've taken the single. Yes, sorry, Ninja?
Yeah, it's more the length and the speed of these 3 of these bowlers. I think what's really happened is Mitchell and Latham both, they're what's the word I'm looking for? They're compulsive sweepers, and they've not been able to sweep.
Yeah.
And that's the way they play spin.
Oh, he pulls away again. So why have they not been able to sweep? Can you explain it to us?
It's just coming on too fast for them.
Yeah, right.
It's on a good length, and that's made it really difficult.
They do have this relentless attack of the force. Kuldeep in again, and the overs go by so quickly when you've got 4 spinners as well. There's no time to think. The defended off the top ball.
3 of them are fast anyway, and Kuldeep's been bowling at least 2 to 3 kilometers per hour faster than he normally does.
All right, okay. He's in again for the last ball of the over. There's a slip in, and that's whipped off his toes. It has beaten the man at mid-wicket, but it's only gone as far as it's probably Hardik Pandya, I think, out there, who whips it into just 3 off the over. The opposite of what New Zealand require. 175 for 5 at the end of the 41st. Hello, Jason.
Hello. Don't know where we got to on socials, so I will play a super chat jingle for a super chat from Jay Grover.
Super chat.
And he says, on this day, professional cricketers with a tummy. Looking at you, Rohit, I think.
Well, Jay's been giving back some of his birthday money to us, which is good.
Yeah. And also, message says, Sandler did play in the 2019 final. He made 5 not out and bowled 3 overs for 11.
He did. He also ducked under the last ball of that of the 50 overs, which some people still blame him for, considering there was only 1 run difference between the teams. Anyway, that's hoiked into the air. It's going to land in no man's land on the offside there, but they'll come through for a single, but it was a false shot.
Yeah, and in Indian fielding's been terrible, honestly. I mean, some of, a couple of the catches were more difficult than others, but really they've really underperformed on the field. Otherwise, New Zealand would have been in far more trouble than they already are.
Very true. I thought Shubman Gill really should have taken the one a couple of overs ago.
Yeah.
And Rohit mistimed his jump. You'd expect, 6 times out of 10 for those to be taken.
Yeah, Shreyas Iyer as well.
Yeah, another poor
I thought
effort.
the Iyer one was a bit harsh. He had to make a lot of distance, and he got his hands to it, but just didn't quite manage to hold on to his full-length dive.
Yeah.
In comes Varun again. Frontals in, defended to the man at mid-off by Mitchell, but sooner or later they're going to have to stick or twist, and preferably, well, as it were, twist, because there's no point in just playing this way. They'll get to 215 or 220 and they'll have 0 chance, in my opinion, but they'll have to take a chance soon.
I think they're also thinking of the fact that they've only got 1 batter left who can play spin to any degree, and that's Santner. And after that, the other 2 are spin bunnies.
Well, I think that's true, but you get to a point where you think we're going to have to gamble, and if we go down in a heap of flames, so be it. But we're going to have to find a way of getting another 60 or 70 from here at the very least, and we're not going to get it 3 and over.
Yes and no for the. I think with this pitch, one thought they probably have is they do want to play 50 overs.
Well,
and get a few. Because you never know, what's going to happen with this pitch, and New Zealand has some pretty good spinners as well.
Well, India might not have a pretty good spin anymore. Varun seems to have done himself a damage trying to stop that hard drive straight back to him.
He's got only 1 over left, and being unkind, but
it's just not going to make a great deal of difference. That's true. So what happened was there was a shot, as Jason's indicated, smashed back. It hit his foot, and he's getting his foot, and he's getting treatment for it now, which is holding
probably
up
the ankle.
You're right.
Shin of the ankle.
He's got 9 balls left of his allocation, so it's not a complete disaster, and he only sort of shuffles to the wicket anyway. He can probably.
The ball hit the shin, but absolutely the lowest end of the shin.
Very painful indeed.
Brian DeChateau asks, talking about spinners, why do England keep picking Rayan if they refuse to give him a game?
One of life's eternal mysteries.
I honestly think England's lost its blood in the white ball game at the moment, and they need to get it back.
Yes, very true. I mean, they've got some pretty decent players, particularly batsmen, and they've got decent individual bowlers, but they can't seem to string it together into a strategy at the moment.
Yeah, and the test strategy is clearly not working the way that McCallum wants. So I guess it'll take a bit of time. At the moment, there are no tournaments coming up immediately, I guess. So they have some time to sort that out.
Time to regroup, yeah. You're not missing any action. The treatment goes on. It's 41.3 overs of this Champions Trophy final from Dubai, in case you missed that element. Haha. 176 for 5.
The home of Pakistan cricket.
Indeed. Mitchell is going to resume. Bristling with intent, he's looking around the field. It looks as if maybe he's decided that... No, he hasn't. He just lets that one go down fairly harmlessly down the leg side. It is in fact a wide from Varun.
Wide.
11 extras, so not too bad. I don't know how many of those have been wide. You've got to factor in, these a handful of wides because you have to push the boundaries a bit in one-day cricket. Defended again by Mitchell. They just can't seem to work these spinners out.
Yeah, and Varun's limping his way back and forth, trying to complete the over.
He is. I mean, I doubt he'll bowl his last over. He might do, I suppose, but they have other options, don't they? In comes Varun again, and that was a banana ball sort of thing Geoffrey Boycott used to bowl. It just sort of curved through the air, so it was quite easy to read. He hits it down for a single, and that's Mitchell's 50.
Under the circumstances, a very important knock indeed.
Well,
New Zealand's going to go to anywhere with this.
Only time will tell how important, but it's a good thing he's out there. But 50 off 91 balls. Only Ravindra, I think, to date has been above a runner ball, and he was out for 30 or so.
After being dropped twice.
After being dropped twice. Last ball defended. The end of the 42nd over, 178.45 New Zealand. Jason.
Talking about Devon Malcolm, he said he did seem to do it against South Africa. You guys are history. Yes, thank you, Fanny de Villiers. I'm sure your friends, your colleagues were very happy about that. And Brian Brisbane says, looks like the Kiwis peaked against South Africa. Yes, that looks like being their best performance of the tournament. And Harriman gives us a technical note on Kuldeep. He says, the first big change that Kuldeep did was to change his Adil Rashid style run up from 45. He was told to run in much straighter. Well, he's still coming into an angle, but it's somewhat more acute now than it was before.
Yeah, it's straighter. It's closer to the wicket. He's jumping higher.
There's less rotation required.
Kuldeep Mitchell pushes that one a little wider and flicked away to Rohit, but straight to Rohit, all along the ground. I'll add very quickly. Dot ball. Yes, so we're having a look at the average turn, and today it's 2 degrees, which is significantly less than the other averages in Dubai this tournament. It's got up to 3.5 degrees early on, which is significant.
Yeah, and it's the same pitch on which the Pakistan-India match was played, where the turn was much more. So the groundsman done a good job with this one.
And that's just sort of it's either a leg by or just got a little tickle anyway. It's just a single, which is not much good. It feels like a hell of a long time since the last boundary. I don't know exactly when that was. Feels like at least 7 or 8 overs.
Yeah, and sometimes it's the devil's in the mind, right? Because as you were saying, although it's not.
And that's defended off the back foot, straight to the man at mid wicket. Who'll be Rohit. Dot ball.
Yeah, although it's not spinning that much, the Kiwis are afraid of it spinning, and that does not help the trick, I guess.
It's all in the mind, as Beck once told us. Kuldeep in again, swept briskly to deep square leg. There's no one out there, and that's broken the shackles, at least briefly.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
So that was a fuller ball and got the treatment it deserved.
Absolutely, and he did the right thing. It was a fuller ball. He played it across the line, not bothering about which way it actually turned.
Yes, that's right. Put the turn out of the equation and ended up being pretty straight. Oh, goodness. And that's the googly, which has come back in at Bracewell. He hasn't read it, but it's probably done too much.
Big inside edge.
Oh, massive inside edge, in fact. That explains that. One ball of the over to go, 183 for 5. Beautiful, beautiful setting in Dubai. Lush grass. In comes Kuldeep again. And that's played on the back foot down to the man at long on. At the end of the 43rd, Bracewell's on 11, Mitchell's on 50 still, New Zealand 184 for 5.
Brian in Brisbane is getting all reductionist on you, 40. He says 6 times out of 10. Surely that should be 3 times out of 5.
Well, yes, it's true. Also 60 times out of 100, that's fine, yes.
Tahir says, I might be wrong, but if you're going to pick good spin bowlers, pick bowlers that bowl well in tests, because any lollipop bowler can get wickets. Batsmen throw away their wickets in the shorter version. I don't disagree with that, to be fair. And Adagam Sood says strategy depends on captaincy. And yes, I think that we've found that out in our England's performances. With a bit of
It goes the other way as well, though, doesn't it? Captains have to take the field with some sort of strategic thoughts in mind. Can't just sort of make it up.
I was going to say that.
Shami comes in again. He's going to start his 6th over. His first 5 went for 30. He's bang on the money first up, and that's gone straight to mid-off dot ball. Bracewell batting.
And that strategy presumably comes as a as a joint effort between the coach and the captain.
Exactly. Which seems to have been. I mean, that presumably there has been a plan. It just has been less easy for us to discern watching the English side recently. Putting it kindly. Bracewell facing up to Shami. Big old heave, big appeal from Shami, but clearly pitching outside leg and probably going over the top as well. They hurry through for a leg bye. Yes, Ninja.
No, I was just saying that there's always the tendency to give the benefit of the doubt to a new coach, which I guess is fair.
Yeah, yes.
You can't only blame the captain because of that. I mean, okay, Jos Buttler's probably a crap captain, but it's not his greatest strength. But it's not all his fault the way it's gone.
No. I'm sure blame can be apportioned around very liberally around the England camp. Having a look
because
at
all the narrative seems to be it's Butler's fault, and McCallum has been sort of little bit of whitewashing of McCallum's been done.
Well, in comes Shami again, and that's a big old heave. It's gone nowhere in particular, into no man's land. They might consider coming back for 2, but they don't. Just the single. Mitchell moves on to 51. Whatever the opposite of killing 2 birds with 1 stone is, missing 2 birds with 1 stone or something. Whenever Butler has... His form seems to have deteriorated along with being captain. We've seen that many times before as well, obviously. Cricket. Yes. Is there a sort of opposite of killing 2 birds with 1 stone, maybe? Falling between 2 stools, maybe? Yeah, something like that. In comes Shami again, and that's an aggressive shot, and I think it's going to go all the way, beaten. No, it hasn't. It's not beaten the man on the leg side sweeper boundary. Back for 2 each side out there. Looking resplendent in his do appreciate the Indian colours, lovely sky blue. Oh, shared with my team, Coventry City, of course. Perhaps a little nice touch deeper than sky blue. I'm not a colourologist, but not sure exactly what shade of blue that's described.
I don't know what that shade of blue is, because I remember.
That's heaved, it's gone way up in the air. Has it gone far enough? I rather suspect it's gone into tier 17. Yes, it has. That is a massive blow over cow.
First chance he's got, and that's been absolutely dismissed.
Just dropped a touch short of there, Shami, didn't he?
Yeah.
Right in the slot for him. Well, let's see whether that emboldens this New Zealand attack into the last few overs.
I think that's Bracewell's go-to shot. Heaving it over cow, and anything short, and he does that.
Heaving it over cow. It sounds quite villaged. And that's just flicked off his legs for 2. That's my go-to shot. I heave it over cow. And that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 off the over, so that's a welcome change for New Zealand. That'll be their highest skyscraper, I'm sure, of the innings. And after 44 overs, New Zealand 196 for 5, Bracewell 21, Mitchell 51.
Jay Grover must have been talking to Michael Bracewell says, I should revert to pure Sheffield and just scream, twat it, lad.
Yeah, pretty much.
Fluffy 3-0 India says, wouldn't let Rommel bat above Brook, though, to be honest. To which there are lots of Tobruk puns that therefore follow. Wright says, the pitch is still good, it's not 250 pitch. New Zealand need at least 275. Well, I don't think they're going to get it unless they really get a move on.
It's hard to see how it's going.
And the last boundary before that, I think, was 31.4.
I mean, they're going to have to go at 12 and over to get, if my very...
275 is going to happen in a parallel universe. Yeah.
Yes, if my rough back of an envelope calculations are correct. And that's been chipped, but just taking the edge off it so it doesn't go directly to the man at long on for a single. That's Mitchell on strike there. In fact, the fourth over of the innings went for 16, so that was the second highest yielding over.
That was when Ravindra went berserk in 1 over with Hardik Pandya.
Yeah, seems a long time ago now. We haven't seen Hardik Pandya since, have we?
No, we've bowled 2 overs for 18, and it hasn't been seen since with the ball.
Yeah, they might need him to bowl 1 more over. Actually, no, Varun is bowling right now, so he's obviously recovered from his leg problems.
No, they still need to bowl 2 more overs.
Actually, I thought he was going to have a back problem because while fielding in the last over, he fell over the ball under his bat.
That's a dot ball and an attempted hoik by Bracewell, which he completely missed. To the next ball, he flicks it with some energy and power in the rough direction of Cow. They think about 2. And I think they've come back for 2. Yes, they have. Varun Chakravarti, the mystery spinner. I must admit, when I watch him on the replay in India, I can't tell which way it's going to go, even when I have conceived hand position very clear.
He's pretty good. Very, very good the hand position. Very difficult. Not that batsmen tend to try to read them.
No, I think it'd be almost impossible. Let's see how you could. Played into square leg. There's no one really at square leg, just for the single. So far, 4 runs off those 4 balls.
Plus, he's a tall man, so the ball comes from pretty high up, so it's very difficult to read back of the hand.
Yeah. What is he, about 6'3" or something?
Yeah, he's 6 something.
When you look at Kane Williamson, Gavin Singh, but he never shows a great deal of emotion, so you can't read too much into that. And that's just drops a touch short, but Mitchell can't do anything with it. Fires it straight back at Varun on the bounce, dot ball.
Wow, that's
147 dot balls.
That's a lot of dot balls. Half the innings.
Too many, you would think. Too many, you would think. In comes the last ball fell to Mitchell. And it was right on the money again. Mitchell basically just puts his bat there, gets a thick outside edge along the ground, keeps the strike. Very good spell, excellent spell from Varun. 2 for 45 off his allocation of 10.
Muttley says 40 will be missing 1 bird with many stones, surely.
Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah.
That is the literal opposite of what you. Harriman says Bracewell has 140 versus India very recently. Yes, well, I don't know how long it took him to get those 140. Peter Smith says New Zealand need to start to take a risk now. Yes, I think probably with 5 overs to go, they can start on 5 wickets in hand. They can
I think so.
Swing the lead now a little bit.
No, surely the time.
I mean, you've got to try and score at least 50 runs from here, otherwise.
Yes. And I think there has been a 250 on this strip, which was sufficient, wasn't it? A couple of ago. So never say never, but it doesn't. But that was there was greater spin in that match. It just doesn't feel as if there's quite enough happening on this strip.
That was when the 3-point-something degree match, right?
That's right, 3.5 degrees. I think this is a
that was only 228, wasn't it? I think that match.
Well, there was a 250 which got defended. I mean, these tournaments go by so fast. I struggle to remember exactly which match was which, but there certainly was one where 250 was defended. Right, we're into power play number 3 for those who are keeping track of the power plays. No more than 5 fielders allowed inside the ring. In comes Shami for the start of his 7th over. He conceded a few off his 6th. He's coming into Mitchell. Big heave from Mitchell. Has he got enough of it? Yes, he has. One bounce to Cow.
1, 2, 3, 4.
No more than 5 outside. There's always going to be space to hit these.
Yeah. I mean, I won't say it's a free hit, but it more or less was, wasn't it? Even if he miscued it, would have gone roughly over the boundary, you'd have thought. So Shami's got to be really careful here. He doesn't let New Zealand off the hook, having gotten to this position from an Indian point of view. He's in again, puts that really short, and that's baseballed to one of the 2 sweepers on the leg side, and they'll come back for 2, not without a little bit of a scurry, but they make it okay.
It's very poor bowling by Shami at the moment. And that's how he's been bowling through the match, unfortunately.
I'm not sure what his strategy is here. What do you think his strategy should be?
I think it should be to bowl as full as he can here, because
wide and full on the advisory line.
Yeah,
he's definitely not doing that. That's 100% for certain. These have been half trackers, the last 2, more or less.
Yeah. When you don't have more than 5 outside, I mean, it's pointless trying to make these guys sky the ball.
Gets in a little closer to the stumps with that one. Flailed down past the man, 45 on the leg side for another one of these. Yeah, Mitchell moves on to 63, and this is making a little bit of a dent. 211 for 5 now. And that was the attempted off-cut. Well, it was an off-cutter. He just stood there and hit it. Shami with some thinking to do. The experience.
He's bowling rubbish at the moment.
Yep. It's a fair summary.
Why you wouldn't change Camille Kochia's view, which he says Darryl Mitchell with a match-losing innings here.
Well, maybe.
Maybe
Okay,
not.
that one is much fuller. It goes straight to the man at mid-off. It's Rohit. He snaffles it. The dangerous Mitchell is out.
That's all he needed to do.
That is indeed all he needed to do. The fuller ball did the work. The 6th wicket has fallen. 211 for 6.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Right, Shami would tell you he was lulling Mitchell into a false sense of competency.
Well, yes, maybe. I think Mitchell will be justifiably disappointed with that shot there. It was there to be smashed. It was a half volley just outside half stump. Maybe he was shot a little early, but it remains to be seen whether 63 off 101, whether it's glass half empty or half full. He has got 63, but off 101 balls.
Exactly.
He's still going to be the highest scorer.
Match losing innings.
Well, it's still 63, which they needed.
Yep. Well, he faced almost 7 maiden overs by himself, says Camille Kochia. Yes, and how he plays in final overs will decide his value. Yes, says DIY Guru. Well, we now know that.
I think that's what we can all agree on. Indeed, we'll know. Mitchell Santner is in at 8. The last hope, really, of New Zealand getting a decent total here.
And his jingle goes a bit like this.
Santner baby, get some drift into the pads for me. Been an awful good Kiwi. Santner baby, and dart them in quickly tonight.
He's got a 90 strike rate. He's got an average of 26 in ODI. It's not bad for a man coming in at number 8. But, I mean, he's no Shahid Afridi. He's a little more correct than that. In comes, that's right in the block hole. And he does well, actually, to dig it out as a nasty one to get first ball, dot ball.
And the puns are running in, and the super chats coming in. Jago was sending us £2 UK saying Trott's fault.
Trott's fault, okay.
For the Mitchell innings.
There's a lot of empty seats in the stadium, aren't there?
Yep.
I wonder why that is. It is a champion. It is a final.
India hasn't batted yet.
True. And that's right up in the block hole, more or less, by Shami to Santner, who hurries through and he's off the mark. So after 4-2-4, the first balls, he ended the over wickets .1, 212 for 6 New Zealand at the end of the 46.
Washam Akram says to me, Tahir Mohammed, said in the 1999 World Cup final that against Australia they just froze, and that was an amazing Pakistan team. And New Zealand are looking just the same here. Maybe. I still think the 2015 New Zealand side was probably a bit better, and the 2019 one was probably a bit better. The pressure is now on the New Zealand bowlers to win this game, says Anthony Pemberton. Oh, and more super chats from Mog.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
And he says, stuff this malarkey, I'm going to sleep. Excellent work, everyone. 10 Aussie dollars.
Thanks very much. And happy birthday once more to Jay Grover. It's Kuldeep in for the last of his allocation, 2 for 36 of his 9 so far. Down the wicket comes Santner, signs of intent, but it just sort of balloons off his pad, dot ball. He did. I mean, one question is, we always refer to South Africa as chokers, but at some point, are we not going to have to refer to New Zealand as chokers in finals as well? They never seem to...
If they lose this one, they should be.
It's going to be 3 or 4 then, isn't it? And that's chipped to mid-wicket. They hurry through for the single. Oh, no, we all want to be terribly friendly to the Kiwis, and they're everybody's second favourite team, blah, blah. But nonetheless, they can't seem to get over the line in these matches. They haven't lost it yet. Let's just emphasise that.
Well, they've been reaching the finals and semi-finals for every match, every ICC trophy for 10 years now.
Yeah, which is an impressive achievement for a country that's only got 5 million people.
But to your point, they haven't been winning anything.
That's a wide ball. Slightly surprised it wasn't called a wide, but perhaps just within the tram lines from Kuldeep. Bracewell.
Except the 2019 final. Oh, sorry.
You've been taken to task by a message here saying the New Zealand women have won the World Cup this year.
Oh, well, no, very
We're
good.
talking about the men.
I should have emphasised the men's team. Very good pickup. Thank you for that. Dot ball defended by Bracewell. Lots of applause. Not sure why. Dot ball, I suppose, at this stage.
Considering we've been all match calling them batsmen, I think that's something to worry about.
That's gone high in the air. It's landed between 2 fielders. Bracewell's got away with it. I think they'll have come back for 2. Yes, they do. Bracewell's moved on to 26 of 28.
Jay Grover says to you, fourth, and we can't refer to them as dark horses if they're not always getting, if they're always getting in the final.
Well, yes. Yeah, yes. I think actually it's a very impressive achievement for such a small country to continually punch above their weight to that degree.
Guru says
we need to be consistent. That's just clipped off. Just 1 second, Jace. That's just clipped off his legs for a single. The 47th over is completed. New Zealand 2 on 6 for 6. Yes, over to you, Jace.
Just to point out the fact that New Zealand have 100,000 registered cricketers, including men and women, says DIY Guru.
Yeah.
Which is
anyway, I'll come back to this after you do your messages.
Mick Thal says, can we spend more time complaining about the farce of India getting a special pitch to suit their spinners? Go, and India. Respond.
No, God. Surely this has been done to death by now.
I'm sure, exactly. Yes. To hear Mohammed more in hope than anything else says, I get the feeling India is going to choke.
No, well. It's all things are possible.
Would make it interesting.
They could, certainly.
New Zealand, very good, great fielding side. They get 3 wickets in the.
And they have 4 spinners, don't forget.
Powerplay. Ripples go through the dressing room. It's been known. It just doesn't look like a pitch where that sort of thing's going to happen. And India look as if they bat very deep as well. But that's a wide from Shami, a big wide.
Just as the last over was ending, my point on New Zealand is that they are playing at the highest level of the sport. They're one of the the top 10 teams in the world. So every time, if we say that they're punching above their weight, it's like trying to give them a handicap.
And that's cut very elegantly past the man at slip. But Jadeja, like a little whippet, comes around the boundary and cuts it off, and they just come back for 2. Santner's off the mark. Oh no, just 1. It was in fact a shot by. Assume it was a shot by Bracewell. Therefore,
no, it's Santner, I think.
Yeah, it was Santner. So why is that? Why have they still got him on strike? If it was a shot by Santner and it was a single, I'm confused.
Let's just marvel at Jadeja's fielding. I mean, it's not often you put your best fielder down at third man, but with the line that Shami is bowling to 2 left-handers, that is exactly where a lot of the balls are going to go.
No, that's a very good point.
It's Bracewell batting. They've got it wrong. It's great.
They've got Santner on strike, but this is surely Bracewell. Smashed by the anonymous New Zealand batsman straight down to long off for a single. I await clarification as to who's actually batting at any one point now. This is what Tony referred to as junior caption operator syndrome. They don't seem to, the coverage that we're following doesn't seem to have employed the highest caliber material with the captions during the competition.
Yeah. Whoever's doing it doesn't watch much cricket.
No, I don't think so, no. I think, is that Hardik Pandya getting a little bit of R&R from the masseur down on the boundary there? In comes Shami again. We think bowling to Bracewell? Yes. And that's cut again. Even Jadeja. No, Jadeja can cut that. It's not even Jadeja down there now. Yes, it is. So, sorry, there was a bit of a confused commentary on that ball. Net, 1 run. 220 for 6. Halfway through Shami's over. Current run rate 4.63, and you can't help but feel that won't be enough. Aerial shot of the ground.
And whoever's writing the captions has finally got it right.
Yes. Santner squeezes that away down, but it's only gone as far on the bounce to the man at long off. So far this over, wide, 1, 1, 1, 1. Perfect for India. Very happy with that. Shami's been relatively expensive, 1 for 57 off his 7.4 overs so far.
He's definitely not bowled well today. It's not been his day. Yeah.
That's true. He's bowled well in, would you say, in the competition so far?
Yes, he has. Yes.
And that's, right, so Bracewell's come right across the wicket and flicked it off his legs, fortunately past the leg stump, but it's gone all the way down to very fine leg for one of these.
With the super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocka, super shatter.
He'd have been better off just bowling a Yorker at the stumps as he saw Bracewell moving across. He followed him instead.
That was well played, though.
Yeah, very good shot. Very good shot.
From middle stump, virtually.
There's going to have to be a few more of those in the next 2.5 overs. And that's smashed. Jadeja, the whippet, cuts it off. And they come back for 2 to complete the over. 10 or so from it. Haven't quite added it up, but 227 for 6 off 48. 11, I think.
Lots of chats between Fluffy and Jay about something that's probably not relevant here. Eric J says, keep calm and carry on. Correlation is not causation, says Jay Grover. And Harriman says, this game reminds me of another final that took place recently, but that was washed out. So I don't know why the memory feels fresh.
Well, let's not forget that New Zealand scored, what was it, 249 in that famous 2019 final at Lord's. Yep. And, of course, it was never in doubt that England were always on course to win it, which they duly did, but...
very convincingly.
So, you know...
and that will not be mentioned.
Let's not say that it's all over till it's all over. Hardik Pandya, having gone for 18 of his first 2 overs, has been entrusted with the penultimate over.
Well put forth, since we're not supposed to mention fat women anymore on air.
Oh, okay, righto. And that is a slightly bizarre delivery, which is so slow that it sort of wafts past Santner's chest, bounces twice before it gets to the keeper, and is duly called a wide, I assume for going over Santner's head. That was rather odd.
Yeah.
Hardik Pandya contributing the 15th of the extras to the 228 total. In he comes again. That's a much more conventional delivery in the slot. Santner hits it all the way along the ground to long on for a single. .229 for 6. Yep, I mean they'll be targeting 250 from here. That's and that will give them, I don't know, what, 15 to 20% chance in my opinion, in my estimation. But you know, that's still a decent chance, I suppose.
I think 250 is going to be a fighting total here, which is going to make it a real match.
Yeah, let's hope so. Let's hope. To be honest, in from a neutral's point of view, let's hope they do get to 250.
Yeah.
Hardik Pandya, earrings gleaming, neck to 2 to the 4. Big blue wristband. None of the New Zealanders have complained about the wristband, as Dean Jones once did to Curtly Ambrose. They obviously can see the ball coming out of it.
Yeah, and all his friends in the team were annoyed at him for that.
Of course. One of the more stupid things to do on a cricket field. And that's smashed. Has it gone all the way? You bloody well bet it has. It's almost gone onto the second tier. That's a magnificent smash from Bracewell.
Quite a lot of anger in that one.
Clean as a whistle, as if he was playing the sort of second stroke to the green on a par 5 there.
I honestly don't understand why Shami and Hardik have both been bowling so short to Bracewell.
That's a great bit of fielding from Rohit, actually. Just diving full length, managed to cut it off in the covers, and they can only get a single. But yes,
it's just completely brainless approach.
The harshest critics are often our own people, and so is the case with the Ninja historically. Wide 6-1 so far, halfway through the over. It's already gone for 9, so 250 very much on the cards now. And that's a full toss, which has been scooped. Great bit of fielding there. Didn't quite see who it was. Virat sweeps up, and they've come back for 2. Of course it was Jadeja. Who else could it be? He's everywhere. And there's a big conference now. Big argument between Rohit, Shami and Virat. Goodness me. Big argument going on. Virat's furious. Shami's furious. Rohit's sort of trying to keep the peace, if anything. Don't know whether that was a little flashback to a while ago. Everything seems to have been sorted out now. Santner's on strike. He's 7 off 8. 2 balls of Hardik Pandya's over to go. He comes in again. That's the slower ball which works. And a loopy one which goes past the chest of Santner. He flails at it and completely misses. That's an incredibly valuable dot ball at this stage of proceedings. The classic off-cutter, which Mitchell Santner failed to read through the air. Having a quick chat with his partner. What do we do now? Try and smash it. Santner's going to have his work cut out for him. He's skipper, isn't he?
He is.
New Zealand.
Yes, he is.
He'll be thinking through his options as he goes back into the pavilion. He's not there yet, though, and he's got hold of that one. But who else? But Virat on this occasion. Oh, that's going to be so close. They came back for 2. Absolutely touch and go. I wouldn't be able to cut such a line call, that one. If you were to force me to say whether it was in or out, I'd say it might be out. But what did you think, you guys?
I thought he made it, actually.
All right.
I think it's a lot closer than you think of initially, because it didn't hit direct. It was quite a long way away, but he's gone, I think, by about 6 inches.
Yeah, this guy, I think he's gone. It was.
Yes, he is by a long way.
Yes, by 6 inches to a foot. He's gone. I think that's Santner gone, isn't it? Yes, that's shame. 1 over to go, but a lot can happen in 1 over. And we shall see what happens in the last over. Who's down to bowl it, do we think? Just haven't got the...
It's Jadeja, probably.
Probably Jadeja. In comes the 9th New Zealand batsman.
Funny. This guy, looking for his jingle, and here he is.
Batsman quaking at the crease. They feel the moment of release. Nathan Smith has got the power. He makes the sweat drip like a shower.
Right, so it's Nathan Smith. I think, unless the caption operator has goofed up again, it's going to be Bracewell on strike. He's 42 off 35, so that's what New Zealand want. He'll need to farm the strike off Shami's last over.
Oh, I can't believe they're giving it to Shami.
No, well... And that's a very wide ball, which has been cut and cuts. Even Jadeja's magic feet can't cut that one off. I'll leave a ninja to discuss whether that was a good ball or not in the circumstances.
I don't think it's a good ball. It's even better shot, though.
Shami threw the ball as far down the pitch as he could to hit the side, and Bracewell threw his bat as far as he could, and it went to the boundary. I think that about describes it.
Yes, I think so. And Jadeja almost did cut it off with his big old foot. And he was lucky not to twist an ankle there, actually, because he was going at some speed, but he avoided that fate. Bracewell on strike, 4 off the over, is 243 for 7, so 250 very much on the cards now. Same ball as last time, this time a big thick inside edge from Bracewell. I'll come back for 2 because there's no one in the inner circle on the leg side.
I think the umpire should be having a word there, running down the middle of the wicket.
Oh gosh, yes, you're absolutely right, yes. I mean, he went. That is not straight back and down the wicket, was it? He went on a huge sort of V shape there.
Yeah, that was the run out. I was thinking about the actual Michael Bracewell's 2 into the leg side, which is the ball.
Right. Very helpful, pointing out to the umpire by putting a finger in his air before they decided that it was in fact out. He decided, and he's right as well. And that's sort of punted by Bracewell down to the man at long on, Akshar. They're thinking about going back for 2. There's definitely not 2 there. So that leaves Smith on strike. I don't know what his credentials as a batsman are, but if he's coming in at number 9, I assume they're not that great.
They're better than 2 coming after him, I think. He's got first-class hundreds, but I'm not sure about the... Right. And he is very much a clean hitter of the ball.
So he knows which... Okay, so that's good. We're having a look at his strike rate and IDIs, but he's hardly... He's hardly tall, so that's misleading, I think. We'll go with Jason's analysis of hundreds in first-class cricket. He clearly knows how to hit a ball. Some Indians looking pensive in the crowd. In comes Shami, 3 balls to go. Smith on strike. Oh, big old Yorker, pinged at the stumps. Not a bad result for New Zealand because they've hurried through for either a leg bye or a cheeky single. 1 leg bye, in fact. With a ball like that, I know it's very hard to think in the moment, but he almost might have been better leaving it. Clearly, it was going down the leg side. He got a wide for it, but I mean, you rely on muscle memory to play those shots. You can't really think that through in a nanosecond. 2 balls to go. Bracewell on strike.
Shot.
Goes wide outside the off stump and flicks it past the man at square leg. They'll come back for 2, and that leaves the score at 249. So that's Michael Bracewell's 50.
50 runs, your 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done.
And I think in time that will, if New Zealand were to go on a win match, that will be regarded as a match-winning innings, modest as it is in aggregate. Last ball of the innings, Shami into Bracewell. Wide again, wide outside off. It's been hit down to long off. Of course, they'll come back for 2. They'll make it, and the score finishes up at 251 for 7. Bracewell's on 53. Smith never got off the mark. Shami ends up at once for 74 off 9. Well, I think at one stage
justifiably will earn the man of the match award if New Zealand win.
Absolutely. I think at one stage we were concerned that this might be a little bit of a walkover if New Zealand even failed to get to 220, but they did pull it round a bit in the last few overs. And Ninja, how do you see
ensured that?
How would you see the prospects of both teams going into the second half of the match?
I think New Zealand 60%, India 40% from here.
My word.
Wow, I'm surprised you gave New Zealand that much. I'd have thought it was more 70-30.
I was thinking more 70-30 in India's favour, yes.
I just think they've let them get away with way too much with very poor captaincy at the end. Rohit his bowling changes were exemplary through the innings, but I think he badly slipped up with giving Shami so many overs, Hardik so many overs when there was absolutely no need to do that. The spinners were bowling really well. The tail enders were in. I just think it was ranked bad captaincy at the end.
Well, we will soon see. Thanks, Aninda. I know you're back next for the denouement at the end of the innings.
Yeah.
I think I'm back immediately after the break. And so we come to the last ever from Gorilla Cricket Towers, Sydenham, podcast break at the midway interval. That's the last first innings of an ODI you'll ever get from Sydenham's Gorilla Cricket Towers. Don't worry, we will be still broadcasting, just not from Sydenham in the future. I'll hand you over to Jason, who's going to do the honours.
Right, well, I'm going to go through the very last messages to start off with. Tahir Mohammed says, if I can just get it back, I have to say, I really enjoyed your coverage throughout the tournament. When it comes to cricket, it's hard to find English-speaking channels everywhere is Indian, so thank you. Well, thank you very much.
I apologise for my presence.
Yeah. Tahir Mohammed says, Tulk smash time, come on New Zealand.
You're the harshest critic of India we've got on here.
This is true.
And we had a super chat from Jay Grover, £2, saying why is India so grumpy? Because he just doesn't like India not performing to 100% of their ability, I think. And he thinks that their captaincy has been a bit below par in this last 10 overs. Fluffy says 41 short again. I think that's always the case. Everyone thinks it's always 41 short. And what else was there? Jago was saying, I still believe in my birthday wish, so in the banality of cricket predictions, this is either going to be rubbish or jolly fun.
Yes, one of those two.
Brian DeShazo says, in New Zealand are 20 to 30 runs short. Mount Henry is such a huge loss. And Brian Ibis says, Seawolf for New Zealand's attempts to stop India, and I think that's a good place to finish on. So I'm just about to go and find the podcast and cue that up. We have, for your delectation in the interval, a Bishop and Bear talking about, I think this is the the prequel to the tournament, the Champions Trophy tournament. So it's interesting to see how things have panned out as the tournament has gone on. So here we go. See you in 30 odd minutes. Come on, play.
It's compared to FIFA's Confederations Cup in football, and it is, of course, a one-day, an ODI competition. It starts on Wednesday, and we've got lining up at the bar a cast of characters representing India. We have an Indo.
Hello.
So he's going to tell us who India are going to beat in the final. We've got the Bear, who's going to represent England, but he's here anyway because he's the boss. We've got Messi Jazz representing Australia.
Hello.
And all things cricket generally. And delighted to have the company of Tawid, who is going to give a much-needed voice to the often underrepresented Bangladesh. So welcome to you, Tawid. So I'm going to start with you, I think, if we don't mind. First of all, what would you like to drink, Tawid? What can we get you from the panoply of drinking options at the bar?
I was thinking, what would a appropriate drink be? Well, we're going to Pakistan, aren't we? So maybe a mango lassi.
You are, India aren't, but yes, a mango latte. We can do that. We've got everything you need, although I'm not sure how many mangoes we've got, but I'm sure that we can find something. Well, let's start with Bangladesh then. What are your reasons to be optimistic, Tawid? Give us a few to cheer us up.
Yeah, reasons to be optimistic. So, yeah, I guess there is a bit of a feel-good factor, I'd say, maybe returning to Bangladesh cricket. So it feels like there's a bit of a new dynamism within the team, and that's particularly, I'd say, because Phil Simmons, who's come in as head coach towards the back end of last year, and as you get a new coach with any team, there's always a bit of a reaction, a positive reaction normally within the team, and that seems to be happening with Bangladesh. They've come off the back of a really impressive tour, I'd say, of the Caribbean back in sort of November, December last year. Beat West Indies at Sabina in a test match at Sabina Park, which is no mean feat, and ended up drawing the test series. They didn't go well in the one-day series with the West Indies there, but all in all, it was an impressive tour there. So that, there should be some good vibes within the team. In terms of the team itself, so I mean, it's a bit of a double-edged sword maybe, but they seem to have moved on from the baggage that comes with Shakib, and also with Tamim Iqbal as well, to maybe to a lesser extent. So I think that can only be a positive. I think for years now, the team has been dominated by really both of those figures, mostly because of what seems to happen off the field rather than what seems to happen on it. I think for a long time now, the team have actually moved on from Shakib for sure, in terms of just look at the number of games that he and Tamim have played in the last sort of 12 to 24 months. So they've definitely moved on from that. And, I think the team will be more enterprising and more dynamic.
Isn't it the pace attack that seems to be getting quite a few people excited from a Bangladesh perspective, which is not normally where you think first. If you think Bangladesh, you don't go great pace attack, but they've got the likes of
they've got a Fizz.
Well, they've got Shanto, haven't they, who's pretty sharpish.
Well, no, he's a captain. He's a batter, but no, Nahid Rana, is the real kind of.
Taskin, I was thinking of. Sorry.
Fine. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so you've got Taskin Ahmed sort of leading the attack, and he has been now for a number of years. And And yeah, Nairana's the real kind of pace spearhead, regularly clocking sort of 90 mph plus 150 k's plus. Had a great tour of the Caribbean, smashed a load of helmets. Did the same when he was in Pakistan back in sort of September time.
That was when they won the Test series, wasn't it?
That's right, yeah. So, and yeah, actually they'll be playing in Rawalpindi, so they've got 2 matches in Rawalpindi, which is where they won both of those tests. So they should have good memories of that ground there as well. But yeah, you're right, PH plus 150 Ks plus. Had a great tour of the Caribbean, smashed a load of helmets. Did the same when he was in Pakistan back in sort of September time.
That was when they won the Test series, wasn't it?
That's right, yeah. So, and yeah, actually they'll be playing in Rawalpindi, so they've got 2 matches in Rawalpindi, which is where they won both of those tests. So they should have good memories of that ground there. And so, you know, not you know, there is that sort of element of surprise, the unexpected. So, so yeah, all cause for optimism. I say on the downside, bizarrely, they haven't really played many ODIs recently. So the last sort of ODI series they had was against West Indies, which was back in December. They've then sort of all gone and played the BPL pretty much for the last month or 2. So, you know, they're coming into the tournament a bit cold. In fact, I think they're playing a Pakistan 11 as we speak, which is their only warm-up match. So it's a real... yeah,
I think it's the Pakistan Shaheens.
That's right.
So it doesn't count as an official ODI in the records. Yeah, I got to say, their form, if you look at 24-25, doesn't really fill us with optimism. So you've got to find some good counter arguments. I mean, what was it? They lost 3-0 in the West Indies. They lost 2-1 in Sharjah, didn't they, against Afghanistan?
That's right.
They did beat Sri Lanka.
Yeah, that's going back about a year, I think. So
it is. That's 24-25, but obviously nothing yet apart from an unofficial game in 25. So the form book looks pretty stinky, really.
It does, and you know, if you think back to like the last 50 over World Cup as well, they got beaten by the Netherlands there. The only 2 teams that they ended up beating were Afghanistan and famously Sri Lanka, courtesy of a timed out.
Oh yeah, that dodgy shit that went down.
Absolutely. I mean, it's quite ironic because, you know, Shakib absolutely instigated all of that. I often think that, you know, his name should be on the scorecard there. You know, when you get a run out and in brackets you've got, you know,
the person's name,
executed it. They should be timed out brackets Shakib. But anyway,
is Shakib out of the side mainly because of his political things and all that's gone on with Sheikh Hasina and all the crap that's
one of the big reasons. But the other thing is that he's
old. He's
old, but he was done for chucking. So back to the one game that he played for Surrey against Somerset, which Surrey actually ended up losing. He ended up bowling a ridiculous number of overs throughout both innings, and then subsequently, well, it was a bit weird. About a month or 2 later, he gets called for chucking. He actually played 2 Test matches in India after that. Stint with Surrey. So yeah, it was all very bizarre. But yeah, he's been done for chucking. He's been tested twice. Once at Loughborough, once at Chennai. He's failed both tests, but it is really bizarre because
he's a divisive character.
That's kind of weird. He's lasted his entire career and gets called at the end. That's a bit strange, isn't it? Yeah.
It's about being sent off in the last game of your career after the final whistle's gone. I mean,
yeah. Well, I mean, I've never really thought he chucked it, but hey, there you go.
Yeah, it's a bit strange.
Well, I'm conscious. We've also Jim has just wandered into the bar. I should say.
He looks like he's just got out of bed, to be honest. Or are you in bed, Jim?
The saloon door open, and
you're on mute.
As he's just arrived, you're on mute, Jim.
And we should.
He's all right. We'll catch it later. He's just nipped to the loo, or he's just chatting to a friend in the corner.
You've got to turn the mute button, bottom left.
I was trying to keep there the illusion that we are actually in a pub.
Well, I know.
But, you don't walk into a pub with a mute button, do you? But there we go. I did.
Some of us are getting a bit thirsty, Tony. We haven't even been offered a fucking drink yet.
All right, if you want the drink, I'll do the drinks all round first. So Tawid, we know he wants his mango lassi, so that's already sorted. Messers, what can we get you?
I'd like a mojito, please.
You can have a mojito. It's
with white rum.
Not a particularly manly drink, but that's up to you. And then... And Indo, what can we get you?
I'd have a Bloody Mary, thank you.
A very wise choice. We do
Late
a particularly
afternoon.
good Bloody Mary here. It's the ideal sundowner in my book, and we do a fabulous one in the Bishop and Bear.
Well, I hate fucking Bloody Marys because they got tomato juice in, which is obviously... But aren't they? They're a hangover cure, aren't they? Supposedly.
Can be.
Well, you first got to get the hangover, so I'm working on it.
Well, I'm not offering you a drink because you're the landlord. You can just help yourself to whatever
I've got a bottle of Jameson's next to me. Don't you worry.
Right. And Jim, are you with us now?
Can you hear me now?
You walked in like it was a western. You smashed the saloon doors open. You strode to the bar, and then you didn't say a word.
Oh no, my bad, man. Sorry, I've been up. Well, I've stayed up, obviously, to join in with the esteemed company that's on here. I've spent the whole day putting together my newspaper. You see, I've got it goes print on Wednesday, so just Mondays are a big day.
Okay.
And she's well after midnight, so I might as well settle in and at the bar, as you say.
And what can we get you then?
Well, I'm a teetotaler, you see, so
I remember that from before.
I'm just going to stick to Coke, no sugar. That's pretty much it.
You want a strong coffee? Just to see you through this chat.
I don't drink coffee either, but I'll have a Coke, no sugar, but it'll be a large pint glass filled with ice because it's hot as a bastard at the moment. So
we can definitely do that.
Such a changed man from when I first met you, Jim.
Yeah, I know. I have changed, man. Yeah,
bags full of beer you used to come into the studio with, but hey, but you look a lot healthier for it. Must be said.
Let's get back to Tawid because we rather cut him off to ensure everyone got their drinks. I mean, one question I had for you is you've got a nice, gentle, easy start. You know, when you look at the Bangladesh's games, underdogs India. So how do you fancy what can Bangladesh do to beat India? And don't just say score more runs and take more wickets. But
I think you've kind of. Kind of alluded to it there, really. I think they just need to treat it as a free hit. It's, no one's expecting them to win. If ever, it's such a cliche, isn't it, to go out, play with freedom, blah, 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 fearless cricket, etc., etc. But if ever there was a time to do it, it would be in that very first game against India. Like you say, no one's expecting them to win. I suppose in their favour, they've always had a reasonable record actually against India. They did beat them in a bilateral series. It was in Dhaka a few years ago. I was at that series. Phenomenal. A couple of matches that they won from. They ended up. I think they were about 6 or 7 down, and they still had over 100 odd to chase in both of those games that they ended up winning. But they did so.
And famously at the 2007 World Cup.
That's right, of course. Yeah, with a very young Tamim Iqbal smacking Zahir Khan over his head. So, yeah, there's good memories there for them. But yeah, I guess
semi-finals in 2017, wasn't it? That's the furthest they've got, I think. If I'm right.
That's right. So yeah, you never know if they could, I think the toss. So they're playing India in Dubai as well, which isn't a particularly high-scoring ground. I think it's a day-night game, so the dew could well come into it. So the toss could well be important if they win that toss, manage to restrict India to something, I don't know, half gettable, and then if the dew comes into it, hopefully the ball will come on nicely for the Bangladesh batters, and off they go. I mean, what I would say is that they're a team that they've always been a bit fragile in terms of their confidence. So if somehow they do end up beating India, they can get on to a bit of a roll, and you only need to win 2 games really to potentially get through to the semis. So who knows?
So do you see them getting to the semis? Yes or no?
No.
Brilliant. So, reasons to be confident.
All that optimism
heavily qualified
down.
So forget everything I said. Basically, we have
no.
We haven't got a chance in hell.
20 minutes telling us why Bangladesh is not going to get to the semi-final.
So, all right then, Tawid, who's your tip for the tournament then? Who's your tip for the tournament?
Well, it's difficult to look past the big dogs, isn't it? Australia, India. I mean, it's I think it's interesting in terms of actually the number of players that are absent from both of those lineups, and just how big a part that might play. Obviously, Jasprit Bumrah's going to be missing the tournament, and he's been such a linchpin, more than a linchpin, a match winner for India in all formats, really. So yeah, I'd expect both of those teams to be there or thereabouts. Don't want either of those teams to win it particularly. So let's go with who wouldn't we mind winning it? Well, I always hesitate to say South Africa, but maybe New Zealand, as we've got Jim on the call.
Well, funny you should say that, because that tees us up very nicely, because I'm very conscious poor old Jim, he's now slumped. He came in all perky with his Diet Coke, and he's sort of slumped now in the corner of the bar, conscious with his newspaper though has been put to bed for the day. Jim, what are you? First of all, Kane Williamson today signs for Middlesex. He's playing for us next season.
I just saw that on Instagram. Actually, that was news to me until 5 minutes ago. So.
Middlesex were obviously very proud of it. They didn't even send out an advance press release. They sent it out. Yeah.
Well, he's barely been sighted all summer here, so he's kind of fallen off the radar a little bit, to be perfectly honest. He hasn't been playing the domestic competition. The Super Smash here, he's been flogging himself in South Africa for more rand, as they say. So yeah, but it's good. I mean, it's good to have him back in the team. He's not someone I particularly enjoy watching bat. That might be a little bit controversial, but I just like sort of guys that are a bit more agricultural. I think just like crash and bash. And,
he does have elements of root. You look up and he's on 40.
He
but
does.
You don't actually quite remember how he got to it. Yeah, I think there is a bit of that about him.
Well, for me, it's more the annoying bat flick he does every delivery. He rolls the bat a few times in his hands, a bit Steve Smith-esque, but without the.
If he gets a few hundreds for Middlesex, he can twiddle his sodding back.
I'm sure he'll get a few hundreds for Middlesex. Christ, fan over here, yeah.
That's right, yeah. Are they still in Division 2, or are they?
Yes, we are still in Division 2. But anyway, so let's get to New Zealand, though, rather than Kane specifically. Reasons to be cheerful. What's good? What fills you with optimism for your Kiwis?
Well, yeah, I am actually quite optimistic about this. They're in good form, given they won this little tri-series thing they had the other day, which is probably more of a lead-in or better lead-in than a lot of the teams have had. They've got a settled lineup. I think that's part of it. Devon Conway appears to be scoring a few runs again. I think Lockheed Ferguson's been withdrawn now, but he was, it was good to see him back. But I think he's injured again, and they've called in Duffy, I think, who hits the deck pretty hard. I actually saw him a bit this domestic summer, and he might surprise. Actually, I mean the pitches won't probably suit him that much, but he bowls a heavy ball, as they say, and I think with the ever improving. Will O'Rourke, who's rapidly developing into a pretty good bowler, actually.
He's rapid.
He's good, yeah. I mean, he's
from Kingston Bear.
150 mark, yeah.
He's going to be good, isn't he? He comes from Kingston on Thames.
That's right.
We breed some good cricketers in Kingston on Thames.
Well, I thought he was the pick of the Kiwi bowlers in that Test series, which you lost to us not that long ago. But he was good. There were some spells in that were properly testing.
Yeah, I mean. As I said, he's definitely come along and rapidly. Ben Sears is another guy who's got a bit of gas about him, and he gets a bit of white line fever too. Sears off the field, he's quite a
feisty.
He's always a lot more subdued than he is on the field. But he just gets red rag to a ball once he gets a ball in his hand, which is good. But And I feel like Nathan Smith, who's come into the team, sort of an all-rounder, bit of a farm boy, I think, originally from down south, but he's got a little bit about him. I think he played for one of the counties this year.
I can tell you he's got a cracking jingle.
Oh, is it?
Got sent to it, yeah. Got sent to us. Yeah. Well, no, because Mog's only just sent us to a spare, and I don't know you don't listen to him in advance. No. Whereas I do quality control. Of all,
there is no
jingles.
Control of quality. I don't know what you're on about.
The fact is 100% of them pass, but I like to listen to them. And it's let me think. What is it? It's an old Westlife song, I think. Definitely into Ronan Keating in there, but it's great.
Unfortunately, I've worked out that we can't use Shroud Fire's jingle anymore, which is really annoying because that got dinged on fucking YouTube.
Anyway, we're back to poor old Jim. But yes, Nathan Smith does have a great jingle. So you were talking about Nathan Smith, Jim.
Yeah, I think he's got a little bit about him. As I said, he played for one of the counties this year. I just can't recall which one. There's so many of them.
18.
There you go, 18. Probably should be less, but that's another argument, isn't it? And, I mean, they look good aside from the spinners, I think. I think that might be the one Achilles heel. They're desperately trying to turn Glenn Phillips into an off-spinner. He was a net bowler up until a couple of seasons ago, but now he's one of those guys that can sort of do anything. So he's coming along. There's part-time stuff as well.
There's no wrist spinner, is there?
No, Michael Bracewell is pretty much a part-timer as well. Well, he's a bit more than that now, but they picked those three guys to back up Santner. I don't know. I think that could be a downfall, to be honest with you. But
same problem that we have, really.
Well, it was quite. I mean, another publication referred to a cream in the batting lineup, but I think they said the seam attack was squishy, which I think they meant possibly vulnerable and likely to be hit. How would you defend your Kiwis against that accusation, or is there some truth in it?
Well, I think anybody can be hit these days if they bowl quick enough. I think Santner's, he brings himself on to drag back the rate usually, and he's pretty effective at that. It's pretty rare for him to get hit, but I think any of the bowlers could. I don't know who wrote that, but I would back any bowler to get thrashed around. If conditions don't suit. Matt Henry's developed into a pretty good seamer. He's quite well regarded across.
Will they be conducive conditions though? That's the only challenge. We saw in India with England's seamers. It was basically, buffet open, throw the ball to Gus Atkinson, help yourself.
I just hope that they don't resort to just bowling cutters and taking the pace off, which is a bit lame. You might as well just pack a team medium paces if you're going to do that. But yeah, look, I think we've got to punch his chances. Probably the way I'd put it. Coming off, as I said, some good form. It's a big gap in the domestic international season here because they're all taken up overseas. There's nothing much happening here. It's pretty flat, to be honest. Timing is pretty bad. So they should be all relatively well rested and that sort of carry on. And as I said, they had a good performance the other day, albeit against Pakistan and South Africa, who didn't really look like they were trying too hard, from what I saw anyway. But it's all momentum in these tournaments, isn't it? And we do have some, some history. I think we won this a few years back. Well, probably 20 years ago or so. I can't remember. Yeah. And Chris Ken slugged one down the leg side. And I remember him taking off.
I think you won the second one.
It was the first one, wasn't it?
It was either the second or the first. It was the one in Kenya, from memory. New Zealand. Let's have a look.
That was the first time we'd won anything anywhere, so that was good.
You did. You won it in Nairobi in 2000, which of course
was
a long old time ago. To be fair.
Yeah, exactly.
You have got one of my favourite cricketers in Daryl Mitchell. Do you think he's going to shine in this one? This tournament?
Son of Mitchell, they call him here. But he
the rugby player.
Yeah. Well, he was an England coach. His father, so he's been a little off colour. He's coming back into form, I think, but he's probably not at the heights he was when he was in England a couple of years back when he got that score. Was it Lords or something? Or was that Conway got a big score? But Mitchell, they couldn't.
Well, we are back with you.
and the New Zealand team are huddling. I'm going to be joined by Jason, and who else are we expecting? Forthy, who's never. Oh, he is here. I was about to diss you by going, you have a reputation for occasionally not being on time after lunch. But you are absolutely here. Now,
J'accuse, I think is what you meant to say.
However, I can think of some reasons to be cheerful for New Zealand. Here are a few. 251 for 7 they made. That's a couple more than India made against them on this ground in the group game. So although they lost that by 44 runs in the end, didn't they? Nonetheless, they've made a better score than India did. It's the second highest score of the tournament on this ground. Only Australia beat it, although they did go on to lose. But nonetheless, I think, chaps, it's competitive. Forthy, what do you reckon?
I think it's a bit less competitive than that, because I think that India have got the mastery of this strip. The ball's not turning much. There's no Matt Henry. I think it's 75-25 India.
Well, Henry is, I agree, a big loss. I mean, 10 wickets at 16 odd. Took 5 for 42 here against New Zealand. That clearly is going to be against India. That is a big loss. But 252 is what.
Shall I tell you what Twitter thinks? Or
you can certainly do that just before we jingle up some folk.
Mindset says, how can you end up short on runs with 3 wickets in hand? If you end up with a below par score, you should be all out.
I agree with that. I mean, Phillips came in and made a few, didn't he?
And probably the other one that's worth saying
34.
is
Bracewell, 50.
Nikhil Panchal. Kiwis need early wickets. A good competitive total has been made.
Yep, I think we all. That's 40, not so much. I kind of would agree with that. Let's jingle up Rohit, India captain. And is he going to be facing first? Yes, he is. The 37-year-old, 5th in the ODI rankings, best of 264, which indeed you just heard.
He's not getting that today.
Immortalised in song. Well, no, he won't get that today because, there aren't enough runs on the board for him to do it. Shubman Gill, of course, is the other opener. His best is 208. I might be able to find out again who each of the. Do you remember who the 264 was against, Jace?
Sri Lanka rings a bell.
We shall have a look and see. It's going to be Kyle Jameson, the tall frame of
Beanpole number 1.
Kyle Jameson. I can't really tell you, to be honest, if he's bowling from the Emirates Road end or the Dubai Sports City end, on the grounds that there isn't a huge amount to differentiate the landmarks of this bowl.
I don't think there'll be anyone listening who'll be throwing their transistor radio against the wall in disgust at you.
Or indeed, we'll have a transistor radio. Jameson in, beats the outside edge, kept a little bit low, a little dabble from Rohit, through it went to Joe. It was Latham. Through it went to Latham. Didn't get up that much, which probably worked in its favour.
They low, didn't it? Yeah. I used to have a transistor radio when I was doing the ironing and the laundry. I was a faithful little friend for many, many years.
Oh, absolutely. No,
I still have one.
I've still
got a tiny little one that sort of branded one for that got given to me.
There's a slip. That's launched. It was shorter. It did get up, and Rohit said, "Thank you very much. I'm going to launch that over deep mid wicket for 6." Up go the arms of umpire Illingworth, and immediately India are up and running in their reply.
Damn! That 6 is on fire.
Yeah, that's just where Rohit likes it early on. Just gets him into the groove as well. Bit of a half tracker there.
Well, very much so. What's he hit? 66 overs. Most sixes in overs 1 to 10. 66 to Rohit Sharma. He's got more than anyone else in this format. Flicked nicely off his toes. Backward a square. Nathan Smith is coming running around from long leg. And they will come back
for 2, so 8 off the first 3 from Jameson. You do sense, chaps, it's a spin-off contest, and pace, as we saw with Mohammed Shami, is not necessarily the weapon of choice.
Well, how long their first spells are going to be.
I think that India only bowled 12 overs of pace in their innings, and they went for over 100. Not much less than all the other overs of spin, actually.
That's left alone by Rohit outside the off stump. Through it goes to Latham.
Well, admittedly, Shami and Hardik Pandya did not bowl particularly well.
No,
Shami in particular.
Rohit on 8, all of them. Shubman Gill yet to get a look in. It's all been even numbers in terms of the run scoring, a 6 and a 2 in a dot ball sandwich. What's the tall Jameson got? That looked a bit wide. It was a bit floaty. It was outside of off stump. He wanted to give it width, and Richard Illingworth says, too much width, my tall friend. And that is one of these.
Wide.
You have to judge those so well, don't you?
Yeah, you do. You've got no margin for error, really, just getting that absolutely just within the tram lines. It must be quite hard for an umpire to keep his weight down when you have a look at these fellows. I suppose they're just standing up.
That's a better ball. That had a just short of a length, wide of off stump, bit of bounce as well. And it was left by Rohit as a mid-off, a very short cover, a point and a backward point, all pretty much on that sort of ring covering off the cut shot that and the glide that Rohit
very
likes.
nice seam position. Very nice seam position, but he could see it all the way, and it's shaped early away from him, and those are the relatively easier ones to leave.
In comes Jameson. That has a little bit of shape to it as well. Defended really into the offside. Bracewell does the fielding. It's the end of the first over. It's 9 without loss. Decent start for India. And Jason, have we got any decent starters in the start of the second?
Jay Grover says,
innings?
calling a 37-year-old geriatric, it's hitting hard today.
Oh, who called? Is that Jay? Who called Jay a geriatric?
No, you called Rohit a geriatric.
I didn't. Not me. Certainly wasn't me.
I didn't.
Fluffy said you should have opened with Santner and Phillips.
Yeah. Do you know what? I think that is an interesting idea.
And Jay goes, should have opened with Krampus. Deepak Krampus did it once before, said Fluffy.
Well, it is going to be all pace because it's it's Kingston's finest. The young, very young-looking 23-year-old right-arm medium from Kingston on Thames, Will O'Rourke.
Really don't like the bowlers today. Calling him medium's a bit harsh as well.
He's got a slip. He's into Shubman Gill, who prods away towards cover, and there is no run.
Which king was the king of Kingston? Was Henry VIII have something going on down there?
Well, he has a palace just up the road.
Must be him.
Yes, you go to it quite a lot when you go to see the beavers.
And of course, the palace was built with bricks, where all the clay that made the bricks came from Claygate. Hence Claygate, 40. There you are.
This again, we love our history lessons on.
O'Rourke, that goes down leg. Don't think he got any bat on that, did Gill? Indeed, he didn't. So our man from Box Hill in Victoria, Paul Rifle, can give that as the second wide of the innings. Where is it? Here, we'll play this one. Best historic market town is Kingston, and has been for many years. A long history indeed. O'Rourke in, that's down leg as well as a whippy attempt to glide down to fine leg. I'm not sure he got anything on that. No, he didn't. And Pistol goes, whoa, I've got to give another one. It's another extra. I'm not going to even jingle this one. Oh, go on then. All right.
I bought the house I'm living in a boardroom auction in Box Hill, Victoria.
Did you, by Jove? Oh, well,
Yeah.
there we go. There we go. O'Rourke over the wicket. That's better, and as a result, it's defended towards that short point fielder on the offside, and there is no run. He was, but a poor rifle. He was part of the victorious 1999 World Cup winning side for Australia.
Yeah.
Took 1 for 29 at Lords, and that one I think was in Zaman ul Haq, which is not a bad one to get.
Not at all bad. He was, I mean, very much under the radar, unglamorous, little mentioned component, but he did have his part to play for a few years either side of
Yeah, he made some lower order runs as well, as I recall. He could wield a bat. That's whipped away by Rohit off his toes. Fielders are off in pursuit. They got not a chance of getting that. That was a beautiful shot from Rohit Sharma. It's got him 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And Jason, one of these.
Super chat.
Oh, we are being really spoilt today from Brian and Brisbane. Delivery in 30 minutes or so.
Oh, our cup
and gives
is
us the code for it as well.
Run a thing over. Frothy, you've been missing out on so much. We've had beers, we've had pan au chocolats, we've had bacon butties. That's whipped away again. Rinse and repeat. Hasn't got quite the same legs, and this time I think it's Nathan Smith who is. Is that Nathan Smith? It's hard to tell. But he'll restrict them to 2. Yes, it was. In the side, of course, because that shoulder injury to Matt Henry has kept him out. He seemed close to tears when he failed that pre-match fitness test.
Yeah, it's a great shame. Brian does sometimes send things to me too, by the way.
Well, he's a remarkably generous man. I mean, he's that generous. He's A, sent us something, and B, paid us money to tell us about it. I mean, that is purely, simply magnificent. 18 without loss. 2 balls left in the second over. It's a good start, this, for India. This one, though, is just pushed into the onside, where it's fielded by Bracewell.
Feels a bit.
O'Rourke will get away with a dot ball.
Suppose they're straining for wickets, but it feels a bit loose thus far. Coming to the end of the second over, we've had 2. This is going to be an 8-ball over.
Yeah.
It just feels they're spraying it about a bit, looking for the magic delivery, perhaps trying too much, maybe.
Who did India open with? I mean, they clearly opened with Shami, but did they then?
Pandya.
Hardik Pandya. Didn't bowl that many, I don't think. That's driven. Oh, that's a glorious shot by Rohit. He opened his shoulders, angled the bat, drove it away between cover and extra cover, and it has gone for a fabulously elegant one of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
And while you enjoy the sheer musicality of that, have one of these.
Super chat.
Jacob is not to be outdone. He says, I've equated GC with Babette's feast.
Well, it has been a magnificent day today for us. I mean, comestibles wise,
yes, it's
been superb.
In more mundane things,
22 without loss after 2, Jason.
We have a limerick from John Cena. He said, in the finals, New Zealand took flight with hopes soaring high. What a sight! But England struck fast, a bowling amassed, left Kiwis lamenting the night.
Very nice. Single dabbed down to third. They take a single.
And Lockie 6 makes the point that it's totally a moral victory for New Zealand. The real final was against South Africa. High all from Dara Zizi.
I was making the point to Aninda at some point. New Zealand are going to have to accept that they are the new chokers if they keep getting to finals. And
well, yeah, I think
it's a bit harsh.
That would be a little bit harsh under the circumstances in which they've lost them. Jameson wide, but I don't think that was a wide. That seemed to move away after it had gone past the bat. I think he'll get away with that one. Remember, 69 for 1 was where New Zealand were in their power play. Just Will Young, who had fallen.
There's no real pressure on the Indian batsman here. They know there's a loose ball coming, so they're quite happy to just watch that one.
I mean, you've got to get some overs out your seamers if you've got 4 with 2 frontline spinners and 2 more part-timers. That's a swing and a miss by Rohit. There's a better ball from Jameson as well. It was just a little bit fuller, still teasing him outside of off stump. Had he gone for the drive, he might have got some reward. Didn't seem like quite the right selection of shot to me there, Forthy.
No, I think that's right. I think Rohit generally has been in good form this tournament, but not in completely in the groove. Say Shubman Gill looks completely in the groove, whereas Rohit's maybe just aging a bit. Who knows what, but not quite the Rohit at his prime.
He's put a catch down. Oh, and there again, dropped. Possibly a little bit, maybe a slower ball bouncer, and Rohit almost swung himself off his feet. But this, for Kyle Jameson, has been a terrific over, to be honest. Because, Rohit swings and misses, just a single from it. I don't think we've jingled up Kyle Jameson. He has a longish jingle, but we can probably squeeze it in after the next ball for you. Here he is. But we'll wait for this next delivery.
Keep your powder dry.
Keep your powder dry. The slip is in. It's worked off his legs. Pass square leg. They should come back for 2. They do. Comfortably enough. 2.5 overs, 25 without loss. Here is Kyle Jameson.
And that's the story of how Kyle Jameson became a man.
Yeah, selection of scores from Rohit so far in this tournament, which have been okay without really getting going. 41 off 36 against Bangladesh, 21 off 15 against Pakistan, 15 off 17 against New Zealand, and Jameson indeed was the man to get him there. And 38 off 29 against Australia. So he's not really gone big yet, and that won't help him on this occasion, because it's just pushed back to Jameson. Got his wicket in the group game. He's only gone for 3 in that over, so none for 12 off his 2. 25 without loss after 3. Jason is combing your messages as we speak.
Data says, afraid this is going to be a damp squib of a match, to which Fluffy responds, most squids are damp.
Well, I think it's. I'm going to stand up for New Zealand here. It's too early to be calling squibs on New Zealand's behalf. I do think let their spinners have a ball or 2.
South Africa remain their chokers. They've won 1 knockout game ever, which compared to New Zealand is probably true.
Oh right, yes. Sorry, I'm with you. Well, New Zealand have won this, admittedly a long time ago. This tournament. That one is defended into the onside off the bowling of Kingston's O'Rourke.
It almost feels like a different tournament when the final was in Nairobi. The first Soccer World Cup in 1930, there's only 13 teams. And there's going to be 64 in a couple of World Cups' time. Things change and evolve over time.
Well, the only time cricket's been in the Olympics there was 4 teams, 2 of them from the same country.
As we'll wait.
Is that right? Okay.
O'Rourke is into Shubman Gill, who leans forward, guides the ball past backward point. Phillips comes running around from third to field, and they will take 2. Wasn't it Chris Cairns who made runs, I think, in Nara, made 80 odd, that got them that? And that was against India, if I'm right, if I believe.
I think so.
Yeah, they'd be injured by 4 wickets with just 2 balls remaining.
A very different India 25 years ago.
Well, it was. And it wasn't. I've shortchanged poor old Chris Cairns. He made 102 not out. So he was very much the match winner in that game. That's down leg. Gill has a swish and a miss, and that, I would imagine, should be signalled a wide. No, not on this occasion.
No, I think it's wide under the dot underneath.
Oh, it is wide. I just didn't see Paul Rifle. Yeah, poor old Matt Henry. We're seeing film of him, and utterly heartbroken.
Distraught.
to not make this 10 wickets. Leading wicket taker in this tournament so far, Varun Chakravarti, just behind him with 9. Well, that ain't going to change.
And that's true. He's going to finish up that way.
So he may not. I couldn't see who else was on that list.
No, I
can
couldn't.
have a quick look at who the other leading scorers are. Now, there is a short delay because it seems as though, is it Shubman Gill needs a little bit of attention? No, it's Rohit.
He's coughing and spluttering something.
Something. Did the throw hit him? There's a lot of concerned looking Indian fans.
I'm imagining that's Mrs. Rohit and a little Rohit looking particularly.
The Rohitette.
the
rose hip syrup. Do you remember rose hip syrup?
Yeah, I do remember rose hip syrup. Yeah,
I used to be given that. Yeah, it was all right, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I remember my mum used to put it on top of ice cream.
Oh, did she?
Bizarrely, yeah.
Steve Bruce says the Gorillas have had more deliveries than we have seen in this game today.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Very good.
They've almost come as rapidly as Jadeja and Axar Patel in partnership.
And
Jadeja particularly. Gosh, he gets through his overs quick.
Brian in Bismarck says, forgot to say, Message S has the DOB info. That's very good to us in Perth. For the delivery.
I think I just gave my date of birth.
So did I.
I think all you have to do from the date of birth is just give your own, because you're the one receiving the alcohol if it's alcohol. What you do need though is the code.
Well, how can I prove it's not your date of birth? What difference does it make?
Well,
you can give any idea, can't you?
As this one's just pushed into the onside, Shubman Gill by now. Well, I think you can use your judgment even as a delivery driver. You know,
True.
If you've got a 7-year-old who claims to be born in 1936, you know,
that's true, yeah.
you can probably spot the subterfuge. 28 without loss.
Very good young Australian band called Delivery. I can recommend if you're interested in that sort of thing.
Not Deliverance. That's something else
No,
entirely.
that's for something very different.
O'Rourke, and he comes again. Oh, he's flamingoed by Shubman Gill. Shoveled him round the corner, really. Ravindra dives. Coming around from deep fine leg. Come back for a comparatively rare beast, it must be said. A 3. I don't think we've seen many of those.
No, I think that's
if any today, that might be the first one today. Yes.
Yeah, I can't remember any in the West New Zealand innings. But Ravindra chased that down in exactly the same fashion as Jadeja spent the entire match chasing things down on the boundary.
He did rather.
Scampering around like a ferret.
30 scampering like a ferret. 30 without loss. Not one you put down your trousers, as the bear was telling us about the other day with his dodgy Uncle Fred or whoever it was. That's away towards cover. No run. Was it Uncle Roger? I think it might have been Uncle Roger.
Yeah.
One of the most touching scenes in The Archers is when Joe Grundy has to put down his ferrets as a cost-saving mechanism. There's grown men crying when they were listening to that.
I'm not surprised.
Selling their pelts for cash.
Can't
be what you have a lot of
last
ferrets.
ball of the 4th over to get us off the tear-jerking subject of ferret pelts. That's a big shout from O'Rourke. It kept low as an attempted whip to leg. No, says the man from Box Hill. I don't think any of the New Zealand fielders, and most particularly Captain Mitchell Santner, look especially interested.
Going down leg, I think, wasn't too high, I don't think. But going down leg, let's have a look again.
We'll have another quick look before we celebrate another special message.
Yep.
Actually, let's celebrate the special message.
Super chat.
Jacob says, is there a podcast we could hear about these bands, Forthy?
Let me have a think. You're teeing him up there.
Meanwhile, Steve Bruce says, get Santner on. The flight says this match will be over in the 41st over.
Well, they're going to persist with Jameson. He's been going at 6 and over. But to be fair, New Zealand were going at the best part of 7 and over in their power play. And that's defended by Rohit out to cover. So what made the difference was those 4 spinners operating in tandem for all those middle overs. It was 11 and a half overs without a boundary being scored. I mean, that is a lot.
They bowled 38 of the 50 overs, and they didn't bowl them for very many, about 140, I think.
That's exactly right.
And two big questions from Steve Bruce and Wright. Steve Bruce says, "Where is the bear? Is he out with the Cubs?" Yes, he's been watching.
He'll be watching
Middle Club
football.
playing football.
He did say a couple of times that I might come in, but I know what that means, and it means he won't.
I mean, I'm not
Translation. I read the subtitles under things Bear says, and you can normally know what they mean. That one's just pushed straight towards extra, no run.
Basically,
You're a bear whisperer.
He's not coming in unless there's a panicked call from Hendo or Tony.
Well, let's hope there isn't. Yeah, that we were right. It pitched outside off. The impact might have been in line, but it was missing leg by good 6 inches or so.
It would have been clipping a fourth stump. That's how wide it was.
Yes. Jameson in. Similar. He got a little bit excited. Rohit again was looking to whip towards mid-wicket. Didn't lay a bat on it. Did get hit on the pad. I think both the leg and thus the ball were outside the line, down leg, and we shall move on. 3-dot balls though.
Yep.
So Jameson's finding his range. O'Rourke has started to find his range. And if you can get through your seamers overs with a reasonable amount of damage limitation, and you've got a good spin armoury to come, I would say whatever Winviz says, which only has New Zealand at 26%, that keeps New Zealand in the game. In comes Jameson. Rohit does tickle this towards square leg and will take a single.
Well, that's exactly what I thought. It was 25%. No, actually not exactly. 1% off. 26%, they say. I thought
exactly bar 1%.
Yeah, bar one.
31 without loss.
When they say, oh, he did everything right there, and he's shot straight at the goalkeeper. Well, clearly he didn't do everything right, did he?
No, exactly. Exactly. If he'd done everything right, he would have leathered it into the bottom right-hand corner, and the goalie wouldn't have got anywhere near it. In comes Jameson over the wicket, left periscopically by Shubbers, who also I think I rather rudely haven't jingled. So here is he.
There are plenty of guys who talk like they know what they're doing. Liars and frauds. Shubman Gill is the real deal. He doesn't talk, he does it, shows them how.
Nice little bit of jazz guitar from Mog there, I think. Jameson will be in to the tall Shubman Gill, who stands with his bat aloft and carves this, but carves it on the bounce straight to point, where it's Mark Chapman.
Yes,
is on. He must be, actually no, who would he be on for? Someone's not on. I mean, we know Matt Henry's not playing, so who hasn't made it out to field? 5 overs complete, 31 without loss. That's not too bad economy wise. They've dragged back a bit by the Kiwis.
Right. Well, here's the big question of the day from Wright. He says, whose catch is Phillips going to take today? Because he seems to get 1 mega catch per game at the moment.
He has been working on that basis. Now, this is going to be interesting, Forthy, because it's Nathan Smith, and he's good, but he's no Matt Henry. So what he can or can't deliver in Matt Henry's place may be the difference between keeping New Zealand in the game or seeing it run away from them. We shall see. There's a best of 2 for 43.
Wow.
An economy rate,
I think,
shade over 6.5.
Kane Williamson is the man not on the field.
Oh, Lord. That's dabbed by Rohit to point. No run. So
in fact, he's not going to field at all, evidently, in the final, in the innings.
Well, that would be so Middlesex if he's got some injury that will keep him out all the first however many games of the season. He'll miss those anyway, because he'll be presumably he's picked up in the IPL again.
Right, says, right, this is how Aussies used to win World Cups under Ponting, mostly one-sided.
Well, again, I think you're being harsh on New Zealand a bit too early. I'm not.
He's got a side
giving
strain,
up.
Williamson.
Smith in, defended by Rohit, pushed back towards Smith. That seemed to push that through pretty quickly, actually.
He's quite whippy.
It's quite whippy and nippy. You sound like a pair of children's TV cartoon characters. It's time for Whippy and Nippy on
Whippy and Nippy, children.
CBBC's.
Can anyone see Nippy?
31 without loss.
And
2 dot balls for Smith. That's a great start for him. Not this time though, because Rohit has come to meet him. He has launched that into the Dubai sky, and it's bye-bye over the long on boundary for a Max E mum. Dubai, bye-bye, Dubai sky, gone. What a shot, Forthy, what a shot.
Yeah, magnificent. Well, I mean, Rohit, as we all know,
92 metres, 92 metres.
Very powerful man, and if he gets it in the middle of the bat, it stays hit. That is second huge six from him.
Things were going so well for Nathan Smith, who we did think they might look to target. Good comeback from him, though. Forces Rohit onto the back foot. He just drops the bat on it, pushes it into the offside.
There's maybe just an opportunity here for New Zealand, because clearly Rohit fancies Nathan Smith. Could he get a little overconfident, but clutching at straws a bit?
Well, I mean, yes, I think that would be almost an obvious assumption to go. They haven't got Matt Henry, who's the bloke they brought in. He's the one to go for.
To be honest, do they actually need to do that? If they were chasing 350, sure, yes.
That's worked just a shade backward of square. They jog an easy single. And he does like to step down to pace on occasion, does Rohit Sharma. Did it in exemplary fashion there. 7 so far with 1 ball left of Smith's first over. The score 38 without loss.
They really need to be 50 for 3 off 8 or 9 overs to set up a humdinger of a match. No sign of that yet.
No. I can see I can see why people are saying that, New Zealand are up against it. I think they were from the very first ball, but they are to me still in it. That's nicely worked away around the corner, down to deep backward square. Single taken, end of the over, and we can go to the dulcet tones of Jason, the reader Jason.
Lots of various conspiracy theories from Mindset and other people talking about the fact that this has been rigged for India's favour.
I think rigged's a strong word.
Yeah.
I certainly think they've been defensive about it, and the more defensive they get trying to defend it, the less the more hollow that defence rather sounds, to be honest. 39 without loss.
I think it's okay to say,
Jameson in, defended stoutly by Gill, no run. Sorry, Forthy.
No, it's okay. I think it's okay to say, well, we understand how things turned out the way they did. We understand India can't play in Pakistan, so they play in Dubai. Sure. But it's also, you have to say, well, that gives them an advantage, and it has given them an advantage.
Yeah,
no doubt about it.
I mean, A, the pitches that suit them brilliantly. B, they don't have to travel anywhere. And I think they lost a little bit of credibility with Gautam Gambhir saying, well, we've had to practice on the academy pitch, which is very different. At that point, he was like a 12-year-old having his ice cream stolen. Yeah. Oh, there was nearly a catch from Mitchell. It was full-blooded and whipped away into the onside. They nearly run overthrows as well. Mitchell got a couple of meaty paws to that on the dive. That would have been the first of the wickets. Now that would have been a huge wicket. How much does he get to that? Just a right hand. He doesn't actually get the full hand. He gets more wrist than palm.
It's travelling.
It spilled.
Those are the ones that New Zealand have been catching
it's the ones that Phillips has been taking for sure.
So that's a great shame. And also, as we're having a look at the replay,
did they run over? Well, they just got the net result was a single, but it could have been a wicket. Gill dropped by Daryl Mitchell, defended by Rohit Sharma, and there is no run. Kyle Jameson, what frustration for him, what frustration for New Zealand, as you rightly said. They've been taking worldy catches most of this tournament, but that one could really have cost them.
Yeah, I mean, a normal fielder would not catch that, but a New Zealand fielder in this tournament, they have been catching those. So it comes as a little bit of a surprise that it wasn't snatched out of the air.
Jameson, he's been pretty efficient so far. That's launched by Rohit. One bounce over deep square leg, and that's the way it goes.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
1 split second, you have the
3547.
and you'll have to give your date of birth to prove you're not 7. That's a gorgeous shot. Jameson shrugs, just gets on with his next job. That beats the outside edge. That was a lovely ball. Classic, really. Quick, tall seamer's delivery. 5th stump. Moved away just enough. And enough bounce that Rohit didn't quite know whether he was driving or defending, and it beat him all ends up. Through, though, it went to Tom Latham. And there was no run. 44 without loss.
Dara Zizi says there's lots of bear sightings over here. Hibernation is over, just like the Premier League.
Is
that Canada?
I don't quite know. Could be Canada. One of our favourite allies at the moment in the world generally.
Yeah.
Wasn't it Commonwealth Day recently?
It was.
And Trudeau's been over here to have a chat with King Charles. That was jabbed to backward point. They've taken a single. It means Rohit keeps the strike on 33. It's 45 without loss after 7. Oh, Canada. Eh?
Farong says, when I hear the name Mark Chapman, my mind thinks to an incident in NUIC in 1980. Can't think why.
He has had to live with that all of his life, I would
Lockie
imagine,
6
most of
says,
it.
the problem for India is that their celebrations will be sad by the entire rest of the world, thinking they're a bunch of Bradmans.
I don't level it at the players. No, I think we're talking about India.
Indians? No, not at all. No. This is a brilliant Indian team.
It is. I'm with Forthy on that. That's a good ball from Nathan Smith, defended in front of his off stump by Rohit.
What I
252 the target, remember?
About Mark Chapman's parents is Mark Chapman is younger than 45 years old. Therefore, they knew that Mark Chapman existed when
we
they
need
called
Brian's birthday. Sorry, Forthy. We have a crisis of delivery. It is actually Brian's birthday we need to give. Did he give it? I thought he gave it to us somewhere in the chat.
Gave it to Messi Chairs, not to us.
Messi, help! You must be listening somewhere you always are. That's launched high by Rohit into the Dubai sky. It's got enough. Yes, it has. It's gone for 6 more of these. Brian in Brisbane, did you tell us your birthday? Somewhere.
Something in 1957. August 57, but I don't know the date. That's what I'm guessing.
August 50. Give him that.
The delivery pin is 3547.
No, we know that. It's the date of birth, but we need Brian's date of birth.
I don't have
Surely that's on your database.
19th of August 59.
19th of August 59, Hendo. 19th of August 59. That makes him a couple of months older than me, but not by much. Well, obviously by a couple of months.
That was my mother's birthday, 19th.
No, hang on, younger than me. Couple of months younger than me. Smith, in he comes. Rohit gets a... Was that bat? Yes, it was. It was straight to the man on the 45, though, and there was no run. 19th of August, 1959, Hendo.
Tony, just back to that point. If you were the Chapman family, would you call your son Mark? And what were they thinking?
How old is Mark Chapman?
Well, he's younger than 46.
So yes, he is. So no, I'm not sure I would.
I don't know what it means.
We're multitasking here. We're trying to focus on the cricket, but Hendo's conversation with the Spanish delivery driver is causing some anxiety. That's whipped away beautifully, flicked around the corner, down to fine leg. Okay, and it's 4 runs. We got Manuel at the door. Mr. Volti, I need your birthday, Mr. Volti.
Well, this is turning out to be bad news. The loss of Henry is really
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Well, we did think
As we
they'd go after the
suspected it
seamers. At what point will Santner blink and say it's time to bring myself on? It's time to bring Bracewell on.
Now I need the code.
Trouble is, they will then be able to milk the two spinners at
In
5
comes
and over.
Smith up onto his toes goes Rohit, but it's straight to extra cover. No run on this occasion. Now Hendo needs the codes and he's off again. That's, I think, at least 4 times up and down the stairs doing this.
It's not.
Or shall we call them the Spanish steps? Perhaps we should.
Oh, very good,
Down-
very good. It's
down
not so
to
much
get-
their not so much their wicket taking. Oh, hang on, we're just having a look at some of Rohit sixes.
Yeah, we are.
It's not so much their wicket taking ability, which is is there, but the fact that they can keep a lid on the scoring. But that's not the problem. They need wickets.
Right, in comes Nathan Smith, smashed by Rohit over cover, and that's 4 more.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Well, the Nathan
59
Smith
without loss.
project
I'm
is
also
perfect.
happy finally to report that in the titanic clash between Barcelona and Wimbledon, finally Wimbledon has been able to wrestle the delivery out of the hands of the Barcelona attack, and it has been delivered. Jace.
Message here says Tony may be relieved to know that Kane was unsold in the IPL auction and will be with Karachi in the PSL from April the 8th to May the 19th.
Actually, I think I did know that.
So
but
that's
thank you
all
for
of
that.
pretty much the first stint of matches. I think he's there for the second half, not the first half.
Yeah, from a county perspective, he is, but I think it's for most of the blast and 4 county championship games. Right, well, he has blinked, and it is time for Mitchell Santner to bowl himself. A little bit late, some may say. What would Forthy say? Something off?
I don't think it makes a great deal of difference, really, because I think they'll just milk him for 5 runs and over. I don't see him as a big wicket-taking threat on this wicket. They won't worry about the spinners, and it's going to be, I fear, a bit of a cakewalk from
Santner
here
baby, get some drift into the pads for me.
Sure, I
Been
agree
an
with
awful
you.
good
But we shall see. Round the wicket he comes.
Santner baby, and dart them
Gill.
in quickly tonight.
Steers towards point. There's no run. You do have that ring of a backward point, a point, quite short cover and a short extra cover. All pretty much tightly packed on the offside. Doing its work. It's going to do its work again too, because it is backward point that is into play. 2 dot balls for Santner to start with.
I don't remember
having
any
a
sort
look.
of viciously spinning deliveries in the New Zealand innings at all. I mean, it was a very small degree of
Well, it wasn't viciously spinning, but it was turning, and combined with flight and variation, they did bowl exceedingly well, the spinners. That one is dabbed towards short third, no run. Yeah, backward point, cover and extra cover are all maximum of 16 metres, mainly 14 metres apart. It has been confirmed. Santner slightly hurries Gill, but he'll get a single by working it away to mid-wicket.
I was just a bit mystified with so little turn as to why New Zealand were quite so passive with their batting strategy in the middle part of the innings. I think they could have.
They got bogged down, didn't they? Boy, did they get bogged down. Mitchell really clearly felt he needed to stay there for the charge, and then gave it away pretty early in the charge. That's defended stoutly by Rohit. I'm not suggesting Rohit stout, and there is a quite thoughtful Gautam Gambhir.
Gautam Gambhir.
Probably reflecting on how harsh life is that they've had to practice on an academy wicket that is not identical to the one that they're currently playing on. Poor old Gautam Gambhir. Defended back to Santner. Good over, just a single, 60 without loss after 9. They're not going to be far apart, in the power play, but that the 1 wicket might be the main difference. Jace.
Darren Ceasey says, if Darren Stevenson was a Kiwi, this game would be over. Yes,
Darren Stevens, not Stevenson. Darren Stevens, yes. Oh, absolutely.
And right,
Steve-O's going to get you, the famous Australian WhatsApp group.
Slowly, anger and anguish filling in live, knowing India will chase, going to be super easy.
Well, it's going to plan. I think you can say at the moment 192 is what they need from 41 overs. Shubman Gill's been the anchor with 8 off 17, though he could easily have been out had Daryl Mitchell.
One last one was he's scrambling for a jingle. Darazizi says Trump gives his date of birth all the time, but nobody believes he's not 7.
Well, mental age, yes. It is going to be Rashin Ravindra who is coming into the attack. So more spin. Hasn't exactly been over-bowled in this tournament. Here is Rashin Ravindra. He's around the wicket, defended to cover. And there is no run.
And he knows his major role.
Tall, fabulous batsman. Amazing hair. Is he or isn't he 40? That's the question. That's work towards mid-wicket. Oh, fielded by Mitchell Santner, who then tripped over his own feet and then went off on a little scurrying jog as if trying to style it out the fact that he'd nearly tripped himself up. And they were able to take a single 61 without. Yes, is he or isn't he? What do you think?
Silver Crin, wasn't it?
It was.
Sylvie Crin was the pen name in Private Eye.
That's right. Defended back to Ravindra by Rohit.
I tell you what, Richard Ravindra has got the honour of bowling my last over in Sydenham, so to speak. Because this will be my last over.
Unless you do some IPL, we might do some IPL weekly show. It's a question of when we move. This one is stroked by Rohit down to long off. They'll take just the 2 runs so far off the 4 balls of Rashin Ravindra's first over. So 62, 2 balls left. If they get one of these away, then it is going to be very close on the power play with just the 1 wicket between them. That's fielded on the dive smartly by the aforementioned Mark Chapman, who we were discussing earlier. Born in Hong Kong, wasn't he, Mark Chapman, I think?
He was.
Maybe that's why his parents didn't really consider naming him after the...
Well, it's a fairly globally well-known thing.
I'm not disputing that for a moment. I'm not Mr. or Mrs. Chapman.
No, indeed.
Steered down to long off. Rohit will keep the strike, even though the junior caption operator hasn't realised that. It's 64 without loss after 10. We're going to have a little shuffle-a-roo. David should be back. John's going to come in and do some social with Hendo. And I think, Jason, you can give us some
good luck for the rest of the innings.
Thank you, Forthy. A delight as ever.
And whilst we're coming in, I shall say, India need this, says Lockie. Cricket is the tool of massive hypnosis that makes the masses accept poverty.
Thanks for that, Jace. Words of wisdom there. Are you in a flow? Please keep going if you are.
Lockie Jacob is off to the Modri Dome. And I think that is me done whilst I evacuate for somebody else.
Well, thank you very much to Jason, Tony and Forthy. Excellent coverage. And we welcome back Hendo into the summarisers chair. Hendo, how would you summarise what you've seen so far?
64 for no wicket. I think after 10 overs, New Zealand was 69 for 1, so they're a little bit behind the rate. Boring India.
And it's Santner to bowl his second over, and Gill plays it out to the offside for a single. He's been playing second. So that was Rohit, I beg your pardon, who's been dominating this partnership, and that is his half century. Congratulations, sir.
Half a 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 century.
I get the feeling that Rohit has just decided that his role is to just go at everything at the top of the order, and he doesn't really care if he gets out. And if it comes off he got 100 the other week, and now he's got a 50. Then he puts India in a strong position.
And his other role is to hog the strike, because Gill at the other end has only faced half the number of balls as Rohit. And Sharma looking pretty relaxed with life. It's saying that New Zealand didn't have someone playing that role.
Well, Rohit's a one-off, I think, him, and he's such a good hitter, isn't he?
Gill is forward to that one. And welcome to the count to John, who is in the taking charge of your socials. Hello, John.
Hello, it's good to be back.
It's great, but I mean, we've got a game, but they need to get a couple of wickets, don't they, New Zealand?
Yeah, as you say, it's pretty much parity as Gill plays that very orthodoxly back to Santner, respecting his accuracy. Can the New Zealand quartet of spinners exert the same sort of stranglehold as the Indian spinners did in the middle overs? I think it's unlikely.
Well, Santner's been very good. I mean, he was superb in the semis, to be honest. But
he has.
He is their Rashid. You know, I don't think they've got other spinners quite of his quality. Sorry, that was played out, wasn't it?
Skill plays that out.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to see my favourite of the Indian spinners actually in the stand wearing a leather jacket.
Who's that?
And that's Chahal.
Oh God, yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
make the squad. That one turns nicely, viciously, even by Santner. Gets decent turn off the length there. That might give him some encouragement. At the end of 11 overs, 65 for no wicket. And John is taking care of your socials now.
Yes. Just before I do the socials, I have to say I do enjoy Santner's run-up. It's so slow. Makes me feel like a paceman. So I'm enjoying that. Over on the socials, Jay is saying hooray that I'm back. Lazy Daisy says not hopeful about this. That could be equally about me, in which case I am sorry. Jay says Hendo once again views the strategy of people scoring runs with vast suspicion. Yes, well, certainly if you want there to be a game of it. And also, just quickly back, have you guys said a belated happy birthday to Sir Viv, or is that something I need to bring to the table?
Yesterday, wasn't it?
Yes. So that was from Larry Prince. So thanks for flagging that.
Ravindra is going to bowl, and I've been a supporter of Ravindra's bowling, and I've said he should do more bowling for New Zealand. Now, well, he looks like he's got the chance.
Yes, his first over only went for 4, and this one gives Rohit the opportunity to play it off the back foot up to long on. I agree with that, and he's a decent-looking bowler, but he's going to give you some balls to hit, isn't he? He's going to give you one and over that you can smash.
Yeah, I mean, he's not got the experience yet, has he, of someone like Santner or some of the Indian spinners.
Got a nice action anyway, and that plays out to mid-on bowling. To point from Gill, and there's no run. Not just maybe a little bit of the Jadejas. Certainly more bustling run-up than Santner. I agree, John. Santner looks like it's all in slow motion, but then it does provide an element of feel like his control is sort of dependent on that. This one is dropped short, and Gill can chop down on it to point for a single point on the boundary there. So Gill happy to be playing second fiddle, and why not when the skipper is going off like a train? It's been, I mean, would you say so? You're saying, Hendo, this isn't vintage Santner that we're seeing. It's Santner. It's Rohit having a real go. That plays comes back into Rohit, digs it out.
Well, no, I think Rohit goes hard at the top when he's got pace on the ball. And it's a massive disadvantage them losing Matt Henry. Nathan Smith is coming through, but I feel like he's a bit in the slot.
He is. That one is a thick edge from Rohit. A little bit lucky there off Ravindra. It's going to go down to the boundary though, down to third man. Down to third, and that is one of these. Bowler looked a bit unlucky, would you say there?
Yeah, and quite interestingly, both of these guys have suddenly got a little bit of turn, more than the Indian bowlers were getting, as well as they bowled.
Oh, was that a chance? I don't know. Was it back foot shot by Rohit? His reaction would suggest that might have got an edge on that. Anyway, it pops in and out of Latham's gloves behind the stumps, so it's sort of academic. What do you think, Hendo? Did he get a nick on that?
I think he might have done. I mean, Latham has kept really well, but that would be a big miss if that has found the edge. Oh, it's so difficult to say, actually. If it is an edge, it's an extremely thin one. And as a batsman, you'd be annoyed to get out to that because it's not a great ball. No, it doesn't look like there's anything on it.
Nothing on the ultra edge there.
John?
Yes, well, just going through a few more texts here. Firstly, a Prac 2, I don't know if this is referring to the last set of commentators, says you guys are so wasted. So I have to just point out that I'm on my first sip of Staropramen, so don't put me into that. Indian vlogger says Chahal is seated with his new girlfriend in the stands after getting a controversial divorce, so a bit of gossip there.
And this first ball, sorry, just to interrupt, it's actually dropped short by Sant, having said he was bowling right on the spot, and Gill was able to pull it over to deep mid wicket for a couple of runs there. It was that was pretty rank actually.
And well, just to finish off the socials, Jay has been in touch saying now John earns his GC corn. Ego versus socials. It's a super chat.
One of these.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
It's a carnival atmosphere in GC Towers as food and beverages are being consumed.
We got
Dionysian way.
We got Jaffa cakes from Brian. I mean, Brian is a magnificent man in Brisbane. He's a magnificent man wherever he is. But when he sends us all this stuff, it's just glorious. And thanks to other people who've sent us stuff today as well. We've actually lost the pictures for the time being. It's not our fault. It's the feed from Dubai Sky saying they apologise for the loss of pictures. So let's.
Well, do buy us more beer in the meantime to get us through.
Second, that big up to Brian. I've been in GC Towers when the provisions arrive, and it is, well, it's like a lifeboat to a drowning person. But we can try and keep you up to date here with what's going on. I can't see an update on my mobile device.
Well, we do have someone live blogging, I think, on the website. But I guess
he angles it. Santa angles that one in. It's a length ball on leg stump, and Sharma's able to run it behind square for a single.
So where have you got that from?
An alternative website to Guerrilla Cricket. Other websites are available.
Okay. Well, we'll have to go along with you. You are the man. We have nothing.
We could reverse this. The socials could give us the text by text, and we could just read out what they're saying rather than reporting to them.
This one's flatter on leg stump from Santa. Gill works it to mid wicket. There's no run there. So you ourselves missing the pictures alongside millions of people watching, but I think we're back with the action. So it's 76 for no wicket at the end of 13 overs with Rohit on 56, Gill on 15. John.
Yes. Well, what else have we got here? We got Mind S-Set Media has got a theory here that Rohit's going to retire after this. If he win, assuming they win, I guess that's not a bad shout potentially, is it? I was enjoying Rohit's tummy earlier. This would be a chance for him to fill it even more.
Yeah, he wants to get away, lounge around, and enjoy the good things of life. I think he looks like a man that, when he's 50, he's going to be very big.
Here's Ravindra, a new over, and that's driven nicely by Gill, just taking his time. Happy to play second fiddle. Talking of retirees, we had the earlier retirement from all forms of cricket from R. Ashwin. I don't know whether you've caught him, guys, on TV since. He hasn't done much commentary, but he's been, doing bits and pieces. He comes across extremely well, very knowledgeable.
Well, you would think so, wouldn't you? I mean, he's so crafty as a bowler.
Yeah, a lot of time for him. That's outside the off stump, and Gill gets a chance to get more than a single because he's going to come back for two. That's just backward. The point was short and nicely on top of that. So Gill hasn't had to take any chances at all. That's the sub-fielder Mark Chapman out there, who correctly identified, learnt his cricket in Hong Kong.
He's a spinner, isn't he? Shame they can't use him.
Yeah.
Maybe they could pretend there was a concussion problem.
He's on the field because Williamson is off the field with some sort of strain.
Oh, really?
Part of his leg. That's driven for no run. Rohit drives that one from Ravindra, and there's no run. So 3 of this over so far from Ravindra. He's kept it pretty tidy, but just occasionally pulls it down a bit short. That one is fired in actually towards the pads of Rohit. Just plays it out. We're seeing lots of shots of the brains trust of the Indian team, various states of relaxation, contemplation, probably thinking what they're going to say in their victory speech. There's Williamson, who's off the field. Does he look strained? Hard to say. Ravindra, and that's off the back foot, where it punches that down to long on. They get a single, and he continues to look like a man. Yes, maybe I was going to say look like a man about to retire. But I didn't mean that what you're saying, John. But it could be that he's playing like this to give the crowd the thrilling last innings.
Yes.
And Ravindra, this is a big shot from Gill. We haven't seen too many from him so far, but he clears the boundary with ease. It's over long on, and it's a glorious straight six.
Yeah, you do get the feeling that India are going to kind of make mincemeat of this total. You start off needing only just over 5 and over, and they're going at a rate. They haven't lost a wicket. They've got enormous talent to come. They need 2 or 3 quick wickets, and you can't see where they're going to come from because they don't have to play. Although he did play a big shot, they don't have to.
Well, socials are agreeing with that. Sagnick says, I truly think the game's over. New Zealand should have had at least 2 by now. Fluffy says Krasnov, which I think is some kind of Trump suggestion.
Oh, yes.
Let's move off from that. Jay, though, has got numerous points. Parker on comms. I don't know if that's a reference to Thunderbirds. That's missed me. But he also says, serious point, Ashwin is mint. And the Harriman says, big fan of Ashwin, but he recently suggested that the ICC introduced 2 new balls in ODIs to counter the threat of Indian spinners. That's an interesting one.
See, he's an independent thinker, is Ashwin. Got him into trouble with a lot of Indian captains in the past who didn't like that. First ball from Santner is on the spot and driven up to mid-off, and there is no run. So Santner has put the squeeze on, but is there any other New Zealand spinner of sufficient quality? I say that just drops a bit short, and that's pulled away by Rohit Sharma, making nonsense of my comment there. He's gone first bounce for 4.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
I mean, Rohit barely had time to count to 4 there because it was on it in a flash, and just a little bit short of it. There's no margin for error, and we didn't see any of those shorter balls from the Indian spinners that I can remember. Santner, this one gives it some air, and that's a more dangerous ball, but Rohit waits for it and plays it out to deep point for a single.
I have to say, Dave, that was really brave in a sporting sense from Santner. Having been smashed, he just threw that up and really tempted Rohit. I just think that takes a fair bit of guts.
And this one is quite well pitched. So acrobatic attempt by Santner to take an improbable return catch. In the end, he doesn't quite get a finger on it, and it goes to mid-off. But absolutely, Endo, some intelligent, brave bowling from Santner. He's had a very good tournament. His captaincy's been good as well.
And as much as anything, he knows he's got to get a wicket, and that was okay. You might hit me for 6 here, but I need a wicket.
Yeah, he's the man most likely to deliver for his side. This one is again given some air, and Rohit though plays it very serenely out to the extra cover boundary for a single. Bit of a grimace from the skipper there, Santner, as if to say, what have I got to do to get a wicket?
I don't know, rub Matt Henry's shoulder a lot more, I guess, is the answer to that.
This one again with that extremely slow approach to the wicket, and that's the last ball of the over is played out by Gill to square leg for no run. At the end of 15 overs, India are going well. They're 93 for no wicket.
On the socials, Jeremy Henderson says, Brian, which Brian are we talking about here?
Brian in Brisbane, I presume.
I see, because he says he is indeed a hero and probably happy to be in Northampton rather than Brisbane right now. Brisbane has had 10 inches of rain in the last 24 hours.
Oh, God, yeah, my friend said about that. He said that there'd been a cyclone or something that had come in to the Gold Coast.
Yeah, well,
and Brisbane itself doesn't normally get affected, but is affected. Yeah.
Well, it would take that amount to make you want to be in Northampton, surely. But that's a lot of rain. Meanwhile, Farong says cherries time with an emoji. Be back and forth. A reference to the fact that my beloved Spurs are playing Bournemouth and no doubt going to get absolutely whipped by the cherries over the course of the next 2 hours. So I'm going in for double joy today.
Now, John, I can clear up Parker reference before.
Yes, do.
We were not referring to the chauffeur in Thunderbird.
Sadly.
But my dog, Parker, who was named after Thunderbirds, who came on commentary with me earlier and wished Jay a happy birthday.
Have you got two dogs?
Yes.
Yes.
Basil.
I've met Basil.
Who's approaching his 12th year, and young Parker, just a 3-year-old.
Ah, right. Okay.
But Parker, yes, he likes to do a bit of ball by ball. When he came on for a couple of balls, this one is flighted. Oh, if there'd been a mid on, that would have been straight down his throat. But there isn't. Probably why he played the shot, and that's gone down to long on. A shot that Williamson was attempting earlier. I thought Hendo, he was looking to when he was out, looked like a soft dismissal.
Oh, it was such a soft dismissal. I mean, when you see it from side on, he was really reaching out in front of him, and you know he's a good enough player to have controlled that. But you know, these things happen sometimes.
Ravindra's right on the spot for that one to Gill. But pressure on this young spinner, you know, sort of at this stage of the final would be intense. And I think India spinners are operating in a quartet. The pressure is kind of shared, isn't it? This one is fired into the leg stump and it's played out by Gill for no run. I mean, Ravindra, it does look a quality, but it does look he's got real potential, but it's a tough situation for him to be in here. And he's on because Nathan Smith went for 22 off his 2 and overall 18 off his 2. So Santner had to bring the spinners on. And not having, Ravindra can't quite keep a consistent length. That one is short. It allows Gill to play it out to a deep mid wicket for a single. It's asking a lot of Ravindra to keep it tight and accurate.
Yeah, I mean, I think they really should have given him a bit more bowling in the tournament. I was saying it from the outset that I thought he was a good option.
This one is fired in, but as so often the case with the quicker ball, it's short and it enables Rohit to swing that fairly comfortably down to deep square leg for a single. Yeah, it's asking a lot of Ravindra to step up in a final and contain both these players in the form they look in. 96 for naught.
I mean, they've got the off spinner Bracewell, but the thing is, he's got two right-handers out there. He much preferred bowling at left-handers.
Indeed. So that's pushed out by Rohit he goes on to 67. The score is 97 for no wicket off 16 overs. John.
Yes, well, Fluffy's making some points about the floods, saying 400,000 people have perished due to the 10 inches, and it's slightly more than 10 inches.
Perished?
Perished might be putting it strongly.
You mean they've been forced out?
Affected, I imagine. But yeah, it just goes to show quite how... Yeah, it's obviously serious stuff down there. And Jay agreeing that he never thought I'd be happy to be in Northampton. So maybe a mass sort of Thunderbird style evacuation of Brisbane to Northampton is in order.
Sounds like the title of an album, From Brisbane to Northampton.
Yeah.
Yeah. Santner continuing.
He bowls to Gill, and that's just a good length ball, which Gill plays down with ease off the back foot.
I do think, Dave, that you know the fact that Santner has probably got more spin in this tournament than anyone in terms of degrees of spin. I really think he should have a slip.
Absolutely. This one is lofted over mid off, and it goes 3 bounces to the long off fielder. I mean, is there an argument for bringing up the mid off or bringing him halfway in? Because that's too easy at the moment, isn't it?
It's tricky, isn't it? I mean, I don't think he was totally in control of that shot, actually, Gill. I think he might have been looking to play that into the onside rather than offside. New Zealand just need a bit of luck, don't they? They need someone to do something a bit stupid.
They do. That was a quicker ball from Santner, not the run-up, just the delivery. And Rohit plays it defensively. Jay Shah we saw in the crowd just now looking very satisfied with life. But I've got a couple of controversial messages here I'm going to read out. Get your reaction. And,
nothing libelous, I hope.
No, not at all. And nobody will be upset by this apart from Jay Shah. He's saying, Champions Trophy, this is from Oliver Bond, the Champions Trophy victory would be hollow. Matt Henry out and refusing to play in Pakistan. He goes on. I'll tell you after this call on a similar theme. Santner, is in and gives that plenty of air, but it's leg stump, and Sharma plays it down to long on for a single. He says, if you're now this is the controversial bit.
Yeah.
If your country doesn't want to play in the host country, then boycott, like USA did in Moscow.
Jay Shah, he is an Indian, is he not?
Yes.
So he's criticising India for not playing in Pakistan, yeah?
No, hold on. I'm reading out a message from our listener Oliver Bond. That's played out by a single. So it's Oliver who's saying, if your country doesn't want to play in the host country, then they should be boycotted.
Oh, I see.
Should be boycotted.
I thought that would have been controversial if Jay Shah was saying that.
Yes, that would have been good. So a single off the last ball will be over 100. That is the 100 up for India. 100 for no wicket off 17 overs. Rohit's on 68 and Gill is on 27.
Over on the I'm telling you, it's the weather reporter here on the socials. We've got Jay says, I went to Northampton because I'm a big Alan Moore fan. Yes, one of the most favoured sons from the area. The wizard lies, he says. Jeremy Henderson says about 240,000 homes and businesses are without power in Queensland in the wake of ex-tropical cyclone Alfred, to which Fluffy says, Alfred fucked up my banana trees. And I was just double checking that is Storm Alfred and not just some neighbour.
Some bloke.
Yeah, exactly. It might have it's not impossible.
Ravinder new over, and that perhaps nearly got through. Clutching at straws here, but it was quite pushed through a bit quicker, and Gill had to have his wits about him there to chop that down.
At this rate, we're not going to have time to finish off all the chocolate digestives. It's an absolute tragedy.
And Ravindra to Gill, who pushes us out onto just by square leg for a single, in the manner of someone that doesn't care whether you finish your biscuits or not. I mean, you don't seem to. You think that they would have this on their mind.
What is wrong with these people? It says everything about the world today, doesn't it?
Partnership of 101, 108 balls it's taken them, with Sharma dominating 68 of those. Ravindra giving that some air, taking after his skipper, and that where it plays that down to long off. Of course, when I said that New Zealand have a quartet of spinners, I was of course also bringing in Bracewell, but also of course Glenn Phillips has to be the fourth, and even his mother and dad can say that he made the top four spinners in these two teams. This one is fired in, and it's nicely stopped there by Ravindra off his own bowling, flinging himself to his left to prevent that. I mean, when you've got Chahal in the stands, with his new girlfriend, as you say, you just think, well, that's you can't even make the top four, and yet he still manages to get a new girlfriend.
Yeah.
Down the pitch goes Gill. He plays that lofts it, and it's an acrobatic piece of fielding on the long on boundary from O'Rourke, and that was good cricket, as they say. It was Gill took a couple of steps down the track to play that, and let's have a look at it again. Good footwork, and was there a chance? No. It was actually quite safe because the fielder was quite wide, and that was pretty well hit straight. So Rourke did well to stop it on the third bounce. Here's Ravindra again. What's he going to do here? And that did turn a little bit, I think, and certainly before my picture went blank, it looked like it had just gripped and turned. Endo, I can't really ask you because probably your picture went blank as well.
It did. We apologise for the loss of pictures yet again.
Don't apologise, it's not our fault.
It's not our fault. They apologise for the loss of pictures, and so therefore we apologise for the lack of ball by ball. But we do have some tweets.
We do. On the subject of Alfred, Muttley mentions Alfred from Batman, which is an interesting sort of segue from Parker. From Thunderbirds, these sort of butler figures in fiction, making an appearance on Guerrilla Cricket. Jeremy says, given this is Sydenham's Guerrilla swan song, you can wibble with fond reflections for as long as the chocolate digestives last, Hendo. And I want to wonder, what do you do when you reach your half century or your century of chocolate digestives? Do you raise the packet or a set of weighing scales? What do you lift?
I suspect that you probably collapse and vomit violently for about an hour.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That makes sense. An Indian vlogger says the New Zealand spinners need to take wickets. Well, we know that. But so that the anti-India cricket experts can prove their point, that the BCCI made a bad pitch for the final. And Bashert Kurtzabine says India winning the final by 10 wickets might be the tipping point that turns the Kiwis into supervillains.
Well, I guess India are looking for a little bit of revenge for what happened in the Test series in India. A remarkable 3-0 win by New Zealand. Just when we thought New Zealand were kind of perhaps coming off the top of coming off the peak of their performances, losing in Sri Lanka, and then suddenly turning it around in India. Absolutely phenomenal. And of course, the first test, if I remember correctly, it was really Matt Henry who did the damage on a sort of. I think the first day was lost to rain, wasn't it? And then they got the advantage. They bowled, and they bowled really well.
Well, indeed, Matt Henry did the main damage in that series. On a drinks break at the moment, and Santner's giving a pretty determined pep talk there to his guys. He's gathered them round. And even Williamson has come out. Maybe he bought the drinks. He's there in his green bib and didn't contribute much to the words from the skipper, but that would have been interfering, wouldn't it? But going back to that the tweet I received, and do you think there is a hollowness about this? We're here for a Champions Trophy final. Pakistan, waited so long to host a tournament, and here we are, in Dubai and India, where India are undefeated.
I think it's a really difficult situation because, obviously India are uncomfortable going to Pakistan, and however strong your security is, you can never guard against someone on the inside, and so if you can imagine a terrorist organisation or whatever getting someone to attack the Indians. You go back and you think of the attack on the Sri Lanka bus, but I mean that would be an enormous coup in a bad way, and the publicity would be phenomenal, and it would just be an enormous tragedy. It'd be an enormous news story. I just think that sometimes cricket or sport has to say, I understand why you're doing this. Whether other teams should turn around and say, like, we're boycotting the tournament, and if you don't do that, it's such a difficult one, really.
Indeed. Santner bowls that's sort of paddled away by Gill for a single. It is certainly a difficult situation. I just wonder, with the distances involved, India could have stayed just on their side of the ball and just come across for.
Oh, I think it has undoubtedly given them an advantage, but I do think that they are, easily the best side in this tournament. They just have, even if they weren't using a lot of spinners on this sort of wicket.
Santner in and right on the spot there. Gill can just defend that.
I mean, they could go if they were playing on quicker wickets, then they've got the bowlers, the pace bowlers, that can do damage as well. So I don't think it's really.
Santner, that's played out by Gill to extra cover for no runs. So accurate over from Santner. He hasn't gone for a run. Oh, he went for 2 off the first ball. Forgive me, 2 off 3 balls. He waits now for. Gill waits for Santner to come in. That one's really floated up, and it's an absolutely stunning catch from Glenn Phillips. Yet another stunning catch from Glenn Phillips. It was thrown up in the air. It was driven back upish by Gill. It looked like all the money had cleared the extra cover fielder, but it's that man, Glenn Phillips, who leaps in the air and pulls it out of the sky.
Oh, that's absolutely brilliant. It's a one-hander again. Oh, that is unbelievable. I mean, okay, he will have seen that better than the ones that he takes at gully, but I mean, how high has he got? I mean, it's extraordinary athleticism.
High and backwards at the same time. He had to run it was over his head, wasn't it, when he took the catch?
Absolutely incredible. Gill goes for 31, and that may be, I don't know, we hope from the point of view of wanting a really tight game that is something that will galvanise the New Zealanders. Anyway, we've lost the Indian first wicket, it's one of these. We've got a couple of these to get hold of.
Super Chat Cash, Super Chat Cash, Super Chat Cash.
It's all happening. This man's here.
Let's go chasing lots of runs today. It's my invitation. Let's all take a trip on my ecstasy. I'm here, Coley. Everybody loves me, Vera Coley.
Antler into that man for Coley, who deserves a jingle as portentous as that one. He goes out to mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket for a single. I mean, any disappointment the crowd would have felt at the dismissal of Shubman Gill is immediately forgotten as Virat Kohli comes out, the man that people have come to see. But we're just seeing again that stunning catch from Glenn Phillips at really short extra cover, or orthodox extra cover. He leapt out the air, plucking it out the sky to get rid of Rohit. That one is played defensively by Rohit, and that's the end of that wicket over for Santner.
Let's do these super chats.
Yes, let's start with the cheerful. I'll move to the less cheerful. Super chat's very cheerful. Jeremy says every super chatter can nominate their favourite Gorilla Sydenham moment. For me, the 2019 World Cup final. I mean, hard to top that. Jay Grover, not really an issue for the socials. I'm
not sure what that means either.
But we'll take the two. Obviously, the £2 for that. Thank you, Jay. Meanwhile, chat going on about where the final should be played. Picking up on your chat there, Endo. The Harriman says the original schedule had India play their games in Lahore. There was also the Harriman saying the bigger problem is ensuring safety of Indian fans. And Sumit says, well, any kind of attack on the Indian Pakistan. Sorry, I'll let you.
Bracewell starting you over.
Big
It's
deal.
on the spot as a appeal for LBW, and it's given. Virat Kohli doesn't like it. He's sure he's going to review.
He's going to review that. That is going to be reviewed.
It was Bracewell's first ball. He fired it into Virat Kohli, and it was Kohli's first ball as well. The review is happening. He's only got 3 seconds left to make it. Has a word with Rohit. So it's Virat Kohli.
I was definitely in. Were you definitely in? I don't know.
I mean, that was it was given by Paul Rifle. Any edge on it? He's come for it. It's a horrible shot, to be fair. He might have got a bit of an inside edge on that. It looks very close to the bat. But then again, if he had, you would have thought he wouldn't have taken so long to refer it. Again, like Williamson, he's reaching out well in front of his pad, long way in front of his pad. I mean, this would be a magnificent moment for New Zealand and for Bracewell, wouldn't it? To get Kohli so early would be the kind of momentum it gives you, the boost it gives you, like getting Williamson for India.
Bracewell's very first ball. He didn't even have time to jingle him up. He's got a review here, given out on the field. Virat Kohli LBW to Bracewell. Very first ball he bowled. And are the crowd going to see?
I think it could be going over because he got a long stride in. That's the only thing I think that will save him if there wasn't any bat on that. I mean, there's a Kohli and Rohit standing together. They don't look happy.
I think he looks concerned, Kohli.
He does look concerned. We're going to look for ultra edge. Here we go. Anything there? I can't see anything.
Nope.
No, clear gap.
It's hit him on the knee roll, but he is a long way forward. It was a horrible shot, though.
Yeah,
right across the line.
Only chances could be over the top, but that's Kohli's only chance. No, it looks like it's in line.
Hitting.
It is hitting.
Yeah.
The view is lost. Virat Kohli is out first ball.
No, he got one. He got one run first.
I beg
David.
your pardon. Two. He's out for one. He's out second ball.
That's not so bad, is it? They'll take that, and suddenly New Zealand. I wouldn't say they've turned the game around, but they made it more interesting. And poor old Virat. It's just not his day.
I've forgotten he'd taken a single, hadn't he?
Yeah. what's that? 2 wickets in 4 balls or so, something like that.
Yep, and it's all happening on the socials. Eric, I have to say, mentioned he suggested it was so good of New Zealand to turn up for Virat's benefit match. This is a very charitable, and maybe a bit preemptive there. I have to go back to Sumit's message when he was. I cut him off in mid-flow when he was basically suggesting that if the match had been on Pakistani soil, it could have led to a nuclear showdown.
Oh God!
But likewise, Mayak says, I have to say something to New Zealand. It's 2025 and you still believe in the ODI template of the 80s, then you should not expect to win. Well, maybe there is something in that if they're playing a sort of traditional game, but it's not over yet, is it?
Yeah, I don't.
That's right, John. We just seen 2 very quick wickets and a lot of interest, a lot of cricket left in the game, as they say. And Bracewell, well, he was held back by Santner and turned to Ravindra before Bracewell, but he came on wicket with his very first ball. It turned in on Kohli, and as Endo said, it wasn't much of a shot. That's played on the back foot by Shreyas, the new batsman, and that's gone to long off for a single. I don't know whether Endo wants to give him a musical accompaniment or not.
Let's do a jingle.
Even if my clover is well, sturdily keeps wicket. Knowing how the Kiwis pick teams, he'll be just 1 of 5.
Bracewell again is on the money as that's played out to square leg for no run. So yeah, the pep talk from Santner in the drinks break, followed by these 2 wickets. New Zealand showing what a team they are. They're pulling together and giving us a good final here. So that's played out to Longer evades the diving fielder, and it goes down for a single to Rowett. So Williamson in the dugout there. They have cause for a little bit more optimism. He went out for the team talk, but is not fielded.
Well, I can see a myth developing here about the pep talk.
That's played out to square leg. And no run. That's at the end of the 20th over. It's 108 for 2. Rowett on 70, Shreyas on 1.
Thanks, Dave. Dave is taking a break. Are you back again today, Dave?
Not today.
Oh, that's a shame.
But really enjoyed the tournament and all the guerrilla coverage.
Now,
I'm looking forward to hearing the extended wittering at the end of the game.
Can I just ask you, I mean, as my biggest fan and promoter, I put out a plea on LinkedIn for some work. If you could just nip there and say how wonderful I am, that would help.
I will certainly do that with a great deal of pleasure and complete honesty.
Thank you very much. That's Dave Brooke. It's time for 3 people in the studio. That so rarely happens these days. Jason has joined us. It's John. It's me, Gorilla Hendo. Santner in with renewed optimism. Played by Rowett out to extra cover. There is no run. I mean, Santner's only got 4 overs left and he's bowled so well. So you do wonder. India's still at 74% on the win predictor, which is a weird thing. Santner in, bowls looking for turn from the leg stump, but Rowett is forward and he's just becalmed a little bit at the moment. Still going at over a run of ball, 70 off 67.
Well, I think Santner needs to bowl himself through here because he's doing a job and it's not as if he's tiring himself out with that run-up, is it?
No, I think he will bowl himself through. He's in, he gives that air, he's saying, come on, Rowett, you know you want to go after it, pop it up in the air for me. But he doesn't, he just calmly pushes it down the ground for a single.
I'm honestly, Santner's run-up has me enthralled because he has that run-up, just to paint the picture for listeners who haven't seen it, of when a bowler runs up and then stops, in the mid-run. Every ball, it looks like he's not going to bowl it.
It's a bit jerky, but it's a bit smoother than it used to be. It used to be a lot more jerky.
I wonder. Oh, now Shreyas Iyer has pulled that. Is there anyone out there? No, he's placed it well, and he's got it to what we now refer to as proto-cow, and he's picked up 4 runs, so he's not holding back.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
Wasn't that short, but he played it really well and he placed it. That's the main thing. Placement is important if you're going to go for those big shots, and they're not going to go over the boundary. A bit of excitement for LBW as this is fired into the leg stump by Mitchell Santner. I didn't see that.
That one wasn't stretching anywhere near enough.
I don't think so.
He knew it himself.
I think Santner, it might have even pitched outside leg, to be honest.
But it hit outside leg.
Yeah, and Latham, you can see behind the stumps, is going across like a Pac-Man. Santner in again. He has got a slip now, which I was calling for earlier. And this is pushed out into the offside. Shreyas wants a run, but Rowett turns it down. 113 for 2 from 21.
Did he move like a Pac-Man or a Pac-Man? I couldn't get clear hand.
Isn't no, not Pac-Man. Is it more like Space Invaders? That's I'm getting my early 80s.
Look, I'm
games.
wearing my Thundercats T-shirt with pride, so you've got to get your retro geekery right in this company. I'm afraid.
Sorry about that. I do apologise, Jason.
I don't know where we got to.
Well, Tahir had just said about the team talk must have worked for the
Yes,
Kiwis.
whatever's doing that speaks working. To which Jago says, I spat, etc. when he saw that wicket.
Spat.
Indian vlogger says that's why chasing is always difficult, especially in big tournaments.
Onto the back foot goes Rowett as Bracewell starts his second over. He's removed already the dangerous Kohli for just a single. As New Zealand try and fight their way back into this game, they looked kind of dead and buried.
Can we just bask very briefly in that glorious Glenn Phillips catch once more?
Oh, now that's turned into him. There's an appeal for LBW. Paul Rifle not interested. They're going to get a leg by to the man at short third. I don't think so again. You're interested in that one, John?
I am.
I think that's too high.
I think maybe it did turn a lot.
Well,
but the New Zealand, because they do need something, and if they can get rid of Rohit,
that has turned, hasn't it? That's a lovely ball. When he got wickets in this tournament, he was bowling a lot to left-handers. He bowled really well. If he's going to get turn, and if there is more turn now, he really would like
Axar,
left-hand Axar, Jadeja. But the thing is, you've got to get one more wicket to get Axar in, then you've got to get three more wickets to get Jadeja in. Anyway, 114 for 2. He's in. This one is quicker, and it's played out to mid-wicket. Firmly struck, but finding the fielder. And there is no run. We're going to look at this again. It's going over the top. It's going over the top.
It's a lovely ball, though.
It was a lovely ball. He's in again. He bowls, and he wants a quick single. And Rowett sets off, and then, funnily enough, Rowett set off and got down there really quickly. But for a moment, Shreyas doubted himself, and there was a little bit of hesitation, but he's got through comfortably enough for the single.
Talking about the catch again, you mentioned it. I have to give a shout out to a friend of mine in a second who was capable of similar athleticism, but for the wrong reasons. I'll explain at the end of the
interesting.
over.
Bracewell in to complete that over. Bowls to Rowett. Rowett's turning that into the onside, but no single will be taken. A really good over from Bracewell. 115 for 2 from 22. Tell us the story.
Yeah, so just very quickly, there's a guy I used to play cricket with by the name of James Shadd, only known by the name Shadd to the world, and he used to take similar athletic catches, but I would actually say what the catch we just saw, it was by Mitchell, wasn't it? Was
by Phillips.
By Phillips, sorry.
Yeah.
It was of the similar ilk, where if you look at it in real time, it's astonishing, but especially in slow-ho, it looks like he makes a wonderful meal of it. And we used to call this a Derek dive. This guy's nickname is Derek. And a Derek dive is when you could have saved something easily, but you make the most astonishing leap in order to make it look even better than the...
It's a Chris Jordan catch, basically, where he goes half a step one way and then dives the other way to catch the ball, when he could have taken a half step the correct way in the first place.
Yes, so the correct nomenclature for that is a Derek dive.
Derek dive. Ravindra is into the attack, and in fact, Mitchell Santner is not going to bowl himself through. He's going to save something. He's going to try and get through a few overs with the new batsman out there, and with Rowett for the time being, just holding back. He's into Shreyas. He bowls, and he plays a really lovely, elegant stroke out into the offside. We'll get it through the infield for a single. And the score moves on to 116 for 2, and that was one that Glenn Phillips couldn't get near. It wasn't a catch, but it was beautifully played. I don't know. Do you know, John? I'm not sure I agree with you.
Look at it. It's he could have just stood up. Look at that.
He is a little bloke. He's not a big bloke, is he?
I mean, the trailing leg. He's enjoying it.
Yeah. I mean, there's a bit of flamboyance in there, I have to say, playing to the crowd maybe, but
well.
There's another single for Rowett. He goes to 73, 117 for 2. Jason?
The issue was that he'd caught it and he was still 4 feet off the ground. And you're thinking, he's just got. What do I do now?
Yeah.
I'll style it out.
I've got some time. Exactly.
Well, I think actually, yeah. I mean, he'd get 9.4 for style.
Yeah. Which you could never say about James Shad.
This is forced straight to extra cover. There is no run. Shreyas has 7 from 12. Rowett 73 from 72. 22.4 overs bowled. 117 for 2 is the India score, chasing 252 to win. This is just forced back to Ravindra. And the more of that these spinners can do, the more New Zealand will feel that they're in this game. And Ravindra comes in to complete the over. He bowls, and he's not looking for the big shot, just scoops that along the ground towards mid-wicket. There is no run. Very good over from Ravindra. He's completed 6 overs, none for 29. 117 for 2.
Stephen Coates says, come on New Zealand. Tahir Mohammed says 3 more quick wickets is all over for India. Leah says, is Lord Binface trying to ingratiate himself to Farong with that Thundercats shirt?
Again, this is not Count Binface. This is a human being in his own rights.
Yeah.
But,
I have to say, I don't know who Thundercats is.
Let's get the grammar right.
Sorry, Thundercat is, or Thundercats.
The program Thundercats is a cartoon. The Thundercats themselves are, a group of rather thunderous cats, for starters, from the planet Thundera.
Oh, well, I'm all for that then. Bracewell, Ian, down the wicket comes Rowett and drives Shreyas.
Very good.
Jumps over the ball as it runs towards him and they get a single.
Was that by design, that for a cat there?
Did you do that, Andy?
I don't know. I don't know what I did.
Oh, a roll of the tongue. Jason, are you aware of the Thundercat?
I was aware of them, not watched it.
That's not a great ball from Bracewell. It's outside the leg stump, but he can't do a lot with it. He whips it out to deep mid-wicket.
I'll try and paint a picture. Lion-O is very much the Virat of the Thundercats. Bit of a sort of show pony, but can get a bit headstrong. He can get things wrong.
Okay. Bracewell in again. Short hits Rowett on the pad as he was trying to work it. He's a little bit annoyed, and now Rowett is only at a run a ball. He's just been reined in with the loss of those wickets, I think, a little bit, but he's still batting supremely well.
Is it a fitness thing as well? Is he running out of steam a little bit?
I don't think so. He's played a lovely little dab sweep there. He's set off quickly. Is there anyone around there? Yes, it's going to be picked up by Mitchell, running around from deep square. They're going to get back for a very comfortable 2. 121 for 2.
And that takes him yet again above a run a ball for this 76.
Oh, it does. Damn it. I was going to say that you can get him under a run a ball, then, New Zealand are well, not on top, but they're in the game. Bracewell in again. He goes back. There's obviously going to be an easy single. No, there isn't. The man from quite wide at mid-on scampers around and cuts that one off. 121 for 2. 1 ball remaining and Bracewell's over. So far it's a good one. He just doesn't want to go for a big shot off the final ball, because that will destroy everything he's laid in terms of foundations. He dives over the top of this one as it's driven by Rowett. The mid-off is set back, but he's hit it too hard, and there is no run. 15 runs, a wicket, just 1-4 from the last 30 balls. The pressure is mounting. It's edging up.
Yep. Our own message here says, I'm a little torn. I stand to collect $85 on the bet. On my bet if New Zealand win, but £99 in the GPL if India win by 1. My heart says New Zealand, but my wallet says India.
Well, that's. I think we all struggle with that, don't we?
Yeah.
Hearts
That's the perfect misery hedge, I think, for us there. Casual manage.
In fact, if you take the last 36 balls, it's 18 runs and 2 wickets. So that's 6 overs going at 3 and over and a couple of wickets. So yeah.
Casual managers asked where we get our jiggles from. They came from a large number of contributors.
Mog is one of those. Dave Barrett of Men with Van is another. This is forced off the back foot. Ravindra starting his 7th over, single for Shreyas up to long off. Mog, Jeff Perkins, wonderful man, Australian living in America. We have the Jersey Jingler. We have James Sherwood, who is no longer involved, but there are still a lot of good jingles that he had. This is forced back by Rohit, tumbling stop from Ravindra.
And our theme tune.
And of course he wrote our theme tune. And we have one or two others. Prike in Munich, who is a big sofa fan. We don't hear from him these days. He wrote some really good jingles. Unfortunately, most of the jingles that he wrote are now out of use because the players have retired. Onto the back foot goes Rohit, forces it back to Ravindra.
You never know, they might come back. I mean, you've got Richard Illingworth, Paul Rifle are umpires. There might be a second life for some of these,
Johnny Bairstow still might.
Johnny Bairstow. I mean, what's he going to do after this? After his career as a cricketer, he's got to go into punditry,
umpiring,
umpiring.
Johnny
like
Bairstow.
David Lloyd. Yeah.
Yes.
This is swept, but not past the infield, and so again, pretty useful. It ended up being a very low full toss, and Rohit wasn't really in control of that, was he? He's in again, defended by the India captain.
I think Ravindra's really got the pace now, right? He's bowling just a little bit faster than he was. It's a bit more like Jadeja was bowling.
Yeah, Jadeja bowled really quickly, I thought, today.
Darts. He was really throwing it in.
Yeah. And I suppose there is an advantage perhaps for New Zealand here. As this is defended to end the over that has only conceded one. Ravindra 7 overs, none for 30. There is a little bit more turn. I mean, the Indian bowlers bowled so well because there wasn't much turn. It was their use of length and line, of pace on the ball or pace off the ball that really showed how good they were. And that's what you want from your spinners when there isn't much out there. But just a suggestion that there is a little bit more turn out there now.
Yes, you wouldn't have picked the New Zealanders for turning it more than the Indians at the start of the match. And but again, it could be strategic. I thought Jadeja was very deliberately trying to just tie it up until later in each over.
Yeah. Well, they need 130 from 150 balls. With 8 wickets in hand, you would say India still strong favourites. We're halfway through their innings, though. Bracewell is in. Has he got a return catch there? Well, for a moment, I thought it hit him on the pad, and I was going to say, that's got to be Plum. But he got bat on it, and then Bracewell was diving forward. Oh, Glenn Phillips has taken off his cap, as if to say, he's shelled that. Has he shelled that chance?
His toe ended it.
It's just short of him. Unlucky there for Bracewell. Into Shreyas, who again forces, but the bowler is good enough to get across to that and stop it.
What isn't unfortunate for, not accidental for Bracewell, is that he's got a slightly David Warner-style tash, and there's no excuse for that.
Yeah, no, it's dreadful. Onto the back foot goes Shreyas, giving himself room, but he can't force it through. Mid-off does the fielding.
Bracewell's bowling quite quick as well.
Yeah, I think you have to on this pitch. I think, and then it grips a little bit. It doesn't do a lot. Maybe you're going to get less turn by doing that. Onto the front foot goes Shreyas. Again, in defence, and there is a sense about the Indian batsmen that they're getting a bit fidgety. They're not used to being tied down. I think we've had now 9 dot balls in a row from Ravindra and Bracewell. Will the dam break? No, not on this occasion, as it's scooped towards mid-on, and there is no run.
I mean, they're not panicking yet. I think they've been in this situation enough to know that there are going to be these little droughts. But if a rush of blood does come to their head, then that could swing the game yet. This is probably the key moment of the match.
Very much so. Bracewell has bowled 5 dots, so we've had 10 dot balls. Can he just finish off this over? He's in. He's bowled a full toss. I think it was a full toss. It was a very low one, and it looked to me as if Shreyas' eyes lit up for a moment, and he was going to play the big shot. As it is, he bunts it into the ground, and it runs up to mid-on. And that, would you believe, is a maiden.
Wow.
A maiden in white ball cricket.
Do we have a jingle for that?
I don't know that we do have a maiden jingle.
Well, listeners, get scribbling on your music software now.
I'm sure we must have done at some point, but I can't actually find it.
If you have to use the search function, we've got no chance.
If I find it, I'm going to play it, even if it's 5 overs down the line.
I suggest to the tune of "Made in Heaven" by Queen. Made it over. That would be quite nice.
Ooh, I don't know that one.
Messenger says to Jay Grover, I regard any win as a return on a £46 investment in a Gorilla Breakfast.
Oh, he's had he's stumped! He's stumped! Would you believe it? Rowett has had a rush of blood. He's come down the wicket to Ravindra, and that is as simple a stumping as you will ever see. Latham has done the business, and Rowett has gone. Ravindra has the wicket. And wow, this makes things very interesting indeed.
Oh, I just wish I'd got my word in just before that, because it would sound so prophetic. I said the last thing you want now is for Rohit to get out.
Oh, well, there you go. Even by thinking that, you sent out the vibe.
I did send out the vibe.
Yeah.
But the key thing is that is partnership bowling. Was it Ravindra was it between them? You said it was something like 10 or 11
balls. It would have been 11 balls before that, yeah.
Yeah, and Rohit couldn't stand it, and that just shows they've obviously mastered the pace they need to be bowling at. They've tied them down. Like I said, this is the key moment. If New Zealand can winkle out Axar, Shreyas, they could yet make this a win. And your chap who has put money on the Kiwis, wow.
Right, it's this man. He hurt his finger earlier. Do have to say, of course, that Axar Patel has had a really good tournament, and he's batted extremely well and deserved his promotion up to number 5.
He's very much cool hand Luke, isn't he? He's the gunslinger who knows exactly when to pull the trigger.
That said, we're just looking at his record in one day, and I guess because he's batted a lot lower than this generally, he's only got an average of 22. Gautam Gambhir is looking a little bit worried. Anyway, so Axar about to face his first ball. Shreyas on 9 from 22, and in comes the left-arm spinner. Bowls to Axar, who goes back to a short one. Perhaps if he'd been in longer, he might have done a little bit more damage with that one. The left-arm spin of Ravindra is now back over the wicket to the left-hander. They got a left-hander out there. Bracewell might like this. Ravindra in, he really tosses that up. It's a beautiful drive, but well stopped by the Kiwi captain, Santner, at extra cover. And, what I love about this New Zealand side is they learn so quickly. Anyway, he's in again, bowls. He plays a pleasant drive this time, all the way up to mid-off, where Kyle Jamieson, a very big figure, looms and stoops.
Well, this isn't to do down some of they have fantastic individuals, but there's such a team dynamic about New Zealand.
Ravindra in again. Bowl. Oh, it's come back and hit him on the pad. I thought it might have got through there. Ravindra was momentarily quite excited too, and it just ballooned out into the offside off the pad.
There we go.
Tom Latham has taken 150 dismissals in ODIs. That's pretty damn good, isn't it? Ravindra in again, shorter, forced. They should get a run. No, they don't. Jameson is there at mid-off again. And the screw is being tightened. That is not just a maiden. That is a waden. It's a wicket maiden from Ravindra. 8 overs, 1 for 30. I suppose the worry for New Zealand here is that at some point they're going to have to go to Phillips.
This is it. These two are going to bowl themselves out.
Yes.
And what happens next? We must celebrate the daddy 100 of wicketkeeper dismissals, or 150. That's pretty good for Latham. And also, I think is it Farong, who's the Cherries fan. I have to big up the fact that Bournemouth are 1-0 up against Spurs.
What a surprise! Let's say, well done, Latham.
Or sometimes keeps wicket. He doesn't bowl great, but I still don't wanna face him, Tom Latham.
Onto the front foot goes Shreyas. New over from Bracewell, who's a little bit more confident in tossing up now. And it's just defended. Ooh, second innings average turn. Now this is the difference. 2 degrees for India. Down the wicket comes Shreyas, but again can only force it back to the bowler. I think it was it 2 and 3.4? 3.4 for New Zealand. So that may be a very good argument for batting first. Bracewell in. He's gone for the big shot. Has he got hold of it? I think he has. It's thrown back in. It was caught and thrown back in. Brilliant work by Will Young. And I think
saved 4 runs.
Well, he's done more than that. I think he saved 5 runs there, because I think they've only got a single. He went for it. It looked like it was just going to get over the boundary.
He didn't run because he thought it was 6.
Well, Will Young has leapt into the air.
That's 6.
That is 6. Oh, unlucky Will Young. He did just tread on the a bit of the sponge. So Shreyas gets one of these. Great effort, though. Great effort. He goes back to this one. Will that loosen up Shreyas? Gone to 15 for 26. He whips this into the leg side, but straight to square leg. Unlucky from Will Young. He did everything right, really.
Good jingling hand over. 1 toe over the line.
1 toe over the line. 1 toe into the sponge. Once more into the sponge, dear. Whatever it was. Defended out to extra cover. And again, there is no run. I mean, he would have saved 5 runs there. That would have been astonishing. Anyway, Bracewell in again to finish the over. He's forward. Presses out on the offside, looking for a single, won't get it. So just the 6 from that over, 128 for 3 from 28.
And I think that is, just before you go to the socials, Jason, that is, I think, 1 scoring shot out of something like 15 or 16 balls. Now that is amazing.
Yeah, and I mean, a risk. If that hadn't quite got the distance, then they would be looking at 4 wickets down. And suddenly in that dressing room, however confident you are, and India should be very confident in their lineup, you would just maybe think that some nerves would kick in. Jason,
quick tweets about flamboyant catches. DJ Bravo has the best flamboyant catches, says Tahir Mohammed. And also Mayank says one of the most flamboyant catches in ODI format was taken by Ishant Sharma in 2008 when he took a spectacular catch off Ian Bell.
We can have a little montage of Derek dives. I love it.
Well, they are going to get Glenn Phillips. We did say this, that if they were going to use more spin, they've got to get him into the attack pretty quickly. And here he is. What can he do?
Feared by the bad, loved by the good. Glenn Phillips, Glenn Phillips, Glenn Phillips.
Tosses the ball up into the leg stump, quite full, dug out up to long on by the left-handed Axar Patel, and they take a single. We're just looking at the reaction time of Glenn Phillips and taking his flamboyant show pony catch. It was 0.78 seconds. Catches taken in the Champions Trophy 5, drop none. Efficiency 100%. In comes Phillips round the wicket, bowls to Shreyas, who drives at that aerially slightly. Oh, that's appalling fielding by O'Rourke, I think it is. They're going to come back for a second. Oh, my word. Well, now, hang on. Someone's gone down and injured themselves in the field. Phillips is looking, thinking, what the heck is going on out there?
I think it's sheer shame from having misfielded.
Well, I don't think it was O'Rourke.
I think it's sympathy pains for O'Rourke.
He was done by the spinning ball. It came off a thick outside edge, and it was a difficult one to take. But he should have done better. Oh, now the fielder that did finally pick up the ball turned his ankle quite nastily. Who is that? It's Will Young. So that's quite good for India. They've almost injured 2 players with 1 shot. Phillips to Shreyas, and he's in. He bowls. I thought he sat on the pad there for a moment, but not. He's got bat on it and managed to whip it up to mid-on.
I mean, I assume if he has to go off the field, you've got the jingle for Will Young. You better leave right now.
We should have, but we don't. I don't think. We have made use of the joke, to be fair.
I should hope so.
Yeah, absolutely. Phillips in down the leg side. Not a good ball. Swept away. There is a man out there though. It's Ravindra, so it's just a single to Shreyas. And we're looking at a montage of the Phillips catches. I mean, he doesn't do anything by half measures. He's the flying Kiwi, as is being suggested by the broadcasters. In comes Phillips. He's got a left hand down the other end. Axar Patel onto the back foot, drives forcefully, cut off at extra cover by Santner.
There's something slightly unpalatable about the statistic of saying about their catching efficiency.
I know.
It's success rate, I get,
Yeah.
But efficiency just sounds so mechanical.
It does. It must have been invented by AI. Oh my goodness, Phillips is...
Derek
dive. That was a Derek dive. If ever I saw one, that's been forced up to long on. But he went spectacularly across to his left, Phillips, to try and cut that off. I don't think he ever had a chance of getting there.
Exactly.
Anyway, 5 runs off the over, not too bad. And we have some more tweets.
Yep, I was just trying to find out one about Bairstow. Jacob says, I'm so used to seeing Bairstow motivated by rage. I think I have a suspicion he'd make a good umpire.
Exactly. I think.
And also Eric J says, Bairstow umpiring a decision on Carey might be interesting. Tahir says, well done. Come on, New Zealand. 2 more and it's over. Force them to play uncomfortable shots.
2 more and it's over. India have come down from 74% on win predictor to just 66. They need 119 from 126 balls. So it's still very gettable. If they don't lose their nerve, they've still got Raoul to come, of course. He's a dangerous batsman.
Perko says after this ball.
Bracewell into Axar, and he drives. And there he is, the flying Kiwi. And this time he does. Oh, it wasn't. It was another flying Kiwi. It was Chapman. Brilliant stop. Really good stop.
Do you think he's nicknamed David?
Forward in defence. David.
Mark David Chapman.
Who's Mark David Chapman?
The bloke that shot John Lennon.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, good point. I wondered for a moment. Yeah, that sounded familiar. Bracewell to the left-handed. Axar Patel will have a change at the end of this over, which is a shame because I'm enjoying this. Forced up to long on, and they jog the single.
Surely he should be nicknamed Graham. He's a bit of a flying circus. So,
Graham yes,
Chapman.
Graham Chapman. Good call.
Yes. And now for something completely different.
Indeed. Santner is at backward square leg.
Indian Bigfoot stomping down on New Zealand.
Yes.
Bracewell in bowls. Ooh, chipped into the onside. There was a sense of pad involvement. Santner runs around, but it won't stop the single. So signs that India are just beginning to come to terms with what they have to do. Calm heads. Certainly think that Axar is one of those. Bracewell in again to Axar, and he defends onto the onside of the pitch. There is no run. Bracewell has he's bowled very well so far.
Bowled very well to right-handers.
Yep, considering he's bowling to the left-hander. He gives that one air, stroked through mid-off by Axar Patel. He knows it's just a runner ball and the odd 4 that is required. It's the end of the 30th over. I think it's a triple change.
Yep.
Billy is hopefully waiting to come in. He is. I will admit him. There we go. He's got to be admitted all the way from Newcastle. He is joined by Messi on the socials, and Tony is going to summarise.
And I'll just say a very happy, warm goodbye. It's been lovely to be here.
Is that the end of you?
That's me done for today.
Oh, that's a shame.
It's me done for the day as well.
Unless
something bad happens.
That's a double shame.
Thank you all. You've got chocolate digestives to go and eat.
Yes.
Oh, good point. Yeah, fair enough.
I'll try and get my half century.
All right, over to you, Messi and Billy.
Lockie 6 says if New Zealand take lots of wickets, they will improve their chances of winning. Pure genius. Jay says, you say that, but I think they don't employ the strategy of scoring large amounts of runs, possibly a double bluff. Let's get started on bluffs and double bluffs. There's lots of stuff here. Stephen Kelk says, by the way, I was once chatting to Chitara. She leaned over to me to whisper something in my ears.
Phillips back on. First delivery was a dot. The second ball was knocked down the ground for a single. In New Zealand, just eking themselves back into the game, Tony.
They are, but the run rate is so comfortable that you know it's the old cliche. They do need wickets. They've got a couple. They need a couple more.
They absolutely do. Well, is Phillips the man to get it? 2 singles of his first 2. He's coming around the wicket at Axar, and this one goes slightly on with the arm and off the inside half of Axar Patel's bat. They will get a single. As you say, run rate very comfortable. 113 from 117 balls required, so that certainly isn't the issue. I mean, it really is all India's to lose, and you'd think they would get there, but New Zealand will try their best to make a fist of it. As Phillips will now come over the wicket to Shreyas, who's on 20. This is tossed up a bit and off the back foot. Played nicely out to deep cover for a single.
I mean, it's interesting again. It's got tougher for India a little bit when the spinners have come on. I think both Bracewell and Santner have bowled pretty well. Phillips has held his end up as the perhaps the more part-time of the group.
They'll come in again, all singles so far off the over. This will be the first dot of the 5th ball of the over. Axar Patel, he pushes it into the leg side for no run.
I mean, pound for pound, as they say, on a surface like this, you would back India's 4 spinners against New Zealand's, but as a close second, you wouldn't mind New Zealand's 4 in your team, would you?
No, you certainly wouldn't. Phillips completes the over with a slightly wider flighted one that's driven down the ground for a single. So 141 for 3, Messi. Good to see you.
Yes, and you. Strangely, YouTube is playing up yet again, but I can tell you the rest of that message from Stephen Kelk. He said what Chitara said to him was what he'd longed to hear: give the lad a bowl. BRU announcement for Farong says, don't forget 10 years ago today the mighty Tigers of Bangladesh defeated the champions of moral victories.
Would that be England by any chance?
Possibly, yes.
I think sorry, go on, after you.
Stephen Kelk says, here we go.
Bracewell, sorry, Messi, you can get them in between balls. No. Bracewell has come in, bowled really nicely so far. 1 for 17 off 6. His first ball is just pushed down the ground for a single.
Stephen Kelk says to Jay, I'm sure I'm not the only person in the universe to have fond memories of the lovely Chitara.
Bracewell in once more. This is defended for no run. They thought about a single, Shreyas, but decided wisely against.
Oh, she's a Thundercat now, I understand.
Farong should be a happy man at the moment. His Cherries are 1-0 up at Spurs.
Indeed.
Bracewell in again, and this is turned off the back foot for no run. Square leg does it. Yeah, well, I actually took. I don't know if any of you play Fantasy Premier League. This might be more for Tony the Messi, but they've got a new thing in called an assistant manager chip, and I put Ange Postecoglou into mine because if as Bracewell comes in and Shreyas does down pitch, acts it. Very nearly went to hand, but might find the gap. Oh, wonderful fielding. If his body didn't hit the boundary rope at the same time, he has definitely saved a single there.
I think he did. Was it Santner or O'Rourke?
Said 2. They only got 2.
Who dove?
Yeah, I think that was a good bit of fielding. It was almost just a dog sweep, but almost standing up, very flat, and a wonderful full-length dive, one-handed.
Well, and the presence of mind to get rid of the ball. It was Will Young again, wasn't it? No, it wasn't. It was O'Rourke.
Will Young threw it in. O'Rourke did the fielding. Bracewell, 2 balls left in his over, will come into Shreyas, and this is a similar delivery, which is shoveled into the leg side. They will get a single. They might push for 2. No, they decide against. But they've added an assistant managership, and if you put your manager as a team who's more than 5 places above who they're playing in the table, you get double the points. went for Big
God.
Ange, and he's letting me down.
Doesn't that make your head explode when you have to work out all those bloody combinations?
Wider from Bracewell, and this is cut, but can't pierce the infield. Or penetrate the infield, as Tony so wonderfully put a couple of games ago. And there is no run to end the 32nd over, 145 for 3.
Oh dear. The Harriman says, Will Young missed a trick there. He should have pushed the boundary rope back a couple of feet. Cheers, John and Jason, says Jay Grover. Thank you to both of you for your service. Now they're now munching away on Jaffa cakes and chocolate digestives, and telling stories of yore about the 10 years or so, or whatever it is at Gorilla Towers. How long has it been at Gorilla Towers, Tony? Can you recall?
Well, it was here in 2017 when I started, and I think they'd been here a year, so probably since 2016, I'm guessing.
Right.
Phillips will come in again. This first ball is played nicely by Shrezar. Out for a single, so he moved himself onto 25. He's playing the situation quite well, Shrezar. 25 off 39, as you mentioned at the start of our stint, Tony. No need for them to do anything rash at all.
No, again, I think a couple of wickets, losing Rohit, who was obviously very keen to get on with it. Kohli, who needed 45, didn't need to overhaul Chris Gale in Champions Trophy games, but that didn't last very long.
Phillips bowls. This is short and off the back foot by Axar. Up to long on for a single.
And this is what New Zealand did in their innings. I mean, they went over 11 overs at one point without a boundary, but they kept picking up the ones and twos. Very, very, very rarely a three. Just doesn't seem to be a ground for threes, or it certainly hasn't been in this match.
Phillips is 2 dots for his first 2 deliveries. He'll come into the right-handed Shrezar, who prods forward, and it will be a third single off 3 deliveries. But I think the interesting point of this game is their 3 spinners are nearly bowled out. Well, I mean, Phillips has got lots of overs left in the tank. But where do you think it's time to go to somebody like Will O'Rourke, who's only bowled the 2 overs so far?
Yeah, he took tap in his first over, Neo O'Rourke, but then he seemed to drag it back.
Phillips bowls. This is flatter and off the back foot, pulled into the offside for a single from Axar.
They have they've got Ravindra, haven't they? Who I wouldn't imagine, because you've got 2 part-timers with Ravindra and Phillips, and you've got 2 full-timers in Santner and Bracewell. But they need their part-timers to step up, that's for sure.
Well, Ravindra is probably just better than a part-timer. I'd say Phillips certainly is a part-timer. As he comes in, he's quite very wide on the crease. Phillips, this is beautifully put away into the leg side. It was short, a really filthy ball that you usually get from a part-timer. Trez pulls it to the square leg boundary to move on to 30.
Yeah, I think you're right there. That is the risk of 4 frontline spinners, most of whom can also bat. In the case of India, when you look at Axar and you look at Jadeja, you've got a lot of batting power there. Less obviously with Kuldeep and Varun Chakravarti.
Well, Chakravarti picked up a little injury, so we're not even sure if he will be able to bat if he's needed.
Well, he bats 11 anyway.
He won't be in great shape.
It's pretty unlikely.
It's completely over. He does. This is pushed into the offside. And that is a perfect over from India's point of view. 1 boundary, 5 singles. That's all they need to do, really. Messi.
Yes, indeed. Mindset Media says New Zealand missed the trick. No way should you make only 251 with wickets in hand. Farong's anticipating the second half being about to kick off and sends us 3 cherries. Jay Grover says, question for Billy. When I first went to university 30 odd years ago, the painful bonding were from talking about old children's TV shows. Does that still happen in the internet age?
No, we don't really talk about any. Like kind of Teletubbies and that sort of thing. We don't really talk about that very often, to be honest. More talk about the cricket as Bracewell comes in once more, and he got slightly across his stump Shrezar, but does turn it into the leg side and they'll get a comfortable single. So they now need only 97 that required to win the Champions Trophy. It's into double figures. I think who was that earlier comment by Messi about New Zealand missing a trick with the wickets in hand and not scoring off. I think that's slightly unfair because they're in a
So
hole.
do I, actually.
They're in a hole from relatively early on. This is pushed into the offside.
I do understand the theory of that. I mean, the fact is, you know, you could have taken the criticism is you could have taken more risk to get more runs because you've left wickets in hand. The difficulty though was it was very, very hard to score against some really, really tight spin bowling.
Bracewell comes in. This is defended. Once again, they're very good at finding the gaps. These Indian batsman Shreyas there just nudges it between cover and point for a single, and they're just ticking it over really nicely. There hasn't been a dot ball in
Yeah, 11 this is where New Zealand did get themselves mired.
Well, there was something like 140 dot balls, I think.
Yeah.
Driven back down the ground, but Bracewell will field off his own bowling.
You see, I'm not sure if they'd have lost more wickets, they would have been at the same score, and there is the eternal dilemma of what makes this format of the game so interesting.
Agreed. 2 balls left and Bracewell's over. This one turns a bit from wide, and it's cut by Axel Patel out to deep cover for a single.
I mean, to a certain extent, yes, it is, of course, risk and reward. But there's only so much risk you can take if you want that reward. I think probably they were at par. I think, to be fair, they were roundabout at par.
Bracewell to complete the over. This is a bit quicker, maybe a bit of bounce, but it's worked away really nicely. They could actually get 2 here, but they might just settle for a single. They do. So 159 for 3 is the score. And also, Tony, just to finish on that point, if they'd gone out really aggressive and attacking and had flailed away their wickets, we would have been criticising them for that. So difficult scenario to be in.
Actually, if you want to talk par, they were slightly over par because 246 is the par for this tournament. But the only downside for them was the average first innings score has been going steadily upwards, and they were sort of just below. They were somewhat below Australia, although they were still the second highest score here. And they beat the score that India got against them here. So it does come down now to I think they were round about a decent score, better than they might have hoped for at one stage, but they need wickets if they want to stay competitive in this.
They do. Well, 3 of the fielders outside the ring on the leg side boundary for Glenn Phillips to come in. You might try and bowl quite tight. No, this first one's wider and it's a cut shot by Shreyas. You know what they say, never cut an off spinner. Well, he tried to there, and luckily for his sake didn't get any kind of edge through. That was a nice delivery from Phillips. Good bit of flight.
Presumably as a right hander, never cut an off spinner.
Yes. You're fine as a leg spinner.
As a leg spinner, you'd be fine.
Shreyas comes down the pitch to meet the ball from Phillips.
As a left-hander,
good leg.
You see, as soon as the runs needed are less than the balls you've got to score them in, and you've still got 7 wickets in the hutch, it starts to look good in your favour, doesn't it?
Oh, well, if you're Santner, Tony, what would you be trying to do? Phillips comes in once more. This is short term.
Well, let me have
off
a
the
look.
back foot from Shreyas. Bunts it down to long on for a single. As Tony, I assume, is getting up the bowling figures to try and work out what changes he might be making. But
you're right.
The seamers have got a lot of overs left. O'Rourke only bowled 2. Someone else only bowled 2 at the top.
Nathan Smith's only bowled 2. Jameson's bowled 4.
Phillips from around the wicket this time to Axel Patel. Keeps going around the wicket. That's a misfield. That's the kind of thing that they just don't need. And just attempted run out, but it was never going to be anything but that's the kind of thing New Zealand are usually so tight and good at. And is that just a little sign that mentally they're starting to wonder?
I mean, by far the most economic of the quick bowlers was Jameson. I suppose what I might do is keep Phillips on and see if I can lose 2 or 3 overs of Jameson now. And see if he can get me a wicket in the process.
Phillips bowls, Shreyas wanders across his stumps, flicks it into the leg side. Yeah, I think you have to keep the spin on at one end.
Yeah, and Phillips is the one with all the overs in the bank compared to the frontline spinners in Mitchell and Bracewell.
He comes in once more, nice delivery, and they try and get a single but don't. So that's a really good over from Glenn Phillips, you have to say. India 161 for 3.
Do John is just leaving the building, waving goodbye to us.
Bye-bye. DIY Guru says it's currently 4:11 a.m. in the morning here in New Zealand. The only trick I'm missing is sleeping. There's some discussion of very old, mildly saucy computer games, Virtual Valerie and Leisure Suit Larry.
Virtual Valerie?
Yes, I hadn't heard of it before.
No, I've never heard of them.
Although I'm slightly intrigued.
A Mac game.
It's a Mac game. Oh, right, okay. I'm still intrigued what Virtual Valerie may have done. What do you reckon, Billy?
No, I don't think I want to think about it, Tony.
I did a Google search and it looks extraordinarily dull and pixelated.
You don't
clear the search.
Don't want anyone searching. Yeah, I hope you did that incognito, messes.
When they say erotic game, I think it's a stretch of the word erotic, probably.
Well, we've got our answer, Tony, because Will O'Rourke is coming on to bowl.
I'm surprised that I would have gone Jameson, but
yeah,
we'll see.
Well, I'd definitely have gone one of the two. I think O'Rourke has had a decent tournament. Is a very good bowler. So, I mean, they might go Jameson at the other end, although I'd be surprised. Do you think that they would be sticking with one spinner? Well,
he's got that Kingston pedigree.
His run-up starts from outside the circle, 2 on his back, comes into action, Patel, it's well bowled, good line in length, and pushed up to mid-on. But no, I mean, this is a crucial part of the game, Tony. These next 5 overs decide the game for me. New Zealand need at least 2 wickets.
They do, and they need to not go for many runs while they're getting them, which is a big ask. They somehow maybe they forsook their earlier seamers quicker. Yes, I think how many did Hardick bowl up front?
I think he only bowled 2 himself at all in the whole innings. So there's a quick single being taken here, sharp the stumps, but misses. I think he was probably just safe. It was Ratchan Ravindra who I think had the go. He's usually pretty good in the field.
Yeah, Hardick only bowled 3 in total, Shami 9. So somehow, and I'm trying to work out how India's 4 spinners seem to somehow build more of the key overs. The actual balance of power, as it were, is very similar.
O'Rourke in once more. This is wider and guided nicely for a single to a wide third man. Yeah, it is. We're just in the graphic there of the highest run scorers in the Champions Trophy. Shreyas Iyer has just passed Joe Root to be the second highest, and he needs another 30 odd runs to topple Ratchan Ravindra at the top of that list. But interesting on it, number 3 and 4 were Duckett and Root on 225 and 227 runs respectively.
Yeah, and highest score is still, I think, Ben Duckett's 165. Am I right?
Did someone get a 170? O'Rourke comes in around the wicket. This is on the pads and clipped into the leg side where it's well fielded. I feel like someone got a. Did someone not get a 170? Messi might know.
Well, while you're looking at that.
Yes. Oh God, I'm trying to remember who it was now.
I'll tell you in a moment.
And it was a really good innings.
Well, yes, 170.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah. I can't remember if it was in a losing cause, because we made comparisons between that and Duckett both being in losing cause. 2 balls of O'Rourke's over. Left to go. This is a bouncer, and it's been clothed, but he's hit it so poorly that it only gets to the fielder on the couple of bounces. If he'd hit that well, it might have gone to hand. I've
got a feeling it was Ravindra.
I don't think it was Ravindra, but could be. I mean, he is top of the scorers. So
it's Ibrahim Zadrin, 177 for Afghanistan against England.
Yes. It was a great innings too.
Yeah, so it was in a winning cause then. O'Rourke comes in. This is pulled nicely, more controlled this time. Might find the gap. No, good one-handed pickup by Bracewell. I think that was on the boundary, and adds 2 to the total. It's just. It's just not very threatening. They're looking at ease. India 166 for 3.
Mindset Media says, put it this way, there's no way India can lose if they're not bowled out. if India bat out the overs, they will definitely overhaul the score. That's correct. I mean, it's not a massively competitive score, but in the circumstances, New Zealand did reasonably well to get there from where they started. Sorry, Lockie 6 says, if Elon Musk had grown up in Sheffield, he'd be a hairdresser. I don't know where that came from, Lockie, but if you say so.
I'm not sure. I'd want
Jay
my
says,
barber
I'm not sure what that
ketamine.
means, but it sounds very plausible. Enrique Mentor says, slowly India taking the match away.
Yeah.
Well, it will be a spin at the other end as Phillips continues around the wicket to Axar Patel, and this is aerial but safe. Drilled down to long on for a single.
Well, this is what we're saying. It has to be Phillips because he's the one who's got to churn through some overs economically.
I mean, although I think lots of people would argue there's no point. You know, you may as well bowl. You need to win the game now. Or, you know, you need to take the game by the scruff of the neck now. There's no point Ravindra completing his overs later when the game really is done, as that ball is knocked back to Phillips for a dot. So I think I slightly agree with you there, Tony. I think Phillips needs to come off because if this continues, they've lost, so it doesn't matter. And if it gets down to 30 off 30, they've definitely lost. This is wider and it's been hit beautifully. Wonderful shot over long on by Shreyas Iyer, who will move himself onto 44 with a huge 6.
That nearly troubled the Ring of Fire floodlights. That was a huge hit.
It was in the top tier.
Phillips tried to take it wider, and it only just turned right into the middle of that bat. And that's a properly huge 6. 109 metres. It's just a nice pitching wedge. Wonderful shot, deposited, as Tony said and Messi says, into the top tier. What will the comeback be from Phillips? 3 balls left in the over. Shreyas Iyer isn't quite ready. He's 6 away from his 50. 173 for 3. 3 balls left in the 37th. New Zealand desperately need a wicket. He dances down the pitch. This one he hasn't hit quite well. This could be the wicket. It is.
Oh, he's dropped it.
No, he's dropped it.
Oh, no.
Oh, it was a sitter. That was it. Phillips, a delivery that just wasn't quite there. It was closer to Shreyas Iyer's body, and he drilled it into the leg side, straight down Carl Jamieson's throat at long on. And we'll see a replay now. It was out of the toe of the bat, and he just came in slightly too far. Maybe no. It's a really easy catch, unfortunately, and it's just hit his wrists as he's tried to take it, then onto his body, and then down.
Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot.
Oh, poor bit of fielding.
Oh dear.
That could be it. Axar Patel will face now. This is turned to the leg side for a single, and you'd think now that Shreyas Iyer and Axar will just put away that kind of shot, Tony. Usually that happens when you've been dropped.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I was looking at, that was just a horrible drop. Where would I roll the dice if I was Mitchell Santner?
How many has he himself got left to bowl?
Well, he's just got 3. I'd probably give myself an over.
Yeah, I would. I agree. Phillips next over. After, if O'Rourke does continue, this is pushed back down the ground to Phillips, who can't field off his own bowling, and they will trundle through for a single. Disappointing. Nightmare for New Zealand. It's not going their way at all. 176 for 3.
Mindset Media is very harsh on New Zealand, I think. He says, this is a poor performance from New Zealand. The least you can do is compete. They haven't managed that. Well, I think they've done as well as anybody has in Dubai.
Well, the only thing you might do...
They're not trying pretty hard.
The only thing you might do is, on the back of that, throw the ball to Kyle Jameson, who I would have given the ball to rather than O'Rourke, and said, here's your chance to make immediate amends. You've got 2 overs. Blast us a couple of wickets, purely on the psychology basis of, why wouldn't you? What have you got to lose at this stage?
Well, it will be O'Rourke to continue. I think we've just seen a shot of Santner warming up, so we might be right on that front. It's a short cutter at that. It's guided nicely by Shreyas Iyer down to third man. He will take himself to 47. Tricky. Very poor bit of fielding, as we say. I mean, people have said, this is not to give him an excuse, and we'll never know. People have said the thing about fielding at this ground with those ring of fire
It's
lights
hard
is
to
that the
pick
ball gets lost in them.
It does.
And the stats do suggest that the catching percentage goes down on this ground.
Under lights, yeah, they do.
But
it was
that
a big
shot would have
issue, I
seemed
think,
to-
in the World
would have seemed to be
T20.
below the lights. It was. I do remember that. This is on the rib area of Axel Patel from O'Rourke and turned it down to fine leg for a single. But I think that ball came in below those lights really.
We're trying to help him out by giving him plausible excuses.
Exactly.
But I don't think any of them will make him feel any better at the moment. Honestly, the only thing that would make him feel better is put the ball in his hand and say it's your chance to fix it. I really would tap into that. But I'm not the captain of New Zealand.
Well, O'Rourke's the one that they're currently turning to try and turn the tide. He goes wide on the crease. It's a short. It's not controlled off the top edge that skewed itself, rolling to square leg, and he'll get one more with Shrezar to get on to 48.
Well, not controlled, but I mean, I think he knew where his field was, and he knew that there was a long leg right back on the boundary, and all he had to do was steer it round the corner. There was going to be no one there to get in the way of it. So to that point, it didn't really matter if he didn't quite keep it down.
They do appear the field as deep square leg, fine leg third man, and deep points. It does appear that they are going to a bit of a short ball theory. This one is Fuller, and Axel Patel flicks it for no run. He's on 18 off 33. He's just steadying. He has taken up a few dots.
Well, Axar as well, they do have a feeling he doesn't particularly like the short ball, which would also explain why they might be thinking short ball theory for a while. You've got two tall fast bowlers who can exploit it.
2 deliveries left in the 38th over. O'Rourke turns in once again, 2 on his back. He comes around the wicket to Axel Patel. This is a wonderful shot. Beautiful timing from Axel Patel, and the danger of having everyone on the leg side and out is that you drill it through mid-on, 4 runs to take him to 22.
It wasn't the greatest piece of fielding. It was a bit of
wasn't, but it was timed wonderfully well, you'd have to say.
It was.
And O'Rourke hasn't quite bowled to his field there, so as you say, Tony, maybe Jameson would have been the answer. 7 off his over, 1 ball left in it. This is Fuller and pushed back to him aerially. They think about a single, but ultimately decide against. There was a direct hit, but everyone seems convinced that I was safe. So that ends the 38th over. India 183 for 3.
Stephen Kelk says, no pilgrimage for me today to Valkenburg, which was where he'd been expecting to go. So back to watch and listen to the final Guerrilla Cricket Tars broadcast ever from Sydenham.
Well, we're not
Indeed
entirely
it is.
sure that's the case, because we may do a weekly IPL show. We're having a chat this Wednesday about whether we'd do that. Now, if we do, we're still likely to have to move halfway through it.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Or we might do it only from the new studio. These are decisions we'll have to take. But yes, other than a weekly IPL show, this would be the last major tournament or event, as it were. Not that the IPL isn't a major event, but we would only do it once a week if we did it. To be determined.
Okay, keep your eyes open.
We'll send
and
everybody
watch
in
out
minutes.
for your messages. Tahir Mohammed says, we're on a drinks break, by the way. Pakistan is the only team without a single batsman reaching 100. It sort of tells the story of the Pakistan performance. It's extraordinarily disappointing. Pakistan and Bangladesh, I think, were both very disappointing.
Well, one of the things, there was a very interesting article in the Times this morning or yesterday. One of the things you have to realise with Pakistan is they do miss out on so much white ball cricket, apart from their own PSL, which of course is very good. They can't play in the IPL. So many franchise teams are owned by Indian ownership that it restricts the options, and I think only Imad Wasim has ever played in the IPL, and obviously he's born in Cardiff originally.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Or he's played some recently. He's played some in the International League and in the US. What is it they call it? The American Super League, whatever it's called.
Whatever. Major League Cricket, I think it's called.
MLC. So Pakistan players do have a challenge. It'll be interesting to see what happens in the 100 draft. Now that you have less choice for their players, so they are handicapped in this format, and England players have rather handicapped themselves, whereas Pakistan have been dealt a tough blow.
Stephen Kelk says, it is sad, but if this is the last broadcast from Gorilla Towers, it is in some sense a moral victory for England. Fuck's sake, Kiwis, don't lose catches, says Enrique Mentor. And Jay says, problem is Jamison's tiny hands. Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's it, guys. Whatever hope they had, that drop catch did it, says Tahir Mohammed.
Yeah,
I tend to agree.
I tend to agree. Yeah.
I've said it. I'll say it again. I genuinely would have thrown in the ball next over and said, "Get us out of this mess. Do something.
Yep.
Do something to make amends." If
Yeah,
you don't,
I think we saw Santner warming up, so it might be him to replace Phillips, which would be a good call. But then I kind of agree with you. O'Rourke, I didn't bowl bad in those 2 overs, but no real threats. So I think it could be Santner and Jamieson. But it's getting to the stage where it's just too late. India don't tend to lose games from. I mean, indeed, most sides don't tend to lose games from this kind of a position.
Where are they? 38. So 12 overs left.
69 from 72 is the equation. If you're just joining us, wickets been shared. The 3 wickets been shared by Santner, Ravindra, and I can't remember who else. Who was the other one?
Well, tell you why. Because you've got 12 overs left, and you've got 12 overs left of spin. Exactly. So this is why you're seeing Santner back, I think.
Santner is coming in, and this is defended.
Yeah.
No run. Well, I think also it's this. Captain needs to try and do something for his side. I always think it's the captain's responsibility in these situations to be having a bowl and trying to change something.
But I think he's closing the door on seam bowling and saying it's spin from here on.
Well, this one's shorter and into the back pad of Trezor, who's on 48, nearing his 50 milestone. He can overtake Rachman Ravindra and become the top scorer in the tournament. And he will see how he'll play Santner here. You'd assume he'll play him really from the crease, and this is pushed but well fielded by cover. So the equation is 69 from 69. The right-handed Shreyas facing up to the left-handed Mitch Santner. He moves around in this crease this time and flicks over. This could be out. Oh, wonderful catch!
Yes,
wonderful catch. It was. He moved around in this crease, Shreyas, and it was Santner followed him and he shoveled it round the corner. Rachman Ravindra at short square leg. Beautiful diving catch. Does that give them the belief that they need? New Zealand.
Well, there was they were looking for. Shovelled round the corner, superbly taken on the dive by Ravindra.
I won't look back.
And he's having a look in at the bat. It's got to be the bat's fault. It always is.
Well, he goes for a very well-made 48, and although he will feel, as I think the dressing room will feel, if you've got the responsibility to properly all but take us home, and getting out there's just left a tiny crack open in the door which New Zealand will try and exploit.
Well, this was it. Nobody on the New Zealand side. I mean, yes, Mitchell 63, Bracewell 53, Ravindra 37, Phillips 34, but nobody really went on and posted the score around which everything else is built, did they?
Yeah, and the big scores we've seen in this tournament have all been built around someone getting a decent century.
Anyway,
on the whole,
here is the new man. It's the lustrously coiffured KL Rahul.
Well, he averages 48 in the ODI cricket hall. Just having a look at that catch again, it really was well taken and did well when his elbows hit the floor to keep hold of the ball. It's really a short, fine leg. He's fielding Ravindra.
What that does ensure is that Ravindra remains the top run scorer for the tournament.
It does.
Well, Santner will come into the new man, the right-handed Rahul, and this is pushed nicely out to deep cover for a single.
Yet to fail as such in this tournament. KL, 41 against Bangladesh, didn't bat against Pakistan, 23 against New Zealand, 42 not out against Australia. So he hasn't gone on to post a big score, but then he's batting down the order where he often, he's got 2 not outs in there for that reason.
Yeah, and that kind of innings is all India have really needed throughout the tournament, and all they need now is exactly that kind of thing, a little 40 or 30 in their home. But it is Akshar Patel who will be on strike, left armour to left-hander. This is in his arc, and has he nailed it? He has at 6. Slog sweat beautifully, really good timing. Takes himself onto 28.
The number of the day really hops and kicks. The number of the day is 666.
So Auric Mentor says, so what will the new name of the show be? Well, it'll still be exactly the same from your end, but during the IPL, if we do one, we will let you know via Blue Sky, via Twitter, via Facebook, and probably to our patrons as well, Tony?
Oh, absolutely.
Just so that you know it's coming. But from your receipt point of view, it won't matter where we're broadcasting from at all, so the name will be no different. Mindset Media says, I think you guys are being disrespectful to New Zealand to suggest they couldn't do better when they batted. I think they are capable. I agree they're capable. But given where they were at one stage, they did reasonably well to recover to what they got. It's my view. It's not disrespectful. I think other teams wouldn't have got that much.
Brace was coming and messing this off the back foot, push back to him. Yeah, I'd agree. I don't think we're being disrespectful. I think it's always important. If you said to them at the start they're only going to get to that score, you'd say, well, that's very poor performance below par. But, 250 off being 75 for 3 and having India all over them, it isn't too bad of an effort. Bracewell comes in and Rahul moves about on the crease and skews it into the side for no run. Just 62 off 64. The runs required continue to remain below the ball's left, which is really the key. Rahul's, I think, apart from Kohli, he's probably the perfect man for India to have in this situation, wouldn't you say, Tony? Especially, as you said earlier, given his form.
Yeah, a couple of not outs that have seen them over the line. So.
This is shorter and defended into the offside for no run.
It's also got the best hair. I mean, you want your finisher to also have your most lustrously coiffured hair, don't you?
Yes.
Mind you, Bracewell's got a pretty interesting thatch.
And he bowls. No run again. It's pushed to mid on. Yeah, you wouldn't mind. How's your hair looking these days, Tony?
It's thin.
Messrs keeps his nicely under a cap, which you can't blame him for. This turns a little bit from Bracewell. They'll go for a quick run, which they will make. Turned into the leg side. There was a little bit of turn there. So last ball of the over coming up, and then we will have a change. I don't have the rotor in front of me, Tony.
I do. It's going to be Hendo, me, and an Indo. We decided it might be useful, just in case India sneak over the line, that we'd have an Indian and comms at the end.
Bracewell bowls, and that completes the stint with a dot ball. It's turned into the side for no run. So India 191 for 4, all but there. Akshar Patel batting nicely on 28.
Okay, I'll do one message, then you'll know where we are, Tony. Dawn of the Dead 13 says, this is one of the most dullest tournaments I've ever seen India with. India with preferential treatment, Australia with a B-side, empty stadiums, and a boring final. Well, we try to make it interesting for you, even if the cricket is sometimes a little dull. I'll be back with you in June for the World Test Championship final. Until then, I'm on the move. I might drop in for the IPL, but thank you all very much for your time. I do have a vested interest in India winning this by 1 run, of course, GPL-wise.
Hang on, though. They can't win by 1 run. They'll win by a number of wickets.
Yeah, but if they only get 1 run past rather than hitting a 4, you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. Messi, are you not
clutching at straws?
Isn't before the World Test Championship? Isn't there England-Zimbabwe?
There is.
Yeah, but I'll be on the move at that stage.
Oh my God, the country will shudder at the very notion of Messi, Jez going round. They got a single there. Sorry, first ball of a new over. New Zealand teasing us a little bit here because we know India are going to get across the line, but they're just taking the odd wicket or getting the odd chance here and there that makes you, if you're a Kiwi, believe. But that was a lovely strike for 6 by Axar Patel. I mean, under pressure really, because they just lost a wicket, and going for that big shot shows you the confidence that is coursing through the veins of this particular player, given that responsibility at number 5. Goes back to this one and forces up to wide, long off. Yes, and Indo, come in and comment on that.
I was just saying, it's I think it's a sign that of the maturity of these players, that Akshar knows that he's the one who's been there longer, and it's up to him now to get the scoring up, because Rahul's always going to be knocking them around.
Well, I mean, they've still got plenty of good players in the hutch. But, I think this may be Santner's last over, is it? Or is it his penultimate? He's round the wicket. I would have a slip in if I was him, but it doesn't need a slip for that because it's been picked up beautifully.
I spoke too soon.
Indeed so. That's deposited.
He's knocked it into the stands.
Brilliant shot from Rahul. I mean, he was on 3 at that point.
Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6.
He does hit down the ground very well indeed, does Rahul. 89 metres, that one. And
several meters above the side screen, just next to it.
Great shot. Virat Kohli enjoyed it. He enjoyed it more than his innings, which was brief and curtailed by Bracewell with his first ball of the match. Santner in again, offers it up wider of the off stump, cut this time, only half stop. Glenn Phillips has blotted his copybook, and then, oh my God, there's awful fielding out there. The wheels may be falling off the Kiwi Express.
Yeah, sense of some dropping shoulders a little bit, isn't there? 200 up there.
200 up for India.
Well placed. It was very well placed next to Phillips, but in the normal circumstances, he'd be flying there and stopping.
Well, it's because he didn't. Because it wasn't a catch. He wasn't interested.
This is true.
51 required off 55, 6 wickets in hand. As we predicted from the outset, I think, of this tournament, India were going to win it, and well, it's all ended up being quite predictable in that sense.
But it's not over yet.
It's not over yet. The Indians themselves will not take that view. It's just easily eased into the onside. Santner is the man who has to go and do his own fielding at the edge of the circle. There's no one on the 1 on the leg side. 202 for 4 after 41, and it's Tony with your comments.
Definitely, Joe Grove had said quite a few perfect men for this situation in the Indian team. He'd be dead right there. Jeff Perkins, musical maestro, says Messi has to keep on the move whenever the authorities start to close in on him. Dawn of the Dead 13 gives us a rugby update. England 14, Italy 7.
Oh, it's 7-all a moment ago when I came in.
Last chance for me to request my traditional birthday jingle, as there's no chance of getting an Indo to swear, says Jager. Do you have a birthday jingle?
We used to have a birthday.
I've sworn enough. I just wasn't on the air today. India's given enough of patience for me to swear today.
I can have a look. What's it called, Jay?
Bracewell bowls defended into the onside by Rahul, and there is no run. And we did used to have a happy birthday jingle years and years ago. It came from the Jurassic era of Test Match Sofa, a very early jingle. Bracewell in again, turned. An absolutely ridiculous dive by Glenn Phillips. He's almost decided that he just wants to attract attention. 49 of 52. He's diving for things that he's going to get nowhere near. He's hoping that Kohli Cam will move on to Glenn Cam. Not Glenn Cam.
I
Glenn
think
Cam.
it has already.
Yeah, it may have done. 49 required off 52.
He does deserve it, though. I mean, the catches he's taken in this tournament.
Totally brilliant.
Mind-blowing.
He's driven that in the air. Is there someone out there? There is. And this time, it's been taken out there in the deep. Axar Patel wonders to himself, what on earth have I done? Why did I do that? Will O'Rourke takes the catch. Another big man. He's replaced Jameson in that position, who earlier dropped Shreyas Iyer. And Axar Patel has inexplicably maybe got overconfident and
You flipping muppet.
holds out. Low catch.
Yep, that sums it up.
203 for 5. It feels like too little too late, but you never know. A 1-4 and one glorious sixth. And a second wicket for Bracewell.
Well, I make Jay Grover happy.
Go on.
I think he's a fucking mutt.
Yeah, possibly that. Oh, well, they've got I forgot about Hardick as well. Hardick and Jadeja still to come. Rahul out there looking very good indeed. It would take a miracle from New Zealand.
I have found 2 birthday jingles.
Go, play one.
Well, one says Happy Birthday Bear, which obviously wouldn't be good for Jay. Happy Birthday Soph is the other one.
Oh yeah, that's the original sofa jingle. Let's play that one.
Happy birthday to you.
Jay.
Happy birthday to you.
Jay.
Happy birthday, well-known people.
Jay.
Happy birthday.
That sums it up.
Oh, I know what that was originally for the birthday game that we used to play at lunchtime. Dan used to host. You had to guess the Guardians. You take a copy of the Guardian, and he would get people to try and work out how old people were on that day. So there you go.
There's no one better known than Jay Grover. So
Exactly. Bracewell in bowls to Hardick, and Hardick is like this. He presses forward almost over emphatically in defence, but he has a look, and then he can unleash. So be very afraid if you're an All Black, a Kiwi, a White Fern, whatever else. Is it the long cloud? Defended
the land of the long white cloud.
Long white cloud, defended back to the bowler by Hardick. 49 off 49, 5 wickets in hand. I mean, if they were to lose these two and Jadeja, then it would be more interesting, but I can't see that happening. In comes Bracewell, bowls, he's forward again, a little bit of turn on the front foot, but quite a flat delivery. And that is the end of a very successful over from Bracewell. India 203 for 5 from 42. Now, Indo, I mean, are you genuinely worried that India might not get over the line here?
not genuinely worried. I think they've got to make sure that they don't do what Akshay just did or Shreyas just did, which is honestly just get overconfident and try hitting the runs faster, because that's not going to work on this pitch. In the second innings, clearly every single time it has spun more. Yeah. And Bracewell and Santner have been spinning the ball far more than the Indian spinners.
Well, look at those figures. Unfortunately for New Zealand, Bracewell is bowled out 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 28. And Santner will be bowled out after this over. He's coming into Rahul. Rahul, of course, hit him down the ground for a very fine 6 in his last over. What can he do here? He's into Rahul. Rahul is onto the front foot defending. I just feel... I know it's a difficult thing for a captain because you've got to get the balance right, but do you attack a little bit more and at least make them force the pace a little bit?
It's the only way he can win.
Yep, but we often say that. This is nicely forced into the offside. Oh, a bit of misfielding there by Will Young, but he reacts quickly enough or responds quickly enough to pick it up and prevent Rahul going through for the single. 49 required off 46. I know we often say that, but very few captains actually do that. I get a single here as he comes inside the line of it, Rahul, and just eases it up to long off. I was saying to Jason, I think in the green room, that I get the feeling that most captains would rather not risk it and lose in 47 overs than win in 42. I mean, does that make sense to you? I don't know. That's just a feeling I get. I mean, they could
well be true.
He's in again, firing it into the leg stump. They're going to get a single. Hardwick's off the mark. It's Latham who chases after it towards square leg, throws to the non-striker's end, but with no great accuracy.
Is this Santner's last over, or he's got?
It is his last over, yeah. So South Africa, New Zealand, India, and Sri Lanka, joint winners. How do we have joint winners in 2002? I can't remember.
2 rained-off days in the final.
Oh, did it?
Back-to-back rain days. They never got a game in.
My God, that's ridiculous. West Indies in 2004, England absent from that roll of honour. Down the leg side, going to be a wide. Rahul tried to sweep it, missed it. Latham managed to take it at the second attempt. Annoying for Santner. 46 off 44. Santner and again, 2 balls left. He waits for it, does Rahul. I thought he was going to open his shoulders for a moment. Guides it into the offside. Thought there might be a single there, but Will Young, he's fielded pretty well, you have to say.
Yeah, he had that thing on the boundary, right?
Yeah.
He almost got that.
Yeah, Shreyas, that was a great effort. I mean, even if he hadn't caught it, he managed to throw it back into play, but he had just touched the boundary edge. He would have saved 5 runs. Anyway, and that would mean that India still need 51, but they need 46. And Santner is coming in to complete his spell. Rahul sees him off by just pushing back to him. 43 overs gone, 206 for 5.
Right.
Tony.
Well, Jay Grover's looking forward to seeing Messrs in Sheffield, lad. Let me see. Mind SS Set Media. Yeah, New Zealand is too good to be 70 odd for 3 in the first place. They're too good for that. Muttley remembers the birthday jingle. Kenneth Hughes says a turn in the tail. That's referring to that wicket. Enrique Mentor says funny things happen in cricket. Yes, they do. Let me see. Muttley says, okay, I was thinking of a different birthday jingle. All right, they're the only ones I could find. Joe Grover says, God damn it, I was so happy people remembered my birthday and the fuck off jingle played for me since the sofa days, except when I were in prison. Worst birthday ever. Which birthday jingle did you have in mind? I mean, I can play you the fuck off jingle if you like, Jay. That's right in front of me. But I'm not sure that's what you had in mind. If it was, let me know.
Well, Ravindra, they're running out of spin options. Ravindra has 2. Phillips, possibly the least effective of the spinners, has 5 in the hutch. This is eased down to long on by Hardwick. Jogs the single. 207 for 5.
Ooh, Ashley Partridge lives near Sheffield. Ooh. And he's making overtures towards Jay Grover.
Well, let us know how it goes.
It's almost as exciting as Billy and Stephen Kelk's niece.
I don't know whether is Ashley male or female. Is Jay male? We don't know. Sorry, that's a joke. Rahul in bowls and nice angling of the bat by Rahul. He's timing the ball beautifully in defence, but it's only really going as far as cover. You feel that he will unleash at some point. He'll pick the ball.
Every time Rachin Ravindra gives a run, it seems like someone's taken a fingernail out.
That was a pretty poor ball. He dragged it down. Are they going to come back for 2 there as it's crunched out to square cover? Nathan Smith. I mean, he's got 8 overs, but I'm not sure they're going to entrust him with they're going to have to call back on Jamieson, aren't they? Jamieson and Phillips and O'Rourke maybe, although he didn't bowl a particularly impressive second spell, didn't bowl an impressive first spell. He's struggled a bit in this tournament. Ravindra in, it's too wide, crunched by Kartik. He said, I'll have some of that. Well picked up by Smith again, but they should get back comfortably for 2. And they do. 210 for 5. 42 required of 38.
Does keep it interesting, doesn't it, when you've just got that 4-ball gap, but the four run gap.
I just feel that there's going to be a point in the next 2 or 3 hours where New Zealand just lose it, and it'll be a gallop to the finish line. He's dragged that one down. It's cut again, powerfully by Hardick, straight to Nathan Smith. He's suddenly in the game, and they get another single. 41 of 37. It's been a good day for Bracewell. A really good day. I mean, in other circumstances, he should probably win man of the match. He batted really well down the order. Well, he might, but it doesn't tend to go to a player in the losing side, does it? Which I think New Zealand are going to end up being. This is wristily played out towards long on. They ran the first one quickly, and Phillips doesn't pick up cleanly, but just the threat of Phillips is enough to keep them at 1. 212 for 5. End of the over. 40 off 36 required.
Yeah, I was alluding to the possibility that New Zealand wins.
Right. Yeah.
Jay Grover is thinking that perhaps, I'm getting the sense he says someone's pissed on an Indus chips. I'm not sure.
No, I don't think so.
We have one of these.
Use your bright super chat.
And it's the birthday boy himself who says, at least Jeff knows me. That's because Jeff said a birthday overture might be a bit long for Gorilla. Ashley Partridge has sent a cake picture saying Jay wants a birthday present, as well as letting him know that he lives near, he or indeed she, because we're not sure, is not far from Sheffield. Watch this space.
Not far from Sheffield. What does that mean? How close to Sheffield can you get? Will O'Rourke is coming back into the attack. It's a final effort from New Zealand. He's gone for 30 from his 4 overs.
Fluffy 3 India Neil says Jay's got a play date. And rather worryingly, Ashley says it depends who you want to bowl. Now, you could interpret that in any number of ways. I think he means bowl.
Well, it's going to be Will O'Rourke. He's going to be bowling to Raul, who's on 16 off 20.
You make him sound distinctly Brazilian.
Raul. Yes. Well, I think he does kind of just do the one name thing, doesn't he, with the initials. He's driven that one. Lovely shot. Glorious shot. I love Raul. I think he's so underrated. I know some Indian fans are not keen, but that's a beautiful boundary.
No, he's a great one-day batter.
I think he's just
he's an excellent white ball one-day batter.
I think he's a good. I mean, didn't he get 199 over here once in a test?
He used to open at that point in time.
I like him. I know he only averages something like 34, 35 in tests, but I don't know. Just something about him that I really like. O'Rourke in again, short and guided pass backward point, and again a lovely shot, brilliant placement. Jamieson trying to throw on the move, and
these two are very quick.
And well, they are. Yeah, they get back for the second quite easily, even though the big man down there had got the ball in the air. 34 off 34, good over so far. It's brought 6 runs from the first 2 balls. This is where the dam breaks, I think, for New Zealand. They've hung on, but the water has risen. And am I going on with this metaphor? I don't know. And they're probably now sliding down a hill. Washed down. 34 off 34. In comes O'Rourke, bowls onto the back foot. Another fine shot. The leaping, flying Mark Chapman, who is doing a good impression of Glenn Phillips, but not stopping much. They get a single.
He's the understudy.
Yes. I think that all New Zealanders, before they get in the team, are going to have to show their flying abilities. before selection.
Lord.
219 for 5, 33 off 33. The target is 252. If they get 253 to win it, if they go from 249 with a 4, Messi Jez wins the GPL. There's 99 quid. Better ball from O'Rourke. Cramps Hardick for room, and all he can do is shovel it to mid-wicket off the back foot.
Tony's chuckling away so much at the social that he's not watching the match.
I know.
I am.
Well, we have got a jingle.
Multitasking.
We have got a jingle for Tony being tickled somewhere. I mean, I don't mean somewhere in his body. I mean, we've got a jingle somewhere.
Do we have a jingle for each body part?
I'm definitely not tickling Tony. I refuse. It's not in my contract. Slower bouncer from
It's wide.
O'Rourke.
No.
I don't think it is a wide. It was just signalled as the one bouncer for the over. I thought it was a good ball, actually. Very.
Oh yeah. I thought it was a bit higher than it.
Yes, just about sort of.
I guess Pandya was bending down. I think that's
yeah, it was almost like forehead level as it passed him.
Victoria doesn't seem like a happy camper.
I don't know who's coaching who these days. In he comes, bowls. Oh, that's a flamboyant shot. Oh, just one bounce though to Nathan Smith, who might have been interested for a moment. They got a single, 220 for 5, 32 required off.
Wasn't
30.
Vittori coaching somebody else? The Aussies or someone?
Yeah, I thought so. I thought he was. He had, gone over the dark side, really. A New Zealander coaching Australia in some way.
What's tickling Tony?
What is tickling Tony?
Well, there's loads of them because there's so many conversations going on. Jeff Perkins obviously misheard you and said Rahul has a Brazilian. Which I don't think is what was said. Ashley Partridge seems to want to know a lot, actually, because he wants to know where Jeff lives. Well, Jeff actually replies, says Indianapolis. He wanted to know Jay's postcode, at which point Jay respectfully said, it's taken me however many years to say I'll meet Messrs, so respectfully no. Ashley Partridge is laughing, as he would. Farong's not happy. Robbed, he says, robbed. A point is a point. So I assume that Spurs must have equalised, which is what Bangladesh and Pakistan achieved. As for Baz Bollocks, ?
Revenger's lost over, and that has disappeared. That might be the biggest one yet. Dead straight from Hardick. He was almost leaning back as he hit that to get the elevation. That is 6 runs. Yeah. That reduces the pressure, if there was pressure, greatly.
Like the bacon in our butties, lean back.
Oh, what a shot.
Do you reckon that's bigger than the... No, it's just a little less than...
Yeah, Shreyas hit it 109. That was 107, wasn't it?
It was still huge.
Still huge, yeah. Ravindra, has he got to come back to that? He crunches that into the offside, straight to extra.
Until recently, you'd get 100-meter sixes and those would be very, very rare. And now they just seem to be hitting 100-plus sixes all the time.
I know. It's incredible, isn't it? It really is. In again, he was looking for the big shot. He's mistimed it into the offside. He looks at Rahul, who says, I'm a Brazilian, I can run that. And he gets there easily enough. Like Pele running through. Okay, I'll shut up.
You've got Brazilians on the brain today, Henry.
only since Anindo mentioned that.
Edson Arantes de Nascimento getting a mention. I'm delighted.
Oh, well done. 227 for 5. I've never been able to say the full name. It's a bit like that place in Wales. If anyone can say that, that's impressive.
I just it ends in go. Starts but I can never do the bit in the middle.
It's like every place in Wales, I thought.
Ravindra in. Oh, now that almost got through as Rahul gave himself room to try and force off the back foot. Didn't time it. It's a dot ball, but that's 6.
How on earth do you guys figure out how Welsh names are pronounced? Just experience?
We don't try. Down the wicket, he uses a lot of bottom hand roll to whip that up to long on for a single. 24 required of 25. Will Hardik try another big shot with Ravindra's final ball of the tournament?
When you see Welsh people, you just have to approach them carefully.
Carefully. Yeah, very good. Ravindra in. Oh, he throws up wide. Is that going to be wide? Well, I think it is, and it's spilled by Latham as well. Rather,
he's going to bowl another last ball of the tournament.
Yeah, he didn't want. He's enjoying it so much. He said, "Please let me bowl another one." Yeah, just that was a bit shambolic from New Zealand. I can see what he was trying to do. Actually, I think that was inside the guidance line.
He's a bit unlucky with that.
I think he is unlucky with that. Yeah. 22 of 25 is in, and Raoul will take the single. He just dabs this again with that lovely timing for a single. He'll keep the strike. 21 required of 4 to 31 for 5.
Well, Stephen Cout says, just want to say for the official records, happy birthday to Jay Graver. Well, we've said it, and we're delighted you have two Stephen. Stephen also says, when you rule the world, you can look back and see who your true friends were. Can you imagine if Jay ruled the world? Every day would be the first day of spring.
You know, Sheffield would be constantly the city of culture, I suspect. I'm surprised that they haven't given Jameson another chance. I mean, 4 overs for 19 at the start is not bad.
Yeah, well, I was advocating chucking in the ball after he dropped that catch.
I mean, is he
it right?
Unless he's carrying some sort of injury. I mean, he has been injury prone, hasn't he?
Dawn of the Dead 13. It's an embarrassment to the other sides that New Zealand even make the finals with the least players and interest of any of the major nations. I wouldn't say interest, but they definitely punch above their weight. But they are a magnificently put together outfit. They're beautifully balanced. They are just up against an incredibly strong India side in quite favourable conditions.
O'Rourke in, pulled. He didn't get hold of it, but he's going to get away with it. Couple of bounces to Smith at deep square. A single. Results.
Is there any team other than India which does not have a Smith? I mean, other than India, Pakistan,
doesn't have a Smith.
Yep.
Surely a Mohammed Smith somewhere. What's the most common first name in India? An Indo? Would you be able to tell us? Would you know that?
I wouldn't be able to tell you because it's just they're just.
I doubt
too many different kinds of
Russian, Eastern European countries are unlikely to have Smiths.
Oh, he goes with a pull shot. Hardik swivels away, but makes no contact at all. Through it goes the keeper, and there is no run. Isn't Mohammed the most common boy's name now in Britain, or last year it was, or the year before, something like that?
That wouldn't be surprising.
No, 232 for 5. More Mohammeds than Nigels, that's for sure. We are a dying breed. 20 required of 22. In comes O'Rourke. Bowls to Hardicks down the wicket. He's crunched that. Wow, that is very flat, and it's only just inches short of going the distance. 4 runs for Hardik.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Now, I have to say that I think that Santner's got it a little bit wrong here. O'Rourke has leaked runs in this tournament, to be fair, and Jameson bowls 4 overs for 19 and doesn't get another go. It's weird. Driven this time by Hardik out into the deep, where Nathan Smith, another forgotten quick bowler, after 2 overs he was discarded. 2 overs for 22. They get another single. 15 required.
I think they've given a lot of bowling to O'Rourke because before the Border Gavaskar Trophy, when India lost 3-0 in the Test series, he was very effective.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think he's a brilliant bowler. I think he's going to be class for a number of years.
Just that, this tournament he's not.
Yeah, it's just not worked for him in this tournament, and I think actually you can make a comparison with the England fast bowlers. I don't think it's really worked for for any really quick bowler. Clipped off his legs. That may go fine enough to reach the boundary. No, it doesn't. Ravindra's not given up. He's got him. Oh, there could be trouble. Could be run out. And the throw. Well, the bails were taken off by Latham at the striker's end. And then he turned and threw it to the non-striker's end. The bails were taken off there. I suspect both got in, but it was tight. There was hesitation. And that would be that would have been silly if that is out. I think the thing is, Raoul's ball watching the whole time. He wants a second from the word go. Oh,
I think he's.
they were both in.
I certainly think Hardick's got in at the non-striker's end. I'd like to see what happens at the. Oh, it's tight. He does. I think he's a. Direct hit. A direct hit at the bowler's end would have been out. Yeah. Oh, unlucky for New Zealand. They didn't get anything out of that. 13 required off 19.
I was just going to say that Oruk, getting the shit beaten out of him in the semi-final didn't help his confidence, I'm sure.
Yep, this is...
it was totally unnecessary at the end.
Get single, pulled out to square leg. Sorry, who...
Yeah, I was saying in the semi-finals...
Yeah.
Oruk getting the shit beaten out of him at the end probably didn't help his confidence.
Oh no, that's right. Yeah, we did say, didn't we, at the time? Is it you're winning easily? Do we need you to
exactly? Why do you bring him in?
Bowl a few more overs? And in fact, I mean, they did bring Matt Henry back briefly, didn't they? Even after he'd had that shoulder injury from the catch.
Yeah,
and maybe that was
bowled very gingerly from.
But then maybe that was the wrong decision to let him bowl again.
Ruby NZ, so I'm assuming, Ruby, you're from New Zealand, says, interesting score to wake back up. What the heck? Yeah, things just haven't gone your guys' way, I'm afraid. In the end, they were 20 short, I reckon, in that first innings.
They were 20 short, but they actually probably got 30 more runs than we thought they were going to get at one point.
Yeah.
So it kind of swings and roundabouts a little bit, isn't it? Raoul facing now with 3 overs remaining, and if it goes the distance, he'll only get 2 more, which will mean he'll have bowled 6. Kyle Jamieson is finally back on. He's coming into Raoul. He's in and he bowls, and he's forcing onto the back foot, and the men in the circle are too far removed to stop the single. 241 for 5. You just feel we sat here for 7 or 8 hours, and you just it's been an incredible inevitability about this.
Has Jay Shah gone to his hairdresser and said, "Can you give me the Elvis cut?"
I didn't see. I didn't see.
It's not just me, is it? He's gone all Elvis.
Maybe he's an impersonator.
With his hair, that's for sure.
I mean, he's probably not earning enough money with the BCCI or ICC, and so he needs to top it up with a. Oh, good ball from Jameson. He dropped that short, and Hardick almost nods an approval of that delivery as it rose on him. He dropped his hands and let it go through. Yeah, he's got good lift from a length there, Jameson. I do think perhaps New Zealand just missed a trick here slightly. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure it would have made a difference, but I don't know. Anyway, 11 required off 16 balls. 241 for 5. Short. Oh, now he's got hold of that. He's gone straight up in the air. And Kyle Jameson has pouched it, and he looks as surprised as anyone. Hardick goes for 18. India 241 for 6. It would be the mother of all chokes if India were not to get over the line. I still think they will. But Jameson, why didn't you play him earlier? Why didn't you bowl him again?
Bowled him after he dropped the catch. That's what I kept saying.
You can't punish him for that.
Give him the chance to put it right straight away while he's angry.
Well, it was a second short ball in a row. It was on him quicker. He nodded approval to the previous one, but he didn't learn his lesson. In a way, decided to take it on. It went straight up in the air. Easiest catch Kyle Jameson has probably ever had. Still only 11 runs needed and 15 balls to go. And Jadeja has come to the crease.
He has. Where is he? Here he is.
Jadeja's on.
But now you know, Hendo, why I never take an Indian victory for granted.
Yeah, but I always I always feel like Australia and India and, well, even New Zealand these days have more down the order than England, and so and because of the way they play with a little bit more intelligence. Although you have to say, India have given away 2 or 3 wickets a little bit today, with a bit of overconfidence perhaps, with the way things were going.
Cockiness.
Yeah, maybe so, but I think they're going to get there. He's round the wicket to Jadeja, goes back and helps that into the onside. He's looking for a second. He's probably going to get it. Oh, well, it was Phillips who was fielding it. Throw came in like lightning, but it was just too far away from the stumps. It was well taken, actually, by Latham, sticking out a left hand, but it would have taken a lot for him to get that back and whip off the bails. Jadeja off the mark with 2. And that brings the score required to win the Champions Trophy. I'm not sure he caught that comfortably. Actually, he took it in the Australian manner. And, here is Jameson again into Jadeja. He bowls a short one. He pulls. He sets off quickly. He's going to get another 2, and they're going to do it in 2s. India 7 required. There was a lot of unnecessary, I felt, pessimistic visages when that wicket fell down for India. But you know,
it's all experienced people, experienced with India choking. So,
well, yeah, but you know, which team has choked the most in international cricket? Well, I think we know the answer to that.
It's traditionally South Africa, isn't it?
Of course, the World T20 final. Wow. That was unbelievable. So India are going to do this out at Jasprit Bumrah. Mind you, they may not have bowled his full spell anyway if he'd been playing in these games. Jameson in, wide, chopped into the offside. It was a single, in comes! Direct hit from Chapman, who really is turning into Glenn Phillips' protege. But Jadeja doesn't look worried. I think he thinks he's not out.
Right, there's so many messages, I'll try and gallop through 1 or 2. Lockie6 says, Jay, if you ever do rule the world, give the lad a bowl. Jeff Perkins, name spread with migration. In the Napoleonic Wars, both France and Russia had generals named MacDonald. Brian DeShazo thinks Mitchell played a match-losing innings. I don't think that's quite true, but he certainly got bogged down. That is very true. The Jameson drop was also brutal. Yeah, go along with that. Pirate Badshah says, Kuznetsov is the Russian equivalent of Smith.
Oh, right.
Let me see. It's going pear-shaped for the Kiwis, says Enrique Mentor. They're slipping badly here. Yes, they are. The Peninsula campaign, says Jay, also saw lots of intermingling of the Brits with the local Portuguese. Indeed.
What's this? Anyway, I mean, I know we've gone off on a tangent, and we do tend to do that. But I'm not sure of the immediate relevance to this match, but it's interesting. Right, it's going to be Rowell to face. He could finish it off in this over. 12 balls remaining. It's Will O'Rourke into Rowell. He looks for the Yorker, but he digs it out and plays it really well. There goes another flying Kiwi, but doesn't get it. It's out to Bracewell on the point boundary. They're back for 2. One big shot will win the Champions Trophy. India are going to take the Champions Trophy on Pakistan soil. Oh, no, they're not. They're going to take it on United Arab Emirates soil. I'm just doing that for a dig to see if I can get a reaction.
I have a question about Kuznetsov.
Oh, yeah.
So does the common name of Kuznetsov include all the Kuznetsovas?
It's a good question.
I don't know. 50 overs or 20 overs?
5 required. Oh, well, that comes back into him, and he wasn't entirely sure. It was a defensive shot. He got a thick inside edge to square leg. Phillips moves around to field. 4 required. Oh, now, hang on. The target is 252. So if they hit a 4 now, Messi Jez will not win the GPL.
Be a happy camper.
No, he needs them to get a single and then a 4. And then Messi Jez will be flying into England.
There's Jay Shah again.
With 99 quid
BCCI
in his back pocket, as Tony has been tickled by Jay Shah, not literally.
Well, what a thought.
No, what a thought. Tickled by Elvis. 4 required. Jadeja
Very
facing
impossible.
O'Rourke. It's down the leg side. It's going to be a wide, I suspect, unless it hit a bit of pad. I think it did.
Yeah, I think it might have done.
Yep, it did. 4 required
For a
off
moment,
9.
for a moment, I thought the Kiwis were doing Messi as a favour.
Who's that sitting next to Virat Kohli? He looks like an Indian version of Mark Wood. Looks very similar to Mark Wood, don't you think? Anyone?
I know Luke Ronk is.
No, he's Indian. He's definitely Indian.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's one of the support staff, so the physio or something.
I think they've cloned Mark Wood. Forced up to mid-off, still not giving it up. Santner throws side-armed at the wicket, but they get through for
If
a
he falls
single.
over when he stands up, then that probably is Mark Wood.
Well, in fact, Messi Jez is in with an opportunity. 4 to win. 4 to win, and if they do it with this 4, Messi Jez wins 99 quid on the GPL. It'll be the first GPL win of the tournament. What a way to finish.
Well, he needs to score exactly 252.
No, he needs to score exactly 253. One over the target.
No, 252.
Oh, no, 252. Oh, well, in that case, he's there. He's loitering. The voice from the cave emerged, echoing.
Yes.
In comes O'Rourke. Bowl short, pulled. Now one bounce to Nathan Smith. Hang on. How many runs did they get there? 1. 2 required. 2 runs would do it, Messi. No reply from Messi. He just popped his head out of the cave, and then went back in. He's like a weather vane.
Messi's biting fingernails at the moment.
Pops in and he pops out.
9-pound fingernails.
250 is up. 256. 2 runs required, and there are 7 balls left. I mean, if you're a Kiwi and you didn't see any of the match, as O'Rourke is in, bowls flicked away, and that is 4 runs. And India are champions. They are champions of the trophy of that name. They run on their support staff and their squad members. India now hold the World T20 title and the Champions Trophy title. There are some fireworks, but you felt it was kind of inevitable. I've almost lost my voice. India win by 4 wickets. Messi Jez, are you there? Earth to Messi Jez. No, he's not there. He's gone off to sulk. He's gone to commune with a possum and.
There are a few players from that 2013 Champions Trophy team still here, I guess. There's Jadeja.
I've already transmitted my comment.
Oh, have you? We'll read it in a minute.
Fuck to the power of 4.
Is that what he said?
It says fuck.
Right, okay. Well, I mean, apart from the IPL, I don't know how I'm going to get through the next couple of months without Messi Jez. I mean, he's an absolute sort of certainty in the world, isn't he? In difficult times, you know that Messi Jez is going to be on the end of a Zoom call, bringing you commentary, which is wonderful. Well, an Indo, was that predestined? Did we feel that was going to happen from the start of the tournament?
Well, I think there was a decent chance of that happening. Yes. But in between, I guess there was some chance of them choking, but they've really, in the 50-over format, other than losing the the final of the ICC World Cup, they've had a really good run. They haven't lost a match other than that match in what almost a year and a half.
Yeah, well, we've watched them. We've watched them win 8 games in a row just here on Guerrilla Cricket. We watched them take England apart. We've watched them win every game here.
Yeah, I think they have not lost ODI since the first match of the World Cup.
Now let's just lay to rest this this misconception that playing 50-over cricket is required at a domestic level to win tournaments. at international level. I mean, I'm guessing a lot of these players don't play any other 50-over cricket in India, or would I be wrong on that?
Other than Shreyas Iyer and Varun Chakravarti, I don't think anyone in this team really has played the 50-over version, at least this year.
Well, there you go. I mean, I think that everyone should play a bit more one-day 50-over cricket, but it's been sidelined a little bit.
May I squeeze in some super chats?
Well, I want to make a sort of an announcement at the end of the day. It's all very portentous, but anyway, go ahead.
To do the super chats first.
Do the super chats.
Okay.
How much have we earned on super chats?
Quite a lot. Right. So one is from Jay Grover, who
Who's
says,
he?
"Last call for the fuck off jingle."
Oh, go on.
It is your birthday, Jay.
It
and
is
if that
my
is
birthday.
the one you want, then we shall find it. Here it comes, just for you.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Sorry.
Also, Kenneth Hughes, thank you. It says Kenneth Hughes with a very generous donation as well.
Oh, nice.
Thank you, Kenneth. Thanks for the great coverage, gents. Do you want to do your announcements first, or shall I sweep through?
Sweep through.
Final messages, lots of them. Thank you, Gorillas, for the live streams. Enrique Mentor, I'm out, good night. But he'd also said thank you for all of our coverage. Jeff Ricks says, thanks team, very much enjoyed you taking us through the tournament. We're delighted to have done it. Cheers guys, says Mark Arnold. West London men will now get dinner as wives will start cooking. Not in my house, mate, but let me know whose missus is, I'll pop round. Love you guys, says Steve Bruce. We love you being with us, Steve. Thank you for that. Thanks for the coverage, Primates. You know who that's from, Love and Sausages. It's from Mutters. Ruby NZ, thanks for the commentating team. Predictable but not predictable commentary, predictable outcome. But oh well, thank you, Ruby. I'm sorry it didn't work out for you. I think that's probably Brooks pulled out of the IPL. Says the Harriman, so likely made captain. I'd say that's a big probability. Well done, India, says Steve Bruce. You won the rig tournament. I've had enough of cricket. They were a good side who had a lot of advantages chucked in their way, or put nicely in their way. Brian DeShazo, thank you, Gorilla. You bring so much joy to my life. For real. That's so kind, Brian, and we're thrilled that you do. Dawn of the Dead 13, that fuck off sounds like those Aussies on first grade cricketer. See you in the summer, lovely gorillas, says Stephen Kelk. There's more, but I should probably leave it at that.
Any final thoughts on India's success and where we go from here? Looking forward to India here for the test summer. And Indo, do you think you're going to be able to get over?
I don't think so, because I'll probably have to get to Australia during that time for a few weeks, unfortunately. And Messi won't be there, but it is what it is.
That is a bad time to be going to Australia. Bad time.
It is.
Which part of Australia, though?
Melbourne.
Oh, well, we know a few people we can introduce you to.
Please do.
Well, we've enjoyed having your company, and Indo, we've enjoyed having the company of everyone who's come in remotely. Forthy, Billy, anyone else today has been remote? I don't think so, but we've also had Count Binface.
But they can join you on commentary from there, so that's fine.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, that's okay.
Couple more I'm going to slip in, sorry.
Oh, go on
I
then.
got the chance. Matthew Cullen, thanks for covering the tournament. Been a pleasure despite England's performance. Can't wait to the summer. We'll miss your dulcet tones. And Messers has been kind enough to thank me for getting teams out every day, basically. on our
Yeah,
side,
it's not
which
easy.
has all been good fun.
It's not easy. It is hard work. Of course, the Bear did a lot of the groundwork. I think he was in for about 12 of the games.
He did.
Couldn't make the final, but there you go. That's having kids. Now, interestingly enough, I'm guessing that KL Rahul, in his excitement, has said something quite rude, because it came up. We apologise for the bad language on screen. Anyway, we're not going to talk about bad language. We are going to talk about the fact that this is the last genuine proper show of
Last
Guerrilla
international.
Cricket. Well, yeah, I mean, okay, there may be some IPL games, but in my view, it's the end of the end of a tournament. It's the end of an era, actually, in some respects, because we've been in this flat in Sydenham, Guerrilla Towers, for 8 years. I'm really going to miss next door's cats Kim and Pablo. But maybe we'll find some more in the pub in Lewisham once we move there. Now, we are moving on, and we thank you all for your Patreon offerings. We will be looking into the possibility of sending out a little bit of a questionnaire to you about things you like and maybe dislike about Guerrilla Cricket. It'd be nice to get some feedback. Obviously, you know, those things differ. You know, some people like swearing, some people don't, all that sort of thing. But anyway, we're going to have a chat about that anyway. So look out for that if you're a patron. We might do it or we might not. But anyway, it's something to think about. One thing I want to say before we leave here, actually, is on a sad note, really. I mean, it's slightly sad to be leaving here anyway. But on a sad note, to think back of 3 friends of the show that we lost over the time that we've been here. We lost Dan Lucas, one of our commentators, very young. I think he was only 31. Back in 2017, that was a massive shock to everybody. Then we lost Juliet Clancy, who was a really big fan of the show, great lover of Surrey cricket. Really, really sad. And then, of course, Ravi Nair, who many will have known from his contributions on Twitter and elsewhere, sadly died. He was back in India when that happened. So we've lost some friends. And we really hope that we don't lose any more. So all I would say is try your best to stay healthy, enjoy cricket, hide away as the nuclear holocaust erupts. But until Lewisham,
no sleep till Lewisham.
Till Lewisham, we will perhaps be doing the odd IPL game. So keep an eye on that. But until then, it's a very, I don't know, slightly emotional goodbye from all of us at Guerrilla Cricket. Goodbye.
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 Guerrilla Cricket. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla Cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick Guerrilla Cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first